City, 6 a.m. An out-of-control satellite radio show is being broadcasted to millions of Americans. At the controls, Greg Hughes, a father.
I am amazed it lasted this long.
Anthony Cumia, an alcoholic.
Holy mother of God.
And Jim Norton, a comedian.
There's no positives out of this thing, except for everybody's blood.
The three men make up the Opie and Anthony Show, a popular radio program known for its cringe style of entertainment and having very few limits.
Oh, my God. Okay, no, this is getting really intense now.
It starts funny and then gets very uncomfortable.
In the past, they have been accused of multiple FCC violations and have even gotten their show suspended from satellite radio.
You couldn't have picked a fucking more self-destructive show.
Yeah, crazier the better, yeah.
What are you, 19?
I'm 19.
Delicious.
You made Springer uncomfortable. Do you know how hard that is to do?
Thank God this show's on radio.
Everything you are about to hear is real. Real people, real excitement.
And let's go fucking have a good time. What the fuck?
Get ready to experience the thrill of a lifetime. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Just sit back and enjoy the show.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Ah, fuck.
Hey, everybody.
This daylight savings time blows.
That hour, pretty important.
Yeah.
Pretty important.
I was laying in bed tweeting, and someone wrote me and said, oh, boy, you're tweeting at 11:30.
Yeah, I saw that.
Ant's tweeting at 11:30. There's not going to be a show tomorrow, is there?
Because I know it's going to be a worse off.
See,
No.
I read all your tweets. I didn't write you back, sorry. But I couldn't fucking sleep because it was supposed to be 10:30.
Yeah. Yeah, you get that feeling like, fuck, I didn't think it was this late.
See, as humans, we're just completely fucked up. I think Japan shows that. When you build nuclear power plants in an earthquake-ridden area, it just shows you that human beings are fucked up. Sorry.
And right by the water. So
yeah,
the
exactly.
Tsunami could do stuff to you.
But then someone writes, there's a nuclear power plant somewhere in New York on a fault line, too.
A fault line in New York. Shut up. Every so often it goes, a shuka, shuka, shuka.
A shuka, shuka, shuka. Not a hydrogen fucking bomb blast or whatever the latest is in Japan. But daylight savings time, really fast, and then we can move on. Why shock the system with springing forward or falling back with this hour crap? Why shock us? Why not give us a minute every day until it adds up to an hour, you idiots?
Why do I like having to reset your watch every...
But why do I have to figure this stuff out? What day is it? It's March 14th. All right, so daylight savings time happened March 13th, right?
Yeah.
Start it, I don't know, February 13th, and give us 2 minutes a day until it adds up to an hour, and then no one notices. Because this fucking blows getting shocked by an hour.
When you wake up, I woke up and like some of my outside lights were still on because they're on timers.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, why are they on?
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, that's right. I got to fucking reset all the timers now.
Just ridiculous.
I like how a lot of clocks these days, it used to be in the olden days, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
You used to have to go around your house and fucking reset clocks all over the place.
Yeah, yeah.
Now they just kind of know.
Yeah, I know.
And they do it automatically.
It's kind of creepy that way.
It is.
My other observation, I know there's a lot of us trying to get attention on YouTube and stuff with videos. How do you compete with the videos that are coming in every day from Japan?
There have been some that
How do you
are
compete with
unbelievable.
this?
That one guy that was like right down by the raging torrent.
Yeah.
That was some unbelievable footage. It starts out seeing the street, and then you just see the water come by, and then by the time he's done, entire buildings are gone.
Right.
And trucks and planes and everything else are floating by, crashing into everything. And what the fuck are all those blue things in Japan?
I don't know what those are.
What are they?
I think they're carports or something, I'm thinking.
Really?
I don't know.
I don't know. They don't look a little small, but they're in every shop. Look in the back. Is there some kind of recycling thing going on?
Maybe they're like recycling bins?
In Japan where everyone has to have the same container?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because what is it?
Oh, those are actually things that they ship shit porn in.
Who the fuck are you?
I'm Jim Norton.
Hi, Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Jimmy's back.
Jimmy's back.
And last we left you, the death toll was 16, and we laughed at that, if you remember, on Friday. I don't even know why.
Is it higher?
I don't know why they give official numbers, because everyone knows it's way worse than that, but they have to stick with the official numbers.
Yeah.
But honestly, the numbers are pretty damn low, considering.
Well, one guy, a constable in a township, said that he personally knows that 10,000 people are gone, just wiped away in his little town.
As you continue to watch the videos, though, I mean, if it's less than 100,000, I would imagine Japan would be. I was going to use the word happy. That's not a good word, but they're going to be sort of relieved that it wasn't worse, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these places, especially Japan, that have a good economy and have earthquakes, they know how to build their shit and everything. You know, the building. Did you see the videos of the buildings rocking back and forth?
Yeah, no.
Oh, man.
But maybe you could help me with this, because I heard that
Crazy.
some of that video is old video that they're sneaking by us as new video.
Those bastards.
I read it a few places. I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
I don't either. I'm sure those
Either
buildings
way, who
were
cares?
rocking.
Either way, who cares? You know, you got skyscrapers really swaying.
Just swaying, but they know how to like keep them from falling down.
True.
And
they also build platforms for tsunamis.
yeah,
Obviously,
not some towns.
Yeah, obviously the one that hit. I mean, but you saw a lot of people in these homemade videos that are coming out where you see people just hanging out over rails and watching like the water just come flying by them.
Like, what are you doing there?
But
they
knew where to go in some places.
All the cars just get picked up at once and
that's
just
creepy,
start
man.
clunking together, and then and then it looks like a water ride.
Yeah.
Then the car just goes wee down like a fucking log flume.
And I don't know how they're going to clean this stuff up. I was seeing like just individual videos, not even videos, like a part of one video. And I was thinking to myself, that alone would take a week to clean up. They had like cars piled up on each other and a
car on a roof.
And a house like slammed into the side. And that's like one tiny, maybe not even a block, like one little lot. And I'm like, that would take forever to clean up.
Look at that. And then you realize how strong that flow of water is. When you see a ship, not a boat, a ship capsize, hit an underpass, and not even slow down. Like it just crushes it
right through it
and shoves it out the other end like a wood chipper.
Unbelievable. And what are they saying now? Japan has a lot more water or something, because a lot of this water didn't go back in the ocean. And it's just gonna be there now.
Japan, because
it's a low-lying area, so obviously the water is going to stay, in some of these areas.
Japan's been over the past few years, well, for a lot of years, they've taken land from the ocean and made little extensions on Japan to
Didn't they make an airport?
Build up their real estate. Yeah,
was
one of their airports.
One of their airports is all that was in the middle of the water.
Yeah, yep.
I think.
And once the water comes in and reclaims that, it just doesn't go back away.
Yeah, that is it.
There's a guy they found 10 miles out
I see that on the front
his
page.
Roof.
On his house.
And
That's crazy.
Only a Japanese guy could handle that.
Yeah.
An American would be screaming his ass off until, he's dead or something. This guy looks like he's hanging out, just hanging, at peace with himself and the world and the universe. If they get me, great. If not, whatever. I'll enjoy the view until I die.
Him and his wife were evacuating at the time, and then his wife was waiting, I guess, outside.
Yeah.
And he went in to get some stuff out of the house, some personal items, and the tsunami hit. And his wife didn't quite make it. Ooh. So I'm sure he's kind of standing there on the roof bumming out.
Maybe.
Unless, they had a bad relationship.
Yeah, maybe he had a horrendous...
Maybe he didn't like
people
her.
don't want to hear this when you bring it up, but with all these tragedies, there are probably a very small percent, I'll be honest with everyone, that are relieved. Like, I was in a hell of a marriage that I didn't know how to get out of, and the next thing you know, she's out at sea.
Yeah.
And now I got to walk around this town making believe I'm bummed out. I mean, there is some people that are truly relieved.
Believe me, there was at least one person I really wished was in Tower 1 or 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Believe me.
I imagine, whatever.
But,
probably a little too soon. We should shut the fuck up.
Too soon. Jesus.
No, I mean,
something there.
I mean, there's logic.
Yeah. Well,
no, the Tower 1.
Hey, it
certainly
happens.
Not, but
it
You're
happens.
probably right. There's somebody over there going, you know what? I
Thank
lost a lot of
God.
shit, but that cunt is finally gone.
Yeah.
There's somebody happy.
a bad neighbor, a horrendous
something.
boss, a kid toucher, something.
Yep.
But that's a small percentage. This is just
Not all good people.
This is horrendous, man. So I can't even sleep at night because every time I wake up and check the shit out, there's some new thing happening. What's the latest?
The nuke problem. Although they sure are selling it over there. There's been 3 explosions at this fuck you nuclear power plant.
The first one I could handle, where it had the shockwave that you could visually see, was kind of creepy. But the latest one, where there's huge chunks flying in the sky,
plumes of God knows what.
I'm thinking, man, I don't think that's good.
And they're trying to spin it like, well, you can't look at that footage and go, that's definitely the safety system they put in place working like it's supposed to. No, these are supposed to explode horrifically in a mushroom cloud.
No, we released the valve. That's all that is.
Yeah, that's it's perfect. The buildings are supposed to absorb the explosion of the... Really? Really? Is that what it does?
I don't necessarily trust the media in America. I think they're probably a little worse in Japan with their propaganda.
Keeping let's keep these people from really panicking now.
Yeah.
And also, it seems the American fleet, the Ronald Reagan, is out there, and they sent a helicopter, and it flew through one of these radioactive clouds.
Right.
And their sensors went off, and the ship's sensors went off.
Yeah.
So they turned the fleet around, and they're backing off a little bit.
They said, fuck that.
But the Japanese officials are still saying, well, we don't have to worry about, this. 3 explosions, and they can't cool this core down like they're supposed to.
Well, I learned from Bill Nye, the science guy.
Bill Nye, the science guy.
Which I'm not comfortable watching him on TV explain this shit, by the way. I'm sure he has the knowledge, but he just...
Very odd-looking,
He's very odd-looking, and he did silly experiments and made a lot of dough off that on TV.
He looks like Uncle Leo's eyebrows, too, when they had to draw him in on Seinfeld.
Yeah, very good. And he was explaining last night that, you hear about cooling down these things...
Yeah.
And so someone goes, hey, Bill, who the fuck does this? If there's radiation in the area. Who's stupid enough to do it? And I believe he said something like they get volunteers.
Volunteers.
So you got volunteers, and you're assuming they're doing the right thing. And he says it's pretty much like putting out a fire or something. They just got these hoses, and the environment obviously is horrendous, and they're doing the best they can.
But there's explosions too, so they can't be doing this all the time.
And they're dressed in such a way that it knocks down the radiation, of course.
Yeah,
but
they're using seawater.
But my point is, who the fuck would volunteer for that job?
Can you do it with helicopters or planes? Can't you fly over and just drop it?
It's inside the building. Like it's inside the containment building, so there's no way to get to it from air. So you got to just literally pump the ocean water and douse this core that becomes uncovered because the cooling system is broken.
Right.
And if the core becomes uncovered and isn't cooled, it just turns into a molten radioactive mess that then burns through the containment floor, burns through the earth. It melts rock and everything.
How far down does it go?
Until it hits water. Till it hits underground water.
We got water down there.
Yeah, there's water down there.
Nice.
And then a giant radioactive plume of steam and debris and everything else shoots into the atmosphere. It's a horrific thing. It happened at Chernobyl.
Right.
Chernobyl had a meltdown.
But we're fine now, right? A few years.
No, Chernobyl you still can't go to.
No, we're fine.
That is off limits. They encased the whole place in concrete.
Wow.
And it's still like you see animals don't live more than a couple of years. There's all kinds of mutated fucking babies from people that lived there.
Yeah.
And that was, during the time where Russia really didn't fucking say anything. Everything's fine here, comrade.
Right.
Very good.
Right, yeah.
Really? But so that's like the thing that everybody's worrying about. And with all these explosions, I don't know how you could keep a hose on a fucking core when things are exploding around you.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's unbelievable.
Is that a Chernobyl foot?
They did a special on a guy from Chernobyl who was going back to his apartment 20 years later. Whatever. He lived at Chernobyl, like right around there.
Get his keys.
It was supposed to be this emotional reunion, and it was awful. He goes back, and he's like, "Oh, I used to live here." And then you're like, who gives a shit? And that was the end of it.
And it looked like
it was terrible.
And it looked like the day you left it.
Yeah, it did. Just nobody was there.
Yeah,
the apartment
a little dust. Who cares?
It was just empty.
We're just.
Oh, look at that big waterhead.
We're just
Chernobyl.
We're just stupid as human beings. We really are. Why the nuclear power plants in Japan? They get an earthquake every other day.
Yeah.
Tremors or something. They all know eventually they're going to get a really big one, but they still build nuclear power plants.
They're supposed to be like impervious to these things, but when you get a earthquake of that magnitude and then a tsunami,
right,
and then explosions, your safety systems. They start dropping off.
And we're still going to get the aftershock, they say, which is, if this was an 8.9, that means the aftershock, the real aftershock is going to be a 7.9. They say on average it's like one less.
Really? They've been getting like 6s.
Yeah, but they said there's still one more big one if it follows the pattern of other earthquakes. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to know how somebody on the coast in California or Oregon, was it, died from the tsunami
Yeah, what a
that
fucking
hit there.
idiot. He was trying to take pictures.
Yeah.
And he got swept out.
How much advance notice do you fucking need?
Right. That thing
to not go down to the beach.
That was like following like your relatives flying. That tsunami, you know what I mean? It's going to hit another 6 hours, another 4 hours. Okay, you got 3 hours.
Yeah. How about you just clear the beaches?
If you're at the beach 2 hours from now, you got 2 hours to get the fuck out. And yeah, you're right. The guy still got
You see that marina
out.
that got nailed?
I laughed at those assholes.
But that
fuck
was like
you.
All their boats just going.
Yeah, but they did a story on those guys. They're all sad and stuff. It's like, you can't. Sorry, but your sadness means nothing in this situation. You lost your stupid houseboat and you don't know where you're going to live. It was what, Santa Cruz?
But in San Francisco, they kept showing the same footage of the same one boat, two boats getting brushed back. It's like, it's not going to kill a lot of people.
It was creepy, though. It was pretty impressive. That wave came into that marina, 8-10 hours later.
From fucking
That's
Japan.
That's kind of fucking weird. But still, I mean, your damage is nothing compared to what's going on in Japan.
They say that energy wave in the water travels the speed of a jet. Speed of a passenger
miles,
jet.
Right?
It's just.
Didn't they say 500?
Yeah. Just flying underwater.
No, it's weird. I was telling you just before the show, I was at FH, my brother's joint in Huntington for St. Patty's Day. Nice turnout. And I was driving home last night, so I'm like, I got to get the latest on Japan. So I turn on 1010 Winds, and for my whole ride, just about it, well, about half the ride, about a half hour, 40 minutes, they didn't mention Japan once. What's the
We
problem?
want to keep it local.
Yeah, enough with keeping it local. We just saw this guy, John Huddy. He's one of these, I don't know, fucking news guys on 5 Local. He's standing in floodwater almost up to his knees.
We need to tell you there's roving construction on the Gowanus.
Right. Who gives a fuck? We want to know, locally, assholes, if this radiation in Japan is going to fuck us up here in New York.
We need to know if a radioactive cloud is headed our way.
Why don't you work on that instead of dumb floodwaters that are receding? Just idiots. And then 1010 Winds not even mentioning it on the way home. Like, what is that about? They just want it to go away, or...
There is a hell of a jet stream, too, that goes right from Japan over to the United States. And
well, we'll see how L.A. handles it first, right?
Yeah.
You still get hit first.
The West Coast will get it.
Is that how it works, kind of?
And then the Midwest, a little north. I think some parts of Canada get it.
We're tucked away nice here in New York,
happens,
right?
yeah. Actually, the Japanese during World War II used to use that jet stream because it was so impossible to really get to the American mainland. They'd put bombs on balloons and set them off into the atmosphere. The jet stream would pick them up, and they would hope once they got over the United States that these balloons would deflate and these bombs would just come down and land willy-nilly.
What a great and dumb idea at the same time.
It's brilliantly stupid.
Right.
And a few of them, I think they do have record of a couple of them hitting in the forests of Oregon, which Oregon in the 40s must have been like, what are you going to hit?
Right.
A tree.
Right.
But a couple of them did make it over here, but none,
You're talking too fast because when you said forest in the 40s is like, I was going to say, is like your hair in the 80s.
Exactly.
You're not hitting the fucking scalp anytime soon.
No, that was very lush.
Right.
Yes, you could get lost in it.
Just hitting the top of the treetops.
Right.
Trees blink a little bit.
Now I had to go to the farm and get some new seedlings put in. Shit.
Fuck. But look at this. I mean, every day the new videos and pictures coming out of Japan. Look at that. That looks like a lumber yard.
Yeah.
It's just miles and miles of wood that used to be houses. You can't even tell they were houses.
It's a mess. It's just and to see how that tsunami shit works, it doesn't look very threatening at first.
No.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like, oh, there's some water like trickling down the road.
Right.
And you're like, oh, this, how high could it get? Oh, it's up to the curb.
Yeah.
And then after a while, it's like, there is the fucking Colorado River now roaring down the main road here.
Unbelievable.
Taking everything with it. That water is some strong stuff when you get enough of it going in one direction.
You're very smart. I was just listening to Anton when he started the nuclear reactors.
Yeah.
And I really feel like a little kid who just wants to ask you things.
And knows a little bit about everything.
But dude, I had no idea how they melted. I'm like, what is a meltdown? What is it?
Yeah.
And then you just happen to...
The core gets very hot.
I got a
when
question
it's not covered
for you.
with water.
How thick are the walls in a nuclear power plant?
Between the concrete and
all that shit.
Steel and everything. You're looking at probably...
And why would
it depends on the age of the plant, but you're looking at upwards of 20 feet in some cases.
So why not make it 30 or 40 or 50? You got time on your hands.
It doesn't matter.
Is that what it comes down to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Because wouldn't you just make it a mile if you have a mile in the area? Let's just make it a
mile wide.
Why not?
Once the core hits groundwater, it doesn't matter how big anything is. The pressure alone. This is not. These going off. These explosions are hydrogen. Like hydrogen is expelled through the process and builds up, and it's lighter than air, so it goes against the dome of the containment building, and anything sets that off. So those have been blowing up like the fucking Hindenburg. Jesus. And then they can't cool the core off. So
why? How do you cool the core?
It usually sits in water, and what they do is they have these nuclear rods, and they're separated by some type of material that keeps the rods from saying hello to each other. Because if these rods meet up with each other and get close to each other, they start getting hot. They start trading shit and so they separate them with this kind of sometimes carbon, sometimes in the old school it was lead. And then you slowly pull the rods out of this containment, and then the reaction starts happening. It gets hot, and the water starts boiling. And they take that boiling water and shove it through some turbines like a little steam kettle. Jesus. And it blows the turbines and spins a generator, and you get power. So then if it gets too hot, they go up, and they dip it back in and keep it from separating and keep it from, keep it from heating up. And then the water's got to constantly be going through, and because the water would heat up instantly. So you got to keep circulating with these pumps. Well, when the power died, the pumps died. Then they had diesel backup. Those got swamped. Then they went to battery backup, and battery power runs out. So now they got guys with hoses spraying the seawater.
Volunteers.
Spraying salt water from the ocean on this thing. And by the way, where's that water going?
Right. Because I guarantee the nuclear power plant people are they're working for a company kind of like you and I and the rest of the people listening to it.
Exactly. So, you don't want to.
So they're like, you don't pay me enough to stay and stick around this joint. Go fuck yourself.
Fuck you.
Right? And that's why the volunteers that are just fucking nuts in the head.
And do you think they won't let them talk about nuclear reactors that happened a year ago?
Yeah. Get the hell out of here.
So they're giving people iodine pills.
What does that do? Does that keep your hair in?
It's it's good for like one type of radiation poisoning, which I guess these reactors throw off, and it fills up your thyroid with this iodine, so that the radioactivity, which it goes to your thyroid and fills it up, can't fit into your thyroid, so it goes through your system. Instead of building up, it's kind of like, hey, no room here, no room at the inn for you.
Yeah, that doesn't sound.
Very healthy.
You're going to get so much radiation, you want to be stuffed so it has nowhere to go but out your asshole.
Yes.
That's comforting.
Comforting.
Wow.
It's a nasty situation.
Yeah, this isn't comforting at all. They said Japan moved 8? Is it 8 feet or 8 meters?
8 feet.
Not meters, right?
Yeah,
that would be
8 feet. The island of Japan moved 8 feet. How does that happen? And what does that do to GPS? Like, will you be driving and it look like you're 8 feet off the road?
That's hilarious.
Because like GPS just knows Earth coordinates.
It just fucks up everything.
They don't know where Japan is.
You think
it's like, hey, wait a minute, I make this turn in 8 feet? You motherfucker.
Do you think the news? They're really into it, obviously, but do you think they have a sick perversion to this whole thing?
Oh, every time.
You think they get really, really jacked and excited when something new is happening over there?
Everybody does, not just the news. This is the truth of the matter with human beings, and I got to be honest, I kind of feel this way too. I don't like the loss of life thing. It's tragic. But people, that's why they go to action movies. You love watching the footage of an entire house being torn off its foundation and being crushed going under a bridge.
You just don't want to think that there's some old grandmas in there.
Right.
You hope that, you want to see all this without the death part.
Yeah, they go, we'll leave you now with some images from Japan. Oh. And they play the tragic music and the images.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted.
No, but they know that you're going to sit there and watch those fucking things.
But I'm glad you said tragic music. Because I was yelling at my TV. I think it was CNN yesterday. It's bad enough, the images. You don't need the right.
Sarah McLachlan fucking puppy with conjunctivitis.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to pump anything up. Relax. We get it.
No.
Sometimes maybe you need to pump it up, but you don't need to bring us down even lower. We get it from the images you got.
It really is a kind of a pat thing that they've been doing over the years. It really is something that they just do every disaster. We've seen this before.
Is Anderson Cooper okay? When I went to bed, there was somebody.
Someone punch him again, or
someone? I think it's on Mediaite, Mediaite. The latest explosion. Anderson Cooper was reporting, and he was basically saying, "Should I leave?"
Oh, are you kidding me?
No.
That's funny.
He's like, "Should I leave?"
It's like, I should probably just get the hell out of here.
Could someone tell me if I should leave? He's like a little nervous.
Does he have a radioactive badge on there?
Cooper reacts to.
I
don't know if it's this one.
It says, he says they have his quote at the end of that.
Yeah, should I get out of here?
Let's give a listen. I love this.
Sorry, NHK is reporting white smoke seen at nuclear reactor. Is it number 1 or number 3?
It's a little long. Whatever. We have time to kill.
Yeah.
I'm being told that white smoke rising from a blast was heard at reactor number 3. Smoke rising from reactor number 1. We have Jim Walsh, a nuclear expert, CNN contributor, standing by. Jim, what does this tell you? What does this tell you, Jim?
Well, as soon as you started to say that, Cooper, I said unit number 3. The government had been earlier concerned that hydrogen was building up. Remember, at unit 1, we had an explosion. It turned out that explosion did not compromise the core facility.
Might take a while,
but the same
Look at that
process,
Google
what we're
Earth.
seeing, it's
Jeez.
deja vu
It's just
all
amazing.
over again.
Pretty fucking
we lose
amazing.
a cooling pump. We have problems at one reactor. The hydrogen builds up. Then it explodes. That happened at Unit 1. Apparently now that's happened at Unit 3, and we're going to have to
There's no way to just keep hydrogen from not blowing up, it seems. That hydrogen is wacky.
Of the building itself, and has left unaffected the reactor and unaffected the containment vessel, because if it were to affect those things, that would be bad news.
So what went up? The cafeteria? What the fuck? What's exploding, dummy?
Unit number 3 in order to cool it down. And so we're going to have to wait and see whether that's going to affect that process, and that would certainly be unwelcome.
Unwelcome. That's one way to put it. Nuclear cloud.
Jim, just hold on. I want to ask you a bunch of questions, but first I just want to ask my crew some questions. How far are we from Fukushima? North or... Okay, which way is the wind blowing? West, all right. I'm just concerned, Jim, if there's an event like this, you now have an evacuation zone around Fukushima of 20 kilometers, which is 12 miles. We're about 100 kilometers to the north of this reactor. Do you expect Japanese authorities to be expanding the evacuation zone?
It all depends on the particulars of this explosion. If this explosion,
should I get out of here?
Yeah, I hear you, Anderson. And of course, I want to err on the side of caution for you here. My guess is that you're okay, but I don't want you to sue me if I'm wrong. Yeah. But I'm inclined to...
No, the best part,
why would it matter if he's sterile? It doesn't matter if he goes sterile.
Yeah, really. Not at all. Less beverage for someone else, maybe.
It was so telling because that guy gave his explanation. There was a really long pause because that's Anderson Cooper stepping out of his role as reporter going, that doesn't sound good.
He's getting smashed in the face over in Egypt, and now he's getting nuked in Japan.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Just stay in the fucking, use CGI. That's what I say. Just fucking stand in front of a green screen.
So if it doesn't hit any water, it'll just keep going?
Yeah, but it always hits water. There's groundwater everywhere. It's at some point. But theoretically, and that's why it's called the China syndrome here in the United States, because theoretically it would burn through the earth to China. But obviously it couldn't do that because gravity is,
Is that a movie, The China Syndrome?
Yeah. That's it's a pretty good movie, actually. I like that one. It's Jack Lemmon's in it. He's very good. I like Jack Lemmon.
Jack Lemmon was a great actor.
And Kami Jane Fonda was in it.
Yep.
And it's very good. It's about a nuclear power plant that had a problem, and they were trying to cover it up.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it a true story?
No, but it was one of those things that's like, that probably could happen.
True. Yeah.
But
they liked making those.
Michael Douglas is in it. They're young Michael Douglas. It's an old movie.
They liked making
79.
those. It could be true movies in the 70s.
Yeah.
They loved those. So all right. I don't know what the latest is. It seems like we got another explosion over there, and there was a rumor of another tsunami, but I guess that was false.
Yeah, they've been. It's been hampering the rescue and recovery efforts. They keep going out, and then the cops keep going. Go back. There's been another aftershock, because with every aftershock, they don't know if it's going to bring another tsunami.
Right.
So, yeah.
On Twitter, one of the trending topics is pray for Japan. That shit drives me nuts.
Pray for Japan.
Like, God was. If you believe in God, he was fully aware that he was going to hit this area with an 8.9.
Yeah, what's
idiots?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
So now you want to pray for those people.
It's like if God does everything, he did that.
Like,
so what are you praying for?
Like, I don't understand. And then with prayer, what? God's going to go, okay.
All right, you talked me into
You're
it.
right, I'll put it back together. I'm sorry.
God's reading his tweets,
Right,
seeing with the
I'm sorry.
hashtag pray for Japan. Oh, I didn't see that coming.
And I mean, and if that's the way you go in your life, look, I'm fine. I'm not going to argue that. But instead of praying for Japan, give money through the Red Cross. Send a care package of fucking sponges. I don't know, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Sponges and crazy glue. They need a lot of that right now.
Ice cubes. Send them ice cubes.
Send them
on
ice
the
cubes.
reactor.
But then there was someone else that is starting something. I guess we were all supposed to wear red today for Japan. What does that do?
Did I do that? No, I don't have a stitch of red.
None of us
me.
have the red on for Japan
Oops.
today. Maybe they couldn't get it going. Maybe it was just one person. But I saw it a few times being retweeted. Wear red for Japan tomorrow.
Some guy who owns redpants.com trying to get his business going.
Well, what does that do? Like,
nothing.
It brings us all together for what?
Let's support them.
If you're not giving them money, like, it doesn't matter in the end. It just makes you feel good and brings you closer to the tragedy.
They're not even asking for money. I mean,
there was a
Tokyo for the most part was spared completely. You know, they had some damage, but again, they know how to build those buildings.
And then they just casually throw a few billion into the economy to stabilize it.
Yeah, that's what they do. They just
so
go,
why don't they
we
use
can do
that
this.
few billion to make people's lives a little better?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
You
that
know what
shit.
I am very fascinated with as far as the Japanese people go? Their sense of sushi, their sense of unity, commitment to each other, and helping each other out. I don't see looting. I don't see fucking people waiting around for other people to help them. I see people that are motivated, taking care of each other and themselves in the wake of a huge epic disaster.
You're really seeing that?
Yes, I am. I'm not kidding you.
So what's that about, you think?
Well, that's about some people just are, I think, inherently better at taking care of things as a community than others, let's say.
Or it could also be a mentality that happens to your community once you get the old A-bomb hat.
That's pretty funny.
You know, it is amazing what a few years will do. We're like, let's help Japan. That we dropped atomic bombs on them.
Yeah, compared to that is like, oh, this is, it's a bad couple days.
I hear you. Yeah, good point, Jim. Well taken.
You want my theory on it?
Yeah.
It's very simple. I think when you all look the same, you kind of take care of each other.
Well, and sometimes
I hate to say it, but
in some cases that didn't work either. So,
but that's the first thing I thought of when you said that. I think you're right. It has something to do with the fact that everybody there is identical to a certain degree, Japanese, and there's a weird
culture over there that is very has a great work ethic, great sense of community, and working together as a unit. They think of themselves. Japanese think of themselves as Japanese, not. Their sense of individuality and stuff isn't as important as sense of community and pride as Japan.
When you see them waiting on a line because someone told them to, like, okay, I'll wait
There's
on line.
no fucking.
Did you see some of those videos?
Shit. There's no clamoring for fucking like grabbing at shit.
They had a video of the subway system was messed up yesterday, I guess, right? And they just showed people online. And some people just asking the authorities, like, what's going on? You could read their body language, and he's basically going, hey, you got to wait in line today. And you see the person go, oh, okay.
All right,
no problem.
All right.
Well. In New York, it'd be like, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
they'd be yelling and screaming and shoving.
I mean, yeah, you could think of disasters that have happened in this country and how they were handled and things. Whatever.
I wonder if certain disasters would have been better, though, if the response to them had been a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, Katrina was a lot of looting and stuff, but I wonder that might have been better if the response had been a little bit more,
perhaps,
a little faster.
Perhaps.
God, we're watching footage of it going over a road, like, and
then just wiping out an entire parking lot.
Just pushing cars.
These ships that fall off the edge of this embankment because the water is just... Look at this ship. It's giant. It falls in to the water, capsizes, hits an overpass, and doesn't even slow down.
Right. And then it goes underneath.
It rips the shit out of it and squeezes under a bridge.
What do you do when you see that rush of water headed towards you?
Oh, man. Look at these people. They're driving away from it as quickly as they can.
Trying to outrun fucking a wave that God kicked at them.
Yeah.
That stinks.
And here's what it looks like at first. You're just like, oh, there's some water coming down the street.
I can handle that.
Yeah,
This is going to be a little fun.
And then before you know it, it's 20 feet high and ripping buildings from their foundations.
And those blue things again.
Those blue things.
What are they?
The little tsunami boats? Why weren't more people in those?
Well, you know, one thing they don't hold is giant condoms.
They probably...
They got small dicks. I get it.
They're probably little radiation homes.
Is that it? You just flip them on top of you?
Right.
They should.
Which are useless right now. It's and then the airplane that just is... You saw the one with the airplane just tooling down the river? The fucking...
Oh, yeah.
Disaster-made river?
That is just a mess. And like you said, where do you start? All right, let's dig that fucking Toyota out of the mud, and there's one.
Yeah, I don't
Only
know.
3 million more cars to go.
When you talk about the people that helped with the cleanup down there in Katrina, they said, yeah, we just left most of the stuff. What are you going to do? Where are you going to put it? You just leave it.
Holy shit.
You watch
It'll be a tourist attraction
rebuild
eventually.
so quickly.
Oh, yeah, they don't fuck around, right?
They're crazy, like worker ants.
Yeah, so...
Yep.
Hey, the other thing really fast, there was a horrific bus crash here in New York. Another fucking bus coming from a casino.
A lot from Chinatown.
I don't know why you would get on a bus going or coming from a casino. They were coming from a casino, right?
Yeah, they were going to Mohegan.
Oh, they were going to...
Going to Mohegan, and this driver says that a tractor-trailer clipped him. That's being disputed by a lot of survivors.
They said he was swerving a little bit or
swerving around, a little erratic. So the bus tips over, and you couldn't have fucking planned a disaster better. It windshield first went right into a sign, pole. Those big giant signs that go over the highway each side. And ripped right through all the windows, right to the back of the bus.
Like a can opener, it sliced
through.
Which
must have decapitated a few people, I would think.
Instantly. Well, the only reason I'm bringing it up, look at that pole. It's not even dented. It didn't move an inch. Why do they have to be that strong, those poles, and right off the highway?
You know what it is with that?
Can't they push that fucking thing way back in the woods?
Light poles have breakaways.
Right.
So if you hit a light pole, it'll fly over the top of your car, the modern ones. Those are for those giant signs that are over 6 lanes of traffic.
I understand.
The wind itself would rip down anything
So they need them that close to the highway?
Probably not that close, but as a little money saving, you don't need as much steel. Where's that going to go? Like,
God, you always think if you're going to hit some of that shit, God forbid you're swerving or you fade off the road, that you could maybe go right through them.
And how about
you're not going right
through
that thing?
How about the people that went a little further off the shoulder and went, thank God that thing wasn't a little further off the road or I'd be dead. So I think no matter where you put it, someone's going to hit it.
You think there was someone in the backseat of the bus just staring at a pole?
A pole going
that's where it stopped?
Well, 2 survivors got on a bus and went up to Mohegan.
Afterwards?
After.
Fucking idiots.
Yep, a couple hours later, because the guy said, I figured Lady Luck was on my side.
Oh, really?
And he lost his money. He lost money. It's like maybe God was telling you, don't go. Luck is not on your side. You were in a bus accident.
You would have been one of those guys.
No, I think I'd have gone home and had a fucking drink.
You got that gambling itch so bad. I think you'd be one of those guys.
I don't know. That's a gambler to me.
Someone said
Depends
Lady
how
Luck.
far.
on the
Lady
Rock
Luck.
River.
Yeah, how close were we?
Someone said Lady Luck is on my side.
Yeah.
The guy in front of him had his head lopped off by a sign, and he thinks I should go and see if I can hit lemons. What idiots.
What goes on in your brain that you saw a bunch of people get decapitated and your first thought is, well,
Blackjack.
it's like, well, can I get on a bus?
Yeah.
And then he enjoyed his weekend. He was
medical attention, please.
He was smoking, gambling, and probably enjoyed a fine restaurant up there. That's fucked up.
Convincing himself, you know what? I'm on borrowed time. You know what? You can't take it with you. All the dumb things people tell themselves. Wow.
What a horrible tragedy, though, man. 13, 14 people dead.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Bus accident.
He was betting on the coin toss. He just chose heads.
How mad is Charlie Sheen? You think?
Because there were a bunch of decapitated people.
That's cute. I like
it. Was cute. You never want to hear that your attempt at humor was cute. That can be the worst. That was cute. How mad is Charlie Sheen getting knocked off the front page like this?
Who's that?
Like that.
Who's that?
Floating.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Charlie Sheen.
And he's still trying. He's still trying to keep it going.
T-shirts out. He got CharlieSheen.com. He's got a picture of him with his new T-shirts.
Good for him.
And boy,
losing.
Is anyone saying winning anymore?
No
one's covering him.
No,
he can't.
Sorry, Charlie. I'm worried about this radiation and how close it's going to get to us.
Oh, really? The artwork on his site was done by the same girl that did the poker chips for my house.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, there's another tie-in. There's another rip-off from Charlie. Thank you. Oh, yeah, look at that. Does look like the poker chips.
Nice. Good for Charlie. And good for that artist.
Charlie Sheen's got a cool autograph. I got to give him that.
Let's see it.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like very, very loopy,
Yeah,
like Charlie. But he's done. How do you compete against that?
You can't compete against the world.
No one's
ending.
tweeting winning.
You can't compete against the world ending. I'm sorry.
Fastball.
Sorry, Charlie.
Fastball. T-shirts. Buy them. Available.
Mm-hmm.
Winning. Duh.
Oof.
Hey,
think his live shows will be good?
Oh my! What is he gonna do?
Yeah, that whole thing. What's he gonna do at a live show?
What is
he
the
gonna
audience?
do?
They're gonna want something.
No,
He's gonna pack it with other people. I think.
Oh, of
he
course.
has to.
It's gonna be. It probably won't be a disaster. He'll be able to get some real.
I would just show
people behind him.
Platoon with live commentary.
Something like that.
How about you do that?
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Jesse Ventura. Should we start
What
paying?
is he doing?
I was just thinking, should we start paying attention to this guy?
It's the HARP. The HARP system is what started the earthquake.
He's got to be talking somewhere. Can we find his audio? He's got to have a lot to say about this earthquake.
You don't think they painted the inside of the reactor with thermite paint? It's obvious.
Is it really?
What is he saying, though? You got to think he's saying something.
You gotta think. Right when they closed down his conspiracy show. Oh boy,
That's not on anymore.
All this, no.
And do we have a chance at Michio Kaku today? I can't even look at Jimmy because we had a little fun with Michio.
I've seen him on the news.
I heard about it.
He's all over the news.
My first thought is Jimmy's not going to be happy.
Well,
but he got all his plugs in before we really.
I'm sure it was deserved.
It was.
And
it was the day before we needed him.
I know.
Though. The day before
we called him about something stupid.
What we should do is find audio of him. I think it was almost a year prior where he predicted this.
Did he?
Everyone is tweeting the video going because it's online somewhere saying Michio Kaku predicted this on your show, you dummies.
Oh, that there's going to be an earthquake in the Ring of Fire.
He said it's going to destroy a city, I forgot exactly. We should go through the audio, though. And I think he mentioned Japan and San Francisco as the two big ones that it could possibly happen to.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, he predicted this shit
Right.
on our show, but we were
He's
too busy
Nostradamus, too?
making fun of him.
The quatrains.
Can we try to get him on today? He's a big star, though. Everybody's
He's probably busy.
GMA is loving him.
Yeah.
ABC's loving him.
He's odd to look at. He knows how to talk.
Oh, he's got that
to
white
regular
hair and
people
he's
about physics.
Asian.
Nobody knows how to talk physics to regular people and make it
I don't like
palatable.
I don't like how he giggles. Like he knows more than we do, and he giggles about
you
it.
dumb motherfuckers.
He knows
Here's what it is.
Yeah, he knows when the end of the world's going to happen, but he giggles as
Yeah.
he tells you. That's creepy.
The Hadron Collider
Yeah.
could have a small black hole.
Yeah.
Yes. Picture it like a merry-go-round that you would ride on and laugh because you're retarded.
You know, I can't stand him.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Steve is a little jealous. Yeah. A little jealous. No one's calling Dr. Steve with his physics questions.
I bet you he'd have good answers, though.
He probably would.
Dr. Steve would probably know.
Yeah. We should take our first break.
Yo.
Hey, we got to get this online. Too many people asking for it. Derek's Earthquake remix. We got to put that somewhere because people want to download it and do whatever the fuck with it. And I don't think it's online yet.
Earthquake.
Maybe we could put it on our Facebook, Danny. Opie and Anthony on Facebook.
It's got to get hosted somewhere first, but yeah, we can do that.
I guess. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But people are asking for this. If you haven't heard yet, Jimmy, there was this. It's a viral video. This waterhead predicting earthquakes.
Oh, that guy's the best.
And then Derek took the audio and made this.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony on the Virus. Sirius XM.
Sirius XM. Your home for 24/7 commercial-free music. The way it's meant to be heard.
From disco to today's biggest dance hits and remixes. To progressive house, trance and electro. To smooth electronica. We spin all the dance hits. Plus the world's biggest DJs as your hosts.
Hi, this is Tiesto.
This is Cascade.
Hey, this is Armin van Buren.
With no commercials. Sirius XM. Your home for commercial-free dance.
Attention. Hydrolyze is currently seeking participants with dark circles and puffy eyes. If you have dark circles or bags under your eyes, whether they are due to fatigue, your diet, or simply aging, you are eligible to participate in a Hydrolyze trial. Hydrolyze was introduced to address the visible signs of aging to the delicate skin around your eyes and has been shown to visibly erase dark circles and bags. To find out how you can try Hydrolyze free for 30 days and participate in the Hydrolyze trial, call 1-800-552-1428. Fragile capillaries under the eyes can leak, allowing blood to pool beneath the skin like a dark, ugly bruise. But now you can join the thousands of people who have seen these signs of under-eye aging literally fade away. Participate in this risk-free trial by calling today. If you're serious about getting rid of dark circles or bags under your eyes, you're eligible to participate today and experience results risk-free with Hydrolyze. Call this number today, 1-800-552-1428. Once more, that's 1-800-552-1428.
The following contains a toll-free number for individuals looking to lose 30 pounds or more.
Please pay attention. If you would like to be among the first to try a weight loss supplement that's proven to help you lose weight, please call the toll-free number at the end of this ad. If you do, you will receive a risk-free trial of an exclusive weight loss aid that does not require a prescription. By enrolling in the 30-day risk-free trial, you'll be able to burn fat more quickly by boosting your metabolic heart rate, allowing you to lose weight in days instead of weeks. Be among the first to call and get your trial risk-free. 1-800-506-9587. Again, if you would like to try a proven weight loss supplement that could help you lose 30 pounds or more without a prescription, you may now call for the risk-free trial. Call Acai Fresh now. 1-800-506-9587. 1-800-506-9587. You may begin calling now. 1-800-506-9587.
Back to programming in a minute, but first, listen to this. Seems the New York Mint is releasing to the public classic U.S. gold coins. There's a number you can call for free historical information and a free DVD. But first, it says that during the Great Depression, people were clamoring for gold coins because no one wanted to face economic turbulence without the security of gold. The government finally took them out of circulation, and a government meltdown was ordered. That's why most of us have never even seen a classic U.S. gold coin. But recently a stash was discovered in Europe. Gleaming U.S. gold coins minted between 1866 and 1933, all uncirculated. It says the New York Mint is releasing them to the public on a first-come, first-served basis when you call, here it is, 1-800-905-6928. Wouldn't that be amazing to hold U.S. history? Okay, if you want that free historical information and the free collector's DVD, the number to call is 1-800-905-6928. 1-800-905-6928.
Are you an inventor, or do you know an inventor who would like to attempt to have an invention or idea patented and submit it to industry? Call InventHelp, America's largest invention company, and learn how to get your free inventor's information. You'll learn how to attempt to patent your idea and submit it to industry from the company that has helped secure over 7,000 patents. It's a free call, so call now. 1-800-220-9562. That's 1-800-220-9562. Call toll free at 1-800-220-9562. That's 1-800-220-9562. InventHelp is a fee-based company.
The Virus, Sirius XM. You're listening to Opie and Anthony.
Is that ridiculous or what? Somebody tweeted last night. I can't find your goddamn tweet, and I apologize because you should get credit for this. Sent me a video of Weather Girl. It's a mix of her in slow motion doing the weather. She's got the tightest jeans on possible. She turns to face the camera, and you see her camel toe, no problem. She's somewhere in South America with huge freaking boobies.
Yeah.
And she bends over because she's got to reach Sunday on the 5-day forecast. So you get to see her ass. She bends over for cold fronts.
She's got a little. Her shirt is tied up like
she's got a half shirt.
Tits.
She's got a half shirt on and cleavage for days.
Holy shit! Look at the camel toe on her.
If you know what the weather's doing, then you have to be gay.
Yeah. Wow.
Look at that. Danny, can you send me the video now? I got to tweet this fucking thing.
Her tits are huge.
And now Danny gets the credit because I can't find the guy that tweeted me originally, and I apologize for that. I'll owe you one.
A.
Is that unbelievable? That's not your type, though, Ann, right?
No, even that's any guy's type right there. Yeah, she falls into the category of that's great.
Yeah.
You have to.
Someone realized you need to see this girl in slow motion.
Yeah.
The slow motion really makes the video. It only has 2.3 million views.
That's it?
That video should have 40 to 50 million views. Easy. Screw fucking cats and all those cute animals on YouTube. That's what you want to see.
They should fire Al Roker and just hire a chick like that.
Oh, would that be great?
Yes.
You imagine the outrage. But you just bring her in, and the other broads that read the news, fucking just leave them in another room. You bring her in to do the weather, and you bring her out.
What's the name
She
of
doesn't
that?
have to interact with anybody.
What's her name? Melissa
No,
Mate.
M-A-Y-T-E.
M-A-Y-T-E.
Karanko.
Karanko.
C-A-R-R-A-N-C-O. I'll tweet it, Opie Radio. Danny's making the link right now. Big dude on Twitter, so... Jimmy was in San Francisco.
Oh, were you?
Yes, I was. Great.
Good comedy shows?
Unbelievable.
Awesome.
I needed a good weekend. It was phenomenal.
Well, the economy's rough, man. It's harder to get people out these days.
No, I know, but the shows were all packed, and it was...
That's good to hear.
Yeah, it was great. That's one of my favorite cities.
And I saw your tweet, and I'm thinking to myself, man, I don't think Jimmy's feeling well, because he's actually outside his hotel room for once.
I know.
Enjoying the sights of a city.
You were out there in Frisco?
Yeah, I call it Sandy Franny because locals love that.
Franny?
Yeah. We were worried about
the Barbary Coast?
We were worried about you because the tsunami was going to hit over there somewhere.
They were obsessed with that. It was nothing but that one marina with those three, with Quincy's house being blown.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing.
My flat-ass girl went off the boat.
Yeah, there's an earthquake, Sam, and the tsunami's going to knock her cardboard ass right in the water. The man's going to float on it. Yeah, it was...
They were just obsessed at what were they saying could happen to San Francisco?
It was
going to take out the Golden Gate Bridge, right?
No, they didn't get that morbid. They were just saying that there's the reporters down there. And in one piece of footage they showed, there was somebody on the beach playing behind them. It was so bad. It was like there's nothing going to happen.
Yeah,
here.
that's not.
They took the local news. Can it happen
No
here?
one cares. The local angle. Very big there, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But someone was swept out to sea. I don't.
Right, some dope.
When you see the ocean kind of like,
pull back, the pullback.
Pull back, why would you stick around?
Yeah, you don't stick around for that.
That means something really bad is going to happen.
Go?
Right.
Where'd it go?
But you, I saw that you tweeted a picture from the Golden Gate Bridge. I want to talk about that for a second because I was out there about a year ago.
Yeah.
That is one of the best things you could do is walk over that bridge. It is unbelievable.
Well, we got there on Thursday. I got there Thursday. I was very tired. I didn't do much. I do press Thursday. So Friday, I had gotten an email inviting me somewhere. 2 emails inviting me. And I never accept invitations. I never do.
Yeah.
But I decided to do it. I realized I want to live a little bit when I'm on the road. I don't want to just sit in the hotel room and sleep all day. Even though I was tired for the shows. All I do is sleep.
Yeah,
it's
that's
depressing.
gotta be a drag. Yeah.
It's good to get out, right?
Yeah. So we went to the second day. On Saturday. We went to the Golden Gate. I'm like, I want to walk across the Golden Gate. So we got like a car, rented like one of those. Had to get a driver, and just got plopped on one side of the bridge. And me and Kenny, just like two queens, made a vacation out of it. And we were getting our picture. We were getting photos taken. Before you go over the bridge, there's like that little scenic area where you can have the San Francisco in the back. And there's a lady there, and Kenny goes, we're on our honeymoon. Could you take our picture? So she does, and then we go to another lady for another photo, and Kenny goes, I said to her, I have 6 months to live. Can you take our picture? I'm sure she's heard that before.
Holy shit.
It was a little homoerotic.
Yes, I have 6 months.
He picked the wrong city, though, to get the shock value.
Oh, yeah, nobody was surprised.
Nah, you do that in Texas, though. They'll be like, what the fuck you boys doing down here?
It was a nice walk over. I'm afraid of heights, so it was kind of uncomfortable because of the bridge shakes.
Yeah.
You were frightened?
Yes.
Not only does the bridge shake, these guys fly over the bridge 60, 70 miles an hour, no problem, and they're feet away from your head as you're walking out there.
Damn.
Right, Jimmy?
Yeah, it was
amazing.
amazing.
You could feel the air of the car going
by.
So you got a shaky bridge. The drop-off is just unbelievable. And then you got the cars zooming by your head.
Do you look at the spots where people probably jumped off?
Oh, yeah.
See the easy places?
The creepy thing, probably Jimmy saw this. When you look over the rail, there's like an area, there's like a, I'm trying to remember, like a beam or something.
There's like a 1 foot extension.
Did you see the shoes and stuff? And you're like, all right, who left their fucking shoe there and why?
Oh, no, I didn't see any shoes.
You didn't see any shoes?
No.
It's classic. I'm sure there's some jokester who just fucking puts one in a backpack and goes, I'm going to fucking leave a shoe here for whatever reason. Oh, yeah, you'll see the shoes if you look long enough.
Well, they had that's the photo of Kenny and I. That was the one who thought he had 6 months to live.
Oh, that's lovely.
And there's the first one is us with San Francisco in the background.
Yes, look at that.
And that was when we were honeymooning.
Oh, you two girls.
I'm trying to find the one. There was it's on my phone. There's the little call box. This is if you feel depressed.
Oh, really? They put a call box up there. It's like, yeah, this is a great place to jump. Please give us a call.
It says that, like it gets better. Let me see. I think I took a photo.
I saw the one near the call box. That was pretty funny.
Oh, the one I tweeted? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it say?
It has little yellow phone boxes everywhere.
And it says, crisis counseling. There is hope. Make the call. The consequences of jumping from this bridge are fatal and tragic, and it's like a yellow, a little yellow button that you push, and I guess talk to
You're
somebody.
Smiling, pointing at it.
Just being ass.
But it's not fatal because when you were out there, a high school kid jumped
on a dare, right?
On a dare,
yeah. I read about that. What happened?
Survived.
To him? Anything?
Did he get hurt?
I don't know, but he survived.
Must have gotten busted up a little bit. But
how do you do that on a dare? That's crazy.
It's scary. I get scared looking up. Like we were stopped in the middle of the bridge, and like I would look up at the suspension cables. And I get vertigo. It's like I have to hold on to something when I look up.
Kenny?
No, because that big pussy was frightened too.
Was he really?
Of course he was.
Oh, that's great.
He kept stopping and he kept holding on to the rail as he looked over. He's like, I'm afraid someone's going to push me.
Who's going to push a monster like him?
If I was taller, I'd love to.
Right. You can't move Kenny.
No. It was a really, really fucking cool thing to do, to walk across. People who live out there, I know to you it's nothing, but I'd never done it. And it was just scary touching the beams and the bridge, and it's really frightening.
It's just so big, too.
The
size of it.
You could tell the locals on their bikes and walking, they don't even look at the view because they've done it a million times. They're just trying to go home, and that's what they use.
It's like walking around Manhattan. You know,
I guess after a while you don't look up.
You don't
at the
look up
buildings.
and go, ooh.
It just creeped me out looking up the
Oh, that's a cool picture.
Yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Looking up the I took a picture at the base of the cables
and looking straight up.
It really.
That's a very artistic photo, Jimmy.
Yeah, and then I took this one of the bridges, a little bit off center. I'm my new photography class.
Yes,
you're gonna get a C- on that. You got to.
Oh, that wasn't very good. But
Jimmy using the rule of
nice.
thirds.
Right.
Wow.
Very nice.
What's the rule of thirds?
You just put it in. Split the whole thing up.
No,
into
no.
thirds.
It's all the way on the left is the bridge picture, and then on the right is just sky.
Yeah.
But I wanted it to be balanced. It's my photo. It's from my collage called Balance. There's a collage called Balance.
Balance.
And I have balanced photos.
Are you getting an art show together?
Yes, I am. I'm attempting. Photography is my new. Look at this photo.
It's my passion.
It really is.
It's my love.
It's where I express myself. Like, look at this photo. There's a few boats out there.
Yeah, look at
There's an
that.
island in the back.
Isn't that Alcatraz?
It certainly is.
Yeah.
It's more than an island, my friend.
But you can't see it. It looks just like an island. Look at these boats. Look at the zoom on those boats. I mean, I'm actually I'm releasing, I'll say it, a photo book. And it's called Boats Down There. And there's a lot of aerial views of
boats down there.
As funny as that is, some douche is probably doing that exact thing. Boats down there.
And there I am holding on. Look, guys, I'm holding on very frightened.
Wow.
I actually was nervous, though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's creepy. But really, really fucking cool, man.
The iPad rules to look at pictures, and I have to say that.
It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then you just
picture. You could make them bigger or small. You pinch.
Yeah.
You go. You expand. You
know how it is.
Oh, look at that.
You go to the thing.
Look at you.
Talk about it. That's kind of cool too.
Oh, the MythBusters warehouse thing there.
Jimmy had a tourist weekend.
I did. The day before, I'd gotten a couple of emails. And let me see if I can just read one.
That'd be nice.
If I can find it. I probably should. Oh, here it is. I don't know what her... Carrie Byron.
Yes, it's Carrie.
She writes, from MythBusters, she writes, "Hello, Mr. Norton. I heard on Twitter that you're coming to town. I'm trying to find a babysitter so I can come see you. I know you don't watch MythBusters, but if you want to make your friend Danny jealous, you have an open invitation to come to our shop in San Francisco."
That's great.
Oh, man.
And
hey, she remembered you, Danny.
She did.
That's at least a good thing, right? No? I guess.
Yeah, she remembered you.
I guess.
Guess so.
And I did go to the MythBusters...
Their lab or factory or whatever.
Yeah, the one
called?
that she was working at.
M7?
I don't know. Maybe that was it. I don't know. We did it on the way back from the other place. Where's Kenny?
He might be getting me some
dying
hot
in a fire.
soup.
Oh,
here he is.
good.
Oh, hi, Kenny.
So what did you see? What were they doing?
Yeah, why isn't Kenny
They
part of this?
were only doing a little green screen.
Wait, I want to go backwards.
Oh, they were?
So how was your Golden Gate Bridge experience there, Kenny?
Any time I get to spend with Jim is terrific.
Attaboy.
Do you have any feelings for anything? Like,
I have.
What was your take on the Golden Gate
I have
Bridge?
very dire feelings for you, Anthony and Jimmy.
What was your experience like on the Golden Gate Bridge?
Did
you even know you were up there?
Yeah, I know. It was a beautiful day. It was like 60 degrees, a little breezy.
Oh.
You know, it's a 2-mile walk across the bridge. We kept
2 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 miles.
I had to piss for most of it, too. That's the worst part. Is you really want to hang your hog off the bridge and just let it fly onto the sailboat people? And I figured that'd be a great shot for boats down there. Be the flicker of yellow rain on the little people in their
One
boats.
fella said the water cold, the other fella said it deep. I believe one was a comedian from New York.
And one was Lurch.
Get it? Get it?
I did something very exciting on the bridge.
Oh?
Not what I was encouraging you to do.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a big first for Kenny.
I would have liked to have seen him jump.
What'd you do?
I spit my gum and watched it float down into the water.
That's exciting for you?
Yeah.
For him, it is, Ant. You don't spend enough time with him.
Was there any...
That's a big thing.
Were you studying the wind and what it did to the gum? Was it? Did it make it go sideways? Were you The bridge, was the bridge doing something to the wind?
No, it didn't take it too far. It went down pretty good. Yeah.
Pretty straight.
And you think he's kidding, but he actually did tell me, I spit my gum and I watched it. Do you understand, as awful as this is the second time I'm hearing this story.
Fucking Kenny.
It's the second time I'm hearing it.
And I watched it.
Yeah.
I wish it was still in your mouth.
So do I. Yeah, I wish you were still chewing it as you watched it go down. But to look straight down like that is really frightening. Like for me, the heights are terrible.
Hey, I don't want to lose this guy. He says he knows the kid that jumped off the bridge.
All right.
Eric, you just trying to get on the show, or is this real, man?
No, it's real. Actually, what happened is my buddy surfs underneath the bridge there, the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah.
And he was down there surfing, and no more than 5-10 feet away from all of a sudden you just hear splat, and this kid just lands in the water. So they run over on their surfboards, pick him up, and all the kid says is, "Yeah, I made it!" And they got him up on the paddleboard and rushed him to shore, and ended up kid got a broken ankle and a ruptured spleen.
Oh, he ruptured his spleen. Wow.
Oh, that's spleen.
Yeah.
Was it?
What's that?
No, sorry. Go ahead, bud.
No, it just it was. I don't personally know the kid, but he's up here. He goes to a high school up here in Windsor, California, which is about an hour north of.
Was he fucked up?
And were his friends right there encouraging him to do it?
Yeah, no, it was a school trip, and he just got up to the bridge and jumped off. Where he jumped off is not exactly the highest point of the bridge.
It's high enough.
He fell 200 feet, survived with a torn lung, a broken tailbone, officials said.
Yeah, so I thought it was a broken ankle. My buddy surfs there all the time.
Yeah, his foot up his ass.
They're surfing, and all of a sudden, kid just splats right in the water 10 feet away from him.
What a 200 feet. That's a 20-story building.
So he on a dare. He could either die. Most likely he should have died.
Yeah, hey, he's got balls. He did it. Dare. He's going to be a big shit on campus.
Boy, is he.
Yep.
He'll have to keep topping himself.
Yeah.
Probably going to get into a better college now. That's what they're looking for at these.
It'd be funny if he died falling off a chair in his kitchen.
Yeah.
And the irony would be so thick you could cut it with a knife. I actually know that kid. I had handed him a camera because I wanted the snap as he was falling. I said I wanted to get some action shots for boats down there.
For
boats down there.
It's my coffee table book.
The new coffee table
of
book.
Boats taken from the air.
Eagerly looking.
Did you shush Carrie from MythBusters during your comedy show?
No, did I?
You might have. Maybe you didn't know. Armando.
What's going on, fellas?
You're at Jimmy's shows out there?
I was Friday night, the late show. He killed, guys.
Thanks, man. That was great.
Of course he did. Despicable on sale now.
And anyway, I was sitting next to Carrie and one of the other guys, the white guy from MythBusters. And,
Tori, yes.
Yeah. Those guys were laughing their asses off, too. But at one point, Jimmy asked the audience about role-playing and who has little kinky stuff in here.
Oh, is that what I said? Yes, miss, but I'm talking to her?
Yes, you said shush, madam, or something like that.
Oh, is that Carrie? I didn't know that. Was she chiming in for role play?
She was, and I was like, oh, and my God.
Oops.
Oh, I didn't know that was because she could. I never see people I know close where I could see their faces.
Yeah.
I wish I would have known that was her because nobody wanted to. I always ask if there's anybody. We talk about role play sometimes with the audience, and one woman said that she had used it or wanted to use a strap on or something.
Oof.
Yeah.
Was it strap on or role play that Carrie spoke? I didn't know it was her.
Role play, and I was like, I had the biggest fucking rod, thinking Carrie is about to tell everybody about her fucking role playing, and you ruined it, Jimmy.
I didn't know it was her. Believe me, I would love to. I would much rather have heard about Carrie's role play than that lady.
Yeah, me too. She was a fucking whore.
She didn't. She didn't give me that much.
That same girl that talked about her role playing was pissing outside her car 30 minutes later.
Well, that's hot, actually. I like that.
Oh, God.
But I didn't know that was Carrie that spoke up. Or I would love to have gotten into it with her and found out what kind of role play.
You blew it. Here. Good opportunity. Maybe we'll have to call her to see what you want to say at the show.
Yeah, I'm kind of...
maybe she's up. Well, not now.
Not at this hour.
Yeah,
but I am kind of curious now. She looks very, very good.
Yeah, right on.
Thanks for insulting my brother after taking a picture of without flash, Jimmy.
I'm sorry.
Why are you so rude, Jimmy?
I don't know.
They come out to see you. They love you.
Yeah.
No, I asked him to, and he
Beating
did.
up people like that.
Anyway, you killed Jimmy. I got to get to work. So.
Thanks for coming, buddy.
No problem.
That was
Armando. Thank you.
We were only in the MythBusters thing for like 10 minutes because it was the end of the day and they were shooting green. She was shooting green screen.
No. You were there. You got your picture, and that's all you needed. You didn't care about anything else.
There wasn't much to see. It was a bunch of like the shark on the wall. They had a bunch of stuff. You would have went nuts because you would have known what the shows they were from. But it's like just a small like little warehouse, and I didn't want to intrude. You know.
Too late.
Yeah, I mean, she invited me, but I felt like they were working. So I was texting her to tell her like we weren't lost. I wasn't hearing back. So I'm like, oh, she must be shooting.
Probably like, oh God, this guy won't stop texting me. Oh,
I'm like, did you get the picture? Did you get it?
Myth busted.
Where else did you guys go in San Francisco?
Well, we got an email to an invite to go to San Quentin prison.
That's cool.
Yes, and we
Really
accepted.
Cool.
That was why. That was what started the whole weekend. I'm like, what am I going to not? Because Carrie had invited me. Like, what am I going to not go see MythBusters? Am I not going to go see San Quentin? What am I, a dope?
Yeah. Now don't get that mixed up with Alcatraz, people. Which is where most people go. Jimmy went to San Quentin, an operational prison.
Oh yeah,
with real prisoners in it.
There were real prisoners. One of the COs is a big fan of the show. He listens every day, so he's probably listening. Chris, he's probably enjoying the show on the way into work. And he offered us a real tour.
Is he a bull? Is he one of the bulls?
Yeah, one of the screws.
One of the screws?
He's a young guy, though. How old is he? Like 26, 27?
Yeah. He's only been on the job a couple years, and he got promoted to investigator already.
Ooh. Ever get punched
Kenny
in
had
the
to be
face?
in heaven.
Ever get punched in the face by one of the...
I asked him about it. He said yes. He's had his share of...
Feces thrown at him?
No, but he's talked to... what do they call
fella.
gas bombs or something?
Yeah, Jimmy was hoping for the fecal matter.
No, I was hoping for. I was traveling with it. The fecal matter at hand. It sounds very official. You know, he said they let it ferment for a couple of days in a bag or something, and then they throw.
Oh my! It's bad enough. Why do you need it to ferment? It's bad enough coming right out of the source.
But he was a cool guy, and he said that he would take us. It wasn't like a tourist can't get to do this. You have to know somebody to get this.
Wow. Are you allowed to even be talking about this?
Oh yeah, it was okay.
That's
he
cool.
had to get permission from the warden, and it was all on the up and up. So we go there, and he goes, no blue jeans and no blue sweatshirts because the prisoners wear blue. So you can't get mixed in.
That would suck, huh?
Yeah, it would.
You get mixed up, and you're like, no, I got to get out of here.
Did you have to buy slacks just to go in there?
No, that's why me and Kenny had sweats on, but we get there, and the guy letting people in, like the guard or whatever, goes, no, they can't go in with sweats. So Chris goes, okay, I wasn't sure. So they had to walk us back out to the guardhouse.
Why can't you go in with sweats, by the way?
I don't know. It was just whatever. The prison rules are weird. Maybe there's something...
different colors and different... stuff. So they made us put on like hospital scrubs.
Yeah, green hospital scrubs, so you couldn't get mixed up with anybody except...
That's probably affiliated with a gang or anything.
Yes, unless the gang is called St. Elsewhere. And, we were two leaders of the St. Elsewhere gang, and we just wanted to say that joke twice and then figured out a way to do something.
Jesus.
We couldn't bring any cameras or cell phones in, of course. You can't. But when you walk in, and it is really scary walking through because you have to get stamped and show your ID, and then you're in this open air. What would you call it? Like a little courtyard?
We were in the yard. Yeah, it's called the yard, where the rec yard where they all work out. But they weren't. The part of the prison we were in was locked down because there's a chicken pox quarantine.
Well, you can't go. The one place you can't go is they call ADSEG, administrative segregation, I guess.
The hole?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I wanted to go too, because that's where the Night Stalker is, and Sirhan.
Were you going to try to get pictures with him?
Scott Peterson.
That would have been great. Hi, Scott. You touch his arm
through the bars. You know that's what he was hoping, though. I guarantee Jimmy was.
I would
hoping
love
for
to
a
have
few
had a
pics.
Sirhan shot.
Wow.
But you couldn't get into that building at all.
A Sirhan
Why
shot.
can't you get in that building?
They just don't allow anybody except really elite people who work there.
That's really...
You can't play, like the Mexican mafia,
games.
I think, leaders. Like the guys, hardcore gang member leaders are there. You can't play games in there. So we went down into the around the back of the buildings with the yard where all the inmates stay. And there was a couple of inmates milling about, but it wasn't like packed because of the quarantine. So he was showing us where all the Latino gangs go. He goes, that's where the blacks are, that's where the whites are.
Yeah, everybody's got their territories.
Yeah.
And
wow.
I wanted to go and sit on one of the benches where the Latino guys are, but because there was none there. But I just figured if somebody saw me through the window, that might be a problem. Because you literally were in the jail. It was like we had one guy with us, and he takes us into the dorms, And we walk into this open, looks like a basketball court, and there's just 300 prisoners.
Yeah, it used to be a gym because of the overcrowding. Now they just stuff bunk beds in there, and there's 300 inmates now live in this gym.
And they just stopped. They're all looking at us.
Jesus,
when we walked in,
because you're in there looking at them like, oh, this is a circus.
Like it's They
must hate that.
I don't know. I mean, yes and no. I mean, he said Chuck Liddell went through recently, and they went bananas. They all love Liddell. They're all MMA guys. He said when they walked down the tier, they were all chanting like they love Chuck.
I bet.
And they have, this one was like a more relaxed area where we were because these were guys that like I think were on better behavior or whatever because there was just bunk beds,
minimum security.
Oh, okay.
In this room.
Yeah.
And he said that the bad part of it, he goes, if somebody wants to do something in the 3 o'clock in the morning, they can.
There's nothing anyone
Nothing
can
stop it because if like a Mexican guy or somebody wants to hit you with it, put a lock in a sock, I think it is like a foot.
Oh yeah.
And they smash you in the face with that while you're sleeping, and you never see it coming.
Oh, ow, ow, ow. Dumb private pile.
So we were going to go see, we would have got to walk down the cell block because it was, when you walk into this, well, how would you describe it? The other area we went into?
Well, they took us to the one cell block where death row is, and we got our pictures outside the gate. It says condemned row, and we got our pictures.
Condemned row.
Let me see that picture. That's one I want to see.
Yeah, and we were going to go, and this is the real place. And we were going to go.
You didn't tweet all these pictures, did you?
No, not yet. I will.
Yeah, you should.
We were going to go, oh, no, I did tweet that one. Oh, did I or no?
I didn't see that one. I saw the Golden Gate.
Yeah. Then the cell block next door, that's the one like you could take visitors in.
Yeah.
But that's the one that had the chickenpox quarantine.
Yeah, you don't want to be going
I don't
there.
have it on my iPad. I have it in my email.
You do not want to be going there.
No, there was, but when you look in the door, here's the condemned row is right in front of us, and to the left was a giant steel door with hundreds of flies just milling about. And when you look in, that was the tier. I mean, the guys could have walked out, or we could have walked in.
Flies.
But it was just I never had chickenpox, so I couldn't go in there.
Oh, no. Yeah, you don't want prisoner chickenpox. Something tells me, I don't know why, but it would probably be worse.
Oh, it'd be fucking horrendous. And we were going to get to see the gas chamber. That's what I really wanted to see, which is not being used anymore. I really wanted to see the gas chamber.
Your pants?
Why couldn't you see that?
Because he got called away to a stabbing.
Oh, you were... Are you serious?
There was a stabbing that occurred while we were there, and he had to
ruined your visit?
Ruined your little tour.
And you would have
stabbing.
And you would have got to see the gas chamber?
Yeah.
Yes. And as soon as he got the call, he got to go, whatever. I'm like, they're going to cut this short because he had some real work.
Why couldn't you just go off on your own?
I asked him that. I'm like, why don't you let us just wander around?
Yeah. Just mill about.
I'm going to go find the gift shop.
With the Gen Pop.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see where the picture is that, Kenny, you forwarded me the photo, right?
Yeah. Nice little shank.
Yeah, get a couple of trinkets for the people back home.
A shank and a snow globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he took us in, they have like a little museum there with all, the history and artifacts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And
all prisoner-made weapons that they've found over the years.
Oh, some cool ones?
Oh, yeah, zip
Very
guns
creative.
and fucking... Yeah, it's amazing, the things convicts invent to kill each other with.
They had an old ball and chain there, too.
Like a mace, kind of a... Oh, a ball and chain that they wear around their ankle.
Ankles. Yeah,
I thought you meant a wife.
Yeah.
Get it? Because, yeah.
I hear you.
No, it wasn't a wife.
No, they made it out of like old cannonballs, and for punishment, they had to walk around with the ball and chain.
The old ball and chain.
What a pain in the ass that would be.
That would really suck.
It was an actual size cell.
Can I sit down, sweetie?
Your thigh muscle is giant from dragging that
Condemned
thing.
row. And it's written in like oldie style.
Like calligraphy
font.
letters almost, right? Is that calligraphy it's called?
Yeah. And that's the door?
Yeah.
To get in?
You walk through there's a cage around the door.
Boy, they don't want you out.
And you have to go upstairs or something like that. Like that was just where the elevator is.
Let me see.
Pick up phone, automatic dialing. Must be for the governor.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Hey, quick, pick this up.
Oh, my God, that's a great picture. Tweet this fucking
I'm going
thing.
to. Kenny emailed it to me. I haven't.
Kenny's smiling for once.
Yeah,
he finally
of course.
found something
it's
that
death row.
makes him excited.
Yeah, of course. Think of how many people went through here and died.
Yeah, Kenny was just thinking of all the sad families that have had to make this stop.
And then they showed us like the top secret torture chamber.
Right. We didn't have cameras. That was a photo he took for us. He only took pictures where he was allowed to. But we were down in right when you're going between when you first walk into the courtyard. where you see the AdSec building where all these high-profile criminals are, and all the thing for the fallen officers that were killed there. They like these little monuments for them. When you go down this driveway around the back to where the inmate yard is, as you're going down the driveway, there's an old rusted-out entrance. And it looks like, the entrance to where you store garden tools. But he said that's in the 1800s where they were taking torture convicts to get the information out of them.
Good old days.
Yeah, he said that was a really bad vibe in that room.
Wow.
A really bad vibe. But yeah, that is really cool shots, right? We're fucking...
oh my God, yeah.
Me and Kenny, and that really is condemned
Very
row.
cool.
But I want to go back, man. And he goes, let us have more notice next time. And we will make sure we get a proper tour set up. And I wanted to walk down the cell block. He's like, if there's anywhere you don't want to go, if you're uncomfortable, let us know. We don't have to. You're not a pussy. But I'm like, I would have went anywhere in that prison. Even though it was scary, I still would have
showers.
done it. You know what?
I could be a friend to you.
Yeah, I'm looking for a new punk. Remember Wolf?
Yes, the Wolf.
The showers in the dorm area where we were all open air showers and open air toilets. You had no privacy in there, so.
Oh boy.
You had trough to piss in.
Yeah, I could never take a shit in there.
You'd learn.
Yeah, I bet.
But I wanted to walk down that fucking. When I looked through that door that was right by Condemn Row, like if you're standing where Kenny and I are right there, if you look to our right, you can't see it off camera, but that's where this giant black steel door was, which opened and closed into the actual cell block. And you could see like the cells and the guys were walking back and forth. I was like, fuck, I wanted to walk through there.
That's creepy.
Yeah, I would. Would you go?
Yeah, I would do that.
Oh, yeah.
I told him, I'm like, open out and go fucking nuts for this place. Because he's a big fan. So I think he would arrange it if you wanted to go out there.
That'd be cool.
I get out there once in a while. Next time.
Hell yeah.
We should make a trip.
Do that.
I would take a couple days to go to San
I thought
Quentin.
Alcatraz was cool. Fuck that.
Dude, this was better.
I want a prison where people still milling
Are
about.
suffering.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a real deal, man. And I would love to take a real walk through it. But it's a
little trip.
Yeah,
Jesus.
and he said that it's a weird kind of mutual thing that the convicts have with the guards and vice versa. It's like, there's tension there, but it's like the convicts could pretty much overrun it whatever they want. There's so many of them.
And he told us stories about how guys hide things up their ass. He called it their man purse.
That did make me laugh.
Man
Yeah,
purse.
we found this up a guy's man purse.
Oh, God. What do they hide up there?
Weapons.
Did they give you a list of shit they found up there?
Shanks, like things that are wrapped in saran wrap and then toilet paper and then more saran wrap. And they'll shove it all the way up their assholes.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah. That's how they hide dope.
And what do they hide? Like, when do they take it out?
I guess when they get where it's not hopefully not when they're in the warden's office.
Yeah, that'd probably
They
be
probably
bad
do it when
time.
they're alone and it's late.
Don't they make them like bend over and grab their ankles and
That's
check
why they
in?
shove it like way up.
Yeah, exactly. It's not hanging out like a fucking rat tail. They're not Manx cats. They're guys hiding drugs in their asshole and weapons.
That can't feel good.
No. You'd walk through, though?
When you get one of those stiff duties
Yeah,
that
I'd
can't
walk
really
through.
make the
That'd be-
turn
that'd
in
be
your
cool.
colon.
It's exactly what it was.
You get that uncomfortable feeling. Get the fuck out of here.
Although, think about
I'd
it.
walk through that shit, no problem, man.
Think about it, though. If something happened, you would be a hostage.
We absolutely would be hostage.
You would be a hostage.
Because we were standing, 12 feet away from the guy. I guess we could have spoken to it because the one guy had shoes for sale. And he had like these white guys had these sneakers. They just said for sale.
What are you talking about?
The
prisoners are just selling shit?
Well, they trade.
Yeah, 2 books of stamps.
2 books of stamps. So I asked the Chris, I'm like, how much is that? Like, is money good in here? And he goes, let me find out. And he walked over and he asked the prisoner, and the guy was like, 2 books, which I guess means 2 books of stamps.
2 books of stamps.
And he said that the races are all separate there. Like, in the dorm, you have white and black and Latin, but I think they're not right next to it, or they're not like mixed in. And he goes, you don't cut through.
Oh, you don't
guys'
come through their
bunks.
area.
No.
Yeah, I think I saw that on a documentary once where they had a dorm area that was made out of a gymnasium and stuff, and it's segregated. And yeah, you walk around. It's like that's the white area. Here's the fucking.
Yeah, it's just like lockup. If you ever saw that on TV. You don't mix.
So a guy was just hanging out selling sneakers.
Yeah, they were just sitting in front of his thing.
So
and it's
weird.
like the trust of that nobody was just going to take them and walk off. Because that's like a murderable offense.
Yeah.
To take those sneakers.
Right.
Or at least, you have the old sock lock across the teeth treatment.
Were the sneakers nice?
No, they weren't as bad as you'd think a prisoner's sneakers would be that he's selling.
Yeah.
They were really nice, but I was going to walk over and just talk about my orthotics and ask if he had any suggestions.
How did he get the sneakers?
There was something in a
probably
10.
a gift.
A gift?
Yeah, he didn't fuck me in the ass. I have an 8x6. If you can handle that.
That's a cool experience.
It was great. I wanted to walk around the whole thing, but I think he. I don't know if we could have.
Well, we definitely would have seen more, but he had to go.
No. I mean around the entire dorm area. I would love to have taken the circle around.
You saw enough.
I wonder what people were going to do, though. Were they going to yell? Like, would the guys yell? What do you... Because they might catcall you or yell at you.
Yeah. You'd like that, huh?
What do you do? I would avoid eye contact.
Just go, fuck you, shut up. You're locked up. You ain't going anywhere.
Well, they were definitely checking
But you are, Blanche, you are.
They were... they were close enough to run over and grab you if they wanted to.
Oh, really? There was
yeah.
nothing between you and them?
No, we were just standing there in the room with them.
Wow. That would be a little scary.
It's like a giant cafeteria or a giant gym.
Yeah.
With bunks. And there was no glass or wall between you. You just, the guy walked over and he asked him about the sneakers.
That's pretty
I
fucking
just wish
creepy.
we had gone down that cell block, but he had to go.
That's creepy.
Next time I'm going to go. I'd go out there for a couple of days just to do that.
I would do that.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Jesus. What the fuck is that?
San Francisco rules.
It is a cool city, isn't
It's
it?
fucking great, man.
There's a lot going on out
It's
there.
a great city. It's one of my favorites. I wanted to hang out there and just eat because the seafood's fucking amazing.
Seafood, eat food.
Not down near...
That's a good one.
Not down near the piers, though. It's like... I ate at a couple of places down there, and it's a tourist trap.
Yeah, Fisherman's Wharf is the tourist place.
Yeah, I didn't dig the seafood down at Fisherman's Wharf.
Yeah.
You think they would have amazing seafood.
No, we didn't.
Okay, sorry.
No, so we didn't do that either. We ate in a couple of good places. We did a lot of walking, and it was fun, man. We had like a real...
You walk up some of those hills?
No.
We navigated around them.
Yeah, you had to.
Well, some of those hills, they have stairs right into the sidewalk. That's crazy.
It really was just creepy. I'm sorry, I'm yawning. There's a lot of walking around for a sweet boy. I had like a real walking trip. We were like a couple of queens, just doing all these things together.
That's good. I was happy to see that because I don't think you guys take advantage of the road at all.
A lot of times, like we were like when you're in certain places in Cincinnati or Portland.
What are you doing?
But I bet you if you just got the word out, even a city like Cincinnati that you would assume has nothing, there's probably some really cool shit you wouldn't even think about.
My manager's been obsessed with sending me old airline commercial clips.
Why?
What?
Just like the ones
kind
from
of cool.
Continental when they were and the lounge. Well, this is the 70s. They were like they have the first class lounge, and there's a giant lounge in first class
at Continental Airlines.
And like you could play Pong, and the fucking
Wow.
Pong. It was like a tabletop game.
Oh yeah.
It literally just dong, one pixel, dong. Like that was in the first class lounge. It wasn't the fucking coach lounge, a ball you could roll at each other. But they had a coach lounge and a first class lounge. All those old commercials for planes were great.
That what was the airline that had the stewardesses and used to plug them all the time? It's like, yeah, fly
Pan Am.
me. I'm Judy, fly me.
Yeah, that was the one.
National. That was national.
That was the one
Airlines.
where we put the beeps in and it sounded like
it
fuck
sounded
me.
like she was fucking.
Speaking of which, I want to play that Hoda, Kathy Lee Gifford beep thing we did on Friday again.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
That's worth playing again. I want to do it to break if we can get it really fast, E-Rock or wherever. It's on a CD. But also I wanted to do the Fly Me that Ant was talking about because
Fly Me.
We know exactly what they're talking about here.
It was all about the sexy stews and people smoking on the plane. Fuck it.
I had a lousy flight to L.A. recently, too. I was taping that metal show, and it's just amazing how the airlines are just, they don't care about you at all.
Don't care anymore.
They stink. I had lousy flights.
What happened?
What's different?
Well, no, it's first
Besides
of
the
all,
obvious,
but me and Jimmy are frequent flyers, so you build up your miles because you're a loyal customer.
Mm-hmm.
So usually I use my miles to upgrade to first class, and they don't fucking let you because they're so stingy. They want you to pay, the revenue tickets.
But isn't that something they do? They don't like you.
It's almost impossible to use miles to upgrade. They're never available. Never. It's like they suck you into being a frequent flyer, and they just don't live up to their part of the deal. It's enraging.
So there's no reason to have any loyalty.
No, and I don't anymore.
Airline,
I fly American half the time, Continental half the time now.
Yeah, whatever's available for the fastest flight.
And I got flown. I'm lucky. I get to fly first a lot, but it's 'cause, again, it's network contracts. It's all people are flown that way. They don't do that for me. They just do that so when they want to fly, it's in the contract.
Mm-hmm.
So I got flown out for that metal show, and I was in first, and I'm in the last. And you're not going to garner sympathy from people complaining about first. I understand that, but and I didn't even have to pay for the ticket. But I was in the last row of first, and the seat doesn't go back as far.
I hate that seat.
And it's like, it just annoys me so much, because the same thing happens in coach in the back. It's like They charge you the same, and they just fuck you on the service. So they have certain meals you can choose. So they get to my row, and of course the meal I want isn't available. So in Coach, they have these snack packs. So I ask for one of them, and they charge me for it. And I'm like, you should be embarrassed. Like,
Did you say that? You should have
Yes.
said that. Good for you.
Yeah. It's like the ticket was like a $2,000 ticket, which again, luckily I didn't pay for it. But it's like, it's just such a scummy thing.
That really is.
And if it's first class and you have a choice of meal, it should be a choice for everybody, not just the first half of the plane.
Right.
And then they run out.
It's just, it's not just first, they do it in Coach. It's just this horrible way of relating to people. And none of them think on their feet. None of these employees should go, you know what? Yeah, that's right. They didn't have what you wanted. They should have. We'll take care of you. There's none of that. I flew Continental for years. And then the Tonight Show started flying me American. They're just better.
You were pulling cash out of your pocket in first class?
No cash only. No. My credit card. They swiped $11.90. They got me for. What a lousy airline.
That's ridiculous.
They're just
But you got
lousy.
miles out of it.
What's that?
Use your Continental credit card. You got miles.
Here's the old airline commercial that Ant was referring to.
This is what it used to be.
Yeah.
Fly me to New York. You'll love my 2 747s to Canada. Fly me.
Fly Maggie. You love my 2 747s.
Fly Maggie.
Yes, and my hanger between my legs.
You know what they're talking about right there, right?
Yes, big tits.
Has nothing to do with flying, right?
She has wings like an angel, I thought.
No, she's talking about her tits, I think.
It's just terrible.
All right, we're going to go to break. Wow, it sounds like you guys had a great time.
Amazing trip, yes. My LA flight was enraging. I thought I was going to have I was so mad. I said to the woman as I was walking, she's like, okay, just give me your credit card. I'm like, you're going to charge me for that? I'm like, your airline just sucks. I was so angry, and I went into the bathroom. So when I came out, I had to swipe the credit card because, again, they want you to pay the same as everybody else, but they don't have the same service because that's the way it should be.
Right.
Everyone who's paying the same shouldn't get the same service. So they had a male flight attendant next to her.
Oh.
Like, I guess I was considered a problem at that point. They've gotten to the point where
you can't comment about anything.
can't comment
about real shit.
About lousy service.
Right.
And people, like, when you go in economy to the back, the last row is against the wall. And it's like, I understand you're a company and you got to make a living, but how do you screw people in the back of the plane like that? Like, they're right by the bathroom.
Yeah.
And B, they can't even recline their seat. And they're like, no, all the seats go back to... No, they don't.
No.
Because they shoved that extra row in,
God, they just have to fuck you every foot. They have to fuck you for.
Unbelievable that you
I haven't flown in a while. I don't know.
I just can't stand them.
Now they have complete control because if you're like, this fucking sucks. I'm paying the same price, and I get, there it is, problem. Land the plane, FBI, get everybody on board here because he's making a problem on an airplane.
Continental's starting Economy Plus now, where you can pay more for a few inches of legroom.
Unbelievable.
They're just despicable, man. They really are disgusting the way look, you got to make a profit, but the more of them that merge, the more they just rape people.
Yeah.
They rape you.
No other options.
Ugh.
Not many anyway.
Ugh. And then I think about Louis C.K. And I'm like, yeah, I probably shouldn't complain. He's like, you're in a chair in the sky.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I guess he's right.
Like a mythical god.
Yeah.
Love that bit.
We'll go to break with that Kathy Lee Hoda clip from Friday because they were talking about airlines and bags. Ant, remember?
Yes, bags.
We love this fucking show, Jimmy. Kathy Lee Gifford and Hoda comes on at 10 o'clock when we get off the air. It's the worst show on TV by far. But we've decided to take their audio. It's gonna be a regular feature and put beeps in it so it sounds like these two broads are talking about cocks.
Cock.
And this one worked out perfectly.
First of all, for some reason, I bring a big on the plane. I wonder what that is. And it's not too big because it fits if you just jam it. It fits.
You have to jam everybody else's. I've seen you in action.
I politely say, whose is this? And then they say, mine. And I said, would you mind terribly if I just moved it from to... They look at you like venom.
It's first come, first serve.
Okay, wait. You're the last one on. So when you get on, there's no room to put your and you have a too, and mine's hefty. Needs room.
Here's the thing. You learn a little discipline in life, and you get rid of the that's in your...
I need all the things in there.
Follow the Opie and Anthony Show on Twitter. Opie,
Twitter.com/Opie Radio. Anthony, Twitter.com/Anthony Cumia. And little Jimmy Norton, Twitter.com/Jim Norton. Sirius XM. The virus.
Did you just see that?
Yeah.
Just in time as we're coming back, they're starting to promote the Arthur movie with Russell Brand. And we're not fans of comedies that are remade. Not at all, man.
Especially when they worked perfectly
so well.
fine the first time.
And especially when they feel timeless. You know what I mean? You could pop Arthur on today and it would still work.
Yeah,
so why are they remaking it?
Yeah,
why can't they make another character that's sort of like an Arthur character, but make it their own? But Russell Brand is remaking Arthur. He's a funny guy. I got to give it to him. And then they had the scene in the hospital where what's his name's dying there. Help me out.
It was John Gielgud.
Yeah, but what was
in
his
the
character?
movie.
I forgot. And he was dying, and he had the cowboy hat on, right?
No, Bitterman was the. He was the chauffeur. Yeah, he had put the cowboy hat on.
In the original movie.
He goes, if I begin to die, please remove this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the new movie, it's
Hopkins.
Hopkins.
Or
Hopkins?
Hopkins, wasn't it?
Not Hobson. Hobson, thank you.
Hobson.
Thank you, whoever came up with that. And
someone got Hopkins and it put us on to Hobson, so you suck.
Okay. So they remade the scene for the trailer. It's in the trailer, and he's wearing a Darth Vader mask.
Yeah.
In the hospital room.
We have the official trailer.
Good. I want to see this.
I haven't seen this
yet. Because that's the first time I've seen anything from the new Arthur. What's up?
You want to wait for James?
Oh, yeah, because you would have a problem. Yeah, Jimmy's in the
not
bathroom.
going to like this.
You know what? We could do a couple things.
We're eager beavers.
We could do a couple things. We'll do the Arthur trailer in a second. But for Anthony, Kyoto.
Oh.
Is that a town in Japan?
Yes.
Okay, Kyoto. Fuel rods at #2 reactor of Fukushima. #1 nuke plant now fully exposed.
Uh-oh.
Is that bad?
Yeah. That's a bad one.
And there's a guy, I got to thank...
Here's a guy.
I got to thank Andy Levy. Andy Levy knows where to go for news.
I know.
He really does.
He's got sources and contacts, too, that just text him or tweet him, and he's like, he's in the know.
Well, he turned me and a lot of other people on to this guy on Twitter. It's W7VOA.
Yeah.
And I guess this guy is big time in the know and getting info way before the mainstream media that we are aware of, like CNN, Fox, and what have you.
Yeah, this guy's the go-to guy.
This guy is getting most of the stuff first, and then it filters out to everyone else. And you can follow him on Twitter. It's W7VOA, and I want to thank Andy Levy for that. But he is saying, this guy, Kyoto, fuel rods at #2 reactor of Fukushima, #1 nuke plant now fully exposed. So you want to explain that to us, Ant?
Yeah, that means that there's nothing cooling it and nothing keeping it from having a giant reaction with the other rods and melting. Melting.
Meltdown.
Yeah, that's called your meltdown. That shit gets hot.
So, and I'm sure CNN and all them will have this in another hour or so. But this just came in.
You're supposed to keep those underwater.
Okay.
Underwater.
But it's fully exposed. Yeah. Jimmy, we started talking about the Arthur trailer, and then we said we better wait for Jimmy to get back. They just showed, as we were getting back from break, Russell Brand in the hospital room.
Yes.
You remember the famous scene in the original Arthur? But instead of the cowboy hat, Hobson.
Darth Vader, right?
You've seen it?
Oh, yeah, I thought the trailer was actually pretty good. Am I crazy? Yeah, it wasn't as bad.
I haven't seen it yet.
It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
But
I haven't seen it with the sound.
We're still not fans of comedies being remade,
I agree.
right?
Yes.
So I'm really bothered that they're remaking Arthur.
I saw this trailer, and I'm like, there's no way it could be good. And I watched it, and I was like, yeah, you know what?
Oh, no.
I can't say. The trailer didn't look bad. You may have a different take on it, though, but it was...
All right, let's take a look at this. The trailer for the new Arthur with Russell Brand, who obviously is a funny guy. You got to give it to him.
Oh, we used to know him.
Yeah, no kidding. And we even said what would happen, and he laughed at us. No, he didn't laugh at us. He said, yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
No. Bitterman, open the door.
Bitterman, close that door.
Get in the car. Not you, Bitterman.
Who are you people? I'm his nanny. I'm not. I'm Bitterman.
I hate the music.
Morning, Arthur.
Yeah.
Hello, Hobson.
Say goodbye to your friends now, Arthur.
Make me. Ow! Hobson!
Get on the horse.
No, it's okay.
Maybe Daddy could help?
Let me help. Ow! But you're not qualified. Please. What? That was no trouble. You're going to marry Susan Johnson.
Hello, Arthur.
What was that?
French kiss.
Really? Because the French always surrender. That was decidedly German.
Your mother will see you now.
Arthur, to what do I owe the pleasure?
I don't want to marry Susan.
Fine. You are cut off.
Cut off from that.
The money. I think I could live without the money. I am a grown man and I shall get a job to prove it. Don't let that undermine what I just said. We should not get married.
It's a business partnership.
Not like
We don't
that.
have anything in common.
You love horses. I don't trust them. Their shoes are permanent.
Who makes that kind of a commitment
We
to
get
a
on.
shoe?
You know how to use Excel?
No.
PowerPoint? No. Outlook?
Generally positive. You know, I mean, I have down days like anyone, but... Let me look after
Tell
you
you
for
why
a
I hate
change.
this in a
How does
second.
this bag of tea work?
obvious.
Be careful, it's going to be very, very hot. You're running from yourself, Arthur.
I wish I was, because I'd let me get away. Put this on, please. Say, wash your winky.
Wash your winky.
Could you do Chewy? Hobson, we're going to hang out together.
And they made
I've never
Hobson
hung
a
out in
woman.
my life, and I'm not going to start tonight.
Hobson!
He's weak. He's stronger than you think.
You used to say, Arthur, you can do anything under the sun. I never spoke like that. It was a bit like that.
Do you like it?
On the bag, Kitty.
Susan, stop
My bed is made of magnets.
Get me out of here!
At least something in this room is attracted to you. Gentlemen, why are you shaving?
Because Robin doesn't have a beard.
I can see your tummy.
Oh my
Can I start?
God!
Please let me start.
Yeah, go.
I hate it, and the number one reason I hate it, he's not drunk. He's not a drunk in this movie, which is Arthur.
Hey, wait a minute.
He is not drunk. What they're doing is he's a fuck up. He's a rich kid fuck up, but he's
Whoa,
not a drunk.
I didn't even realize that.
drives me fucking nuts.
I think he is. They probably didn't show it in the trailer. I think he is, though.
You sure?
Yeah.
Because they're obviously blowing it off in the trailer.
Yeah.
He didn't look drunk in any scene.
He didn't look drunk in any scene.
He looks like, yeah.
There was
a good
one
call.
scene that he sort of sounded like Arthur drunk.
Right.
I'm starting to think that he's not drunk. He's just a fuck up.
Because it's bad to show
it would be
somebody
very
drunk having
bad.
fun.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he is a drunk, but
I don't know.
You think he is?
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Can we? They got to be talking about the movie somewhere. I need
didn't
to
like
know
it.
now.
I watched the trailer again. I didn't like it as much, but I didn't like the way the boom and the music.
Oh, well, that's the trailer.
All
That's
trailers
that's
do
what
that.
suck like
do.
that.
Yeah.
I also noticed. I hate that they got to make Hobson a woman. That's whatever. Also, it's kind of the same basic storyline, but it looks like they redid everything.
Well,
which is good. They're not trying to use the same jokes.
Remember when they redid the Brady Bunch, but they went over the top with it and made fun
Yes.
of it? If they're doing that, then awesome. I would love to see this movie. You know what I mean? If they're kind of spinning it and going, all right, we're going to make fun of the whole Arthur thing.
I think they were doing a little tribute kind of funny thing to John Gielgud, too, in that one scene where he said, "You sounded like this." She goes, "I never sounded like this." Because that's kind of like,
that was
John Gielgud
of
sounds
course.
like that.
Yes, he did.
Oh, all
He
right.
did.
A drunken playboy stands to lose a wealthy inheritance when he falls for a woman his family doesn't like.
Yeah, but
So-
that's the first one. Like, it sounds like the first one. How drunk is he? It could be implied drunkenness, or is he going to be drinking and with the drink out the window, driving in the car? And
Russell Brand was in control.
Yeah.
He looked like he was just more of a fuck up.
I didn't see him staggering.
Which is even worse if they're blowing that angle off for the trailer to try to, keep it all friendly.
they should show
for
him
everyone.
drunk. They should.
Now I'm
show
really
him drunk.
confused which one it's going to be. But Helen Mirren, oh my God, let's see her naked.
Really? Yeah. No. Well, you can see her naked in Caligula.
Oh,
No,
broad.
I want to see the old version naked.
Ew.
I was going to say something and I forgot.
I just hate when they remake comedies.
I agree. I typically don't like it either.
Because Russell Brand could play. He could play just a different character that's sort of similar to that. Why not?
And the difference is, like in the original Susan, the woman he was supposed to marry
Was proper,
prim, proper, and just, boring.
But and then Liza Minnelli is the star, who's the average-looking woman,
right?
But who really sweeps him off his feet with her personality.
And she was great in that movie. Who's playing Liza in this movie?
A girl named Greta, but they don't show her at all in the trailer.
Van Susteren?
Not at all.
And what about Liza's father? That's
Nick. Oh,
That shit was hilarious in Arthur.
I think Susan's father is Nick Nolte in this.
Really? Okay.
But the Susan is played by Jennifer Garner, and from what I hear, she's good in it. And it's like it's hard to convince somebody that you're not going to want to fuck Jennifer Garner forever, especially if she has a personality.
Yeah.
But they didn't show they changed the storyline a little bit because they didn't show the other girl at all in this. Greta.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. When is that movie coming out? Another month or so? April. Uh-oh.
Coming in April.
Uh-oh.
What? Is that bad movie time?
Oh, yeah, it is. Coming out before the summer releases? Never good.
Really?
They saved the good ones for the summer. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. What does that mean? Uh-oh. Yeah, we used to have Russell on the show. Remember those days?
Yeah.
He won't be drunk in the movie because it's PG-13. Then he can't remake...
I think you could show somebody drunk.
A little bit, and maybe...
I think it's got to be too politically correct.
I think so,
I don't think we're going to be seeing a very drunk
no.
Arthur.
Be Playboy-ish. Maybe there'll be a drink in his hand. I don't even think you can show a drink in his hand in a PG-13 if you're looking for a big audience.
Yeah.
Hope it doesn't
Who knows? We'll be following that one closely. Hey, you hear what Larry Kudlow said?
Who?
About the tsunami.
Oh, yeah, I know.
What?
Yeah, this is not good. This was a little slip up.
Oh, boy.
We got for the people.
Someone in trouble? Someone apologizing?
There is an apology, yeah, but here we go.
And look at the S&P bouncing back. It's up about 0.4%. All in all, the market taking this in stride.
I mean, the human toll here looks to be much worse than the economic toll, and we can be grateful for that. And the human toll is a
Oh, wow. Okay, that probably wasn't the best way to put it.
Oh, back up.
Listen to this. This is really kind of bad.
The human toll here looks to be much worse than the economic toll, and we can be grateful for that. And the human toll is a tragedy. We know that. But these markets are, all these markets, right? Stocks, commodities, oil, gold.
Yeah,
there is no major breakout or breakdown.
As the traders told us, oil is very much a part of this today because oil is moving lower.
Oh, boy.
He just mixed up. He meant to say the...
I don't think he meant to say that at all.
No.
I think he meant exactly what he said.
Yeah, and he got caught.
And
the human toll, who is he saying it to?
The human toll is greater than the economic toll, which is a good thing. Thinking, because he's just talking money.
No.
Yeah.
Nobody would say that on TV.
He fucked up.
Hey.
Guaranteed.
There you go. We got a reporter.
No, he's up to his ankles, yeah.
Is it ankles or knees? Is it the reflection?
Yeah, I think it's a reflection.
John Huddy, locally here on Fox, he's standing in some water today.
Yes.
I think if you
listen in New Jersey.
Yeah, in Jersey, yes, of course.
I think if you
got
listen to what he
Anderson Cooper
said.
trying to figure out if he should leave because the radiation cloud is coming toward him. Then you got this local asshole and water up to his ankles because there's some flooding in Jersey.
If you listen to what that guy said, he absolutely meant what he said.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, it's CNBC because they think about economics all the
money.
time, not human lives. I guess he apologized later on Twitter.
Oh, did he?
He had to apologize on Twitter.
What did he say?
I apologize.
Did he say that? I didn't mean to say that, or it came out backwards?
I honestly don't follow a bore like that, so I don't know. No, it just says that he apologized on Twitter. And now we got a radio guy in trouble in Montreal.
What did he do?
Montreal.
Montreal. What did he do?
He cursed.
Oh.
Which, by the way, it's tough to play. It's because we're on satellite where we can curse, but you gotta understand.
Yeah, remember.
A lot of places you still can't curse on the radio, and this guy, Marco Campagna, I guess, curses up a storm after the computer messes up on Montreal's 9:90 a.m.
Well, it is a computer problem. You got to correct.
Messaging and advertising. After all, truth matters. Visit adstandards.ca.
Fuck, man! Everything's broken in this fucking place. I can't even play a spot right now because the fucking phone is ringing. And I can't see the screen when the phone rings. Fuck. Now we have dead.
It's the French version of me.
This sounds exactly like this place.
Yeah, they don't have a fucking skill set.
This is with a French accent.
The fucking phone is ringing, and I can't see the screen when the phone rings. Fuck. Now we have dead air.
No, you
Saturday
don't.
and Sunday mornings at 6. Supersize your sports knowledge as Gary Whitaker and Nick Murdaco host The Franchise. The Franchise gives you a 3-hour head start on everything you need to know to face the day with a well-rounded outlook on the night before and the day ahead. All delivered like a delicious pizza by the two guys who aren't happy unless they're biting off more than they can chew. Nick Murdaco, Gary Whitaker, The Franchise.
Isn't it funny that, how did he get fired?
I don't know.
I don't think they care about fuck that bad up there. Just don't say fuck and then put like a race in front of it and you're fine in Canada.
Fucking Jew or fucking
probably right.
Yeah.
Probably right.
Yeah.
So, but that's always fun to listen to.
Somebody melting down.
Someone losing their fucking mind.
Exactly.
Just kind of going through some things here. Michael Madsen, who was just on our show.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Turns out that he's dodging a lot of people.
Yeah, he seems
maybe not a lot
to
of
be,
people. Yeah, maybe a lot of people. Because you know more about this story than I have in front of me, right, Ant?
Oh, I know a little bit of everything.
You have the Tarantino angle that I don't really see in here.
Yes. And Pierce Brosnan, he borrowed money off of.
Really?
Yeah, he filed for bankruptcy a couple of years back. And I guess he doesn't have to pay them back now, but he borrowed a few $100,000 from Pierce Brosnan and borrowed $1 million from Quentin Tarantino.
And hasn't paid those
and
guys
hasn't paid it back. He's $500,000 deep in child support and spousal support payments, so they issued a warrant for his arrest. And he's on the lam, I guess, right now.
Oh my God.
Can
we get him on the phone?
He's so good. It's like, what the fuck
love
is he
him.
doing?
He's becoming a friend of the show. He seemed like he was in a good place when he was in here a mere week or two ago. We know he has to make a lot of movies.
Oh, that's why he's pumping out those movies.
Yeah, he played his hand a while ago and said, "Look, I'm making these movies because I got bills to pay and a mortgage to pay." Madsen issued an arrest warrant after missing court hearing on child support and, like you said, spousal support. Arrest warrant. Failing to show up to a hearing about his spousal and child support debts. Yeah, $570,000 in the hole, like Ann said. Skipped out on a hearing about the sum.
Oof.
And his bail is set at $26,000 if they get him. Michael Madsen in trouble.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Where did all his money go? He has Kill Bill money.
Too many kids, though.
Kids, ex-wife, fucking maybe some bad investments.
Oh, a lot of them do. A lot of business managers, man, are so. I keep my eye on fucking everything.
Every dime.
I go online, I check my account all the time, man. Make sure my taxes are paid.
Yeah,
I don't go over every tax thing, but I add up my totals. I go over all my shit, my receipts. I fucking pour over it. I mean, it's like you have to know what you're doing so you don't wind up broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oof. Yeah, he's looks like he's going to be pumping out more of those movies. Poor guy.
Yeah, that sucks. Just had him in.
Yeah.
Seemed happy, right?
Yeah, he probably still is happy. He doesn't seem like a guy that
gives a
is
fuck.
Bothered by a lot of that shit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Whatever.
And our boy Gallagher's doing well. That turned out to be a minor heart attack. We had that story on Friday.
Was it?
Minor heart attack. He's already back on the road.
Oh my God.
I don't even think he missed a gig.
Jesus.
He's been released from the Minnesota hospital where he was treated for a minor heart attack. Did you see the video, Jimmy?
I did not know.
Gallagher, in the middle of smashing shit, drops.
Oh, no, I saw the photo of it.
And then some asshole who finally has a reason to be videotaping something is all shaky with the camera, and he's fucking filming the ceiling at one point.
They're
Like, what's wrong
dummies,
with you?
aren't they?
You finally have an opportunity. Will you keep your camera still? But he's out of the hospital. And he suffered a heart attack 10 years ago as well, so...
He needs a smaller sledgehammer.
Exactly.
Yeah, it might be a little too heavy for him now.
A little too heavy these days.
Hammer-o-matic.
He is 67.
Is he really?
Yep. He doesn't look 67, right?
Gallagher's almost fucking 70.
Yep.
Jesus.
He doesn't look it.
So he's back out doing he's not doing the gigs he used to do, though, the major gigs.
No, this looked like a little shit club in fucking, where was it?
Minnesota
somewhere.
He did a lot of specials, man.
Yeah, back in the day, he would fill up fucking huge places. Theaters, yeah. He'd have Showtime specials like every fucking 6 months.
Yeah. Very prolific writer.
So the tide came back in Japan, and there was 1,000 bodies in the water?
Yeah, that's
so the tsunami pulls them all out and then throws them back on shore?
Throws them back. And the tide comes in and they throw them back on shore.
They're estimating about 1,000 washed up on shore.
Yeah, there's going to be tens of thousands dead Japanese people.
It'll make 100,000.
180,000
flee as Japan's nuclear crisis intensifies.
Yeah, that uncovered.
Will that shit fuck up Tokyo? Or is Tokyo far enough away?
All depends on which way the wind's blowing. But, yeah.
On the map, it doesn't look that far away.
That thing could fuck up
the world.
A lot of shit. Yeah, all around it gets up in there and...
Third largest economy, and you got radiation floating around.
Just starts...
it can't be good for the world.
Floating around the world.
God, we're just going to poison ourselves eventually. We're just going to pollute our water and our air to the point where we can't even survive anymore.
Just another extinct life form.
Oh, of course.
Remember humans? Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
We think it was a meteor.
No, they just fucked it up.
They'll be like, we think it was a meteor.
No.
There's no record of their existence.
No, they decided to poison their own air and water, those dummies.
Big ship just going backwards down a street.
Right.
Where do you see that? I just looked up. There's a giant ship going backwards down a street.
You know what I feel bad for? That movie Battle for L.A.
Oh,
Who's going to watch that when you can watch the real shit on TV?
Great.
They have the worst timing ever. Some people said they have great timing. No,
Battle L.A. is
that's fake, and you get the real
terrible
shit where, like Ant said, you get to see a huge ship just fucking floating down where a street used to be.
Yeah, giant ship, not a boat.
And then you got this nice
craft.
explosion with massive chunks going. It looks like a quarter mile in the air.
Yep.
Why would you?
Amazing, right?
Why would you see the movie when you could see the real life version?
See the real deal.
I'm a pilot. I belong up there, fighting for the tsunami. Yeah.
That came on yesterday, Independence Day, and I read a lot of tweets from people that they can't watch it anymore. It's now a comedy.
How about how awful was Randy Quaid? Stinks.
He was so fucking bad in that. Just over the top. Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Like, why is this fucking asshole involved in this killing the aliens?
I'm a pilot. They need me up there.
Oh, good. Hopefully you'll test good in front of a focus group.
Guess there's no...
Fucking asshole.
There's no way I could talk you out of this. Why don't we get on the horn and let everyone know how to take down these sons of bitches?
Yuck. Randy Quaid helping the president. What a douchey fucking movie.
Tell my family I love them.
Tell him yourself, you fucking asshole. Land your shit plane, let the military do it.
Crop dusting in one fucking scene, and the next, he knows how to fly and operate an F-18.
Yeah, and he has access to the president as aliens are coming. Yeah, I'm sure the president's easy to get next to for a photo. While some dumb stripper is fucking finger popping his wife. Fucking bricks are on his head. Fucking movie stunk on ice.
It's just, I cannot get enough of hating that movie.
Oh, it's atrocious. And like Patrice was saying last week, I was all in. It could have been a great movie. But the unfunny, uncreative fucking pussies that they are in Hollywood ruin it every time
but
they ruin it.
But they didn't ruin it. I mean, it made a shitload of money for
But I'm saying
involved.
for what I would like. They make a lot of money, but I mean, they ruined it to me like what I would have enjoyed.
I absolutely agree, but for some reason enough dummies went and saw it.
I knew they would
we
do
all
it.
did. I'm part of the dummy.
I was enjoying it. I'm like, please just don't let them wreck it. Don't let them wreck it. I'm enjoying this. Don't let them wreck it. And those motherfuckers wrecked it.
What? You're supposed to punch aliens in the face.
Oh, no, you didn't.
It's the only way to stop
Welcome to Earth.
Why don't you have him just soft shoe? Why don't you have him fucking dance down some steps behind Shirley Temple? It's fucking annoying.
Nya, 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 nya.
Exactly, yeah. Put him in a Cab Calloway white suit. Let him sing Minnie the Moocher as the white people fight aliens. If you're going to make the guy shuck and jive, do it for real.
Every fucking fighter pilot I've ever seen that's a black guy on real documentaries and stuff are the most well-spoken, wonderfully analytical and calm, cool, collected people.
Yeah, they're fighter pilots.
They're fighter pilots. They're not going like, I'll be shoot a missile up his ass, yo. No, he's very fucking articulated in the ways of the F-18.
Yeah, I've locked in the target.
Yeah. Is that a black guy? No, gives me that. Gives me that tone. I need tone. Gives me that. No gives me that in the cockpit.
You know, it continues to
no TNB.
It continues to this day, and
yeah,
because I know we did the Independence thing for a solid hour or whatever. But Chris S. from Shirley says it continues today. Battle Los Angeles had same douchey ending with "Get on the Horn." Oh, if you don't want the spoiler,
well, I'm sure.
Jesus, but I think you can figure out how this movie ends. But it says, get on the horn around the world and tell them how to bring those sons of bitches down.
They don't say that in the movie.
That's what this guy's saying. If someone could back up Chris S.
That's the exact same line.
That's what he's saying. It continues to this day.
He's got to be goofing because that's verbatim.
Unless they did it in a tribute to a bad line in another movie.
He's probably fucking around. There's no way that.
I think what he's saying is Battle Los Angeles had the same douchey ending, maybe as that
right.
maybe.
Okay.
Can we see Robin Loja say that, or is it hard to find?
There's a bunch of people that have seen the movie, so please back Chris up if it's something like
Robin
that.
Loja line. Yeah, Danny will find it.
Dude, there was
some
fucking horrible lines. Randy Quaid was a wasted character. I'm the pilot, like the president's. Oh, shut up! No, you're not.
Hey, fellas, I'm back.
Fucking hated him
as he's flying his plane ballistic at 0 speed.
I hate characters like that in movies. I fucking.
Oh, I know.
You don't think it's enough that aliens have attacked the White House in New York? Isn't that enough? We don't need more.
No, we really don't.
I don't need a wacky guy.
No, apparently we did. We needed the wacky guy who was abducted and.
That movie sucked my ball bag. My oniony bag. It drained the onion flavor out of my bag, that movie.
We should do a Beavis and Butthead and watch the whole fucking thing and comment about it. Really, really take that apart. But if we had a nice visual element for our show, we could do that.
I know, right?
I hope they're working on that down the hall. I hope they didn't just.
I have a great suggestion that if people are all in on it, I will write up a treatment for it.
Please.
Oh, well,
what is it?
I mentioned it in the meeting, but I'll tell you off air.
Oh, it's a real thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's a possibility.
Oh. I thought it was more of boats down there.
My coffee table book? No, you know what it is? Boats down there is the hard part is each one.
Could you make that book? Because
I'm going to.
It would sell so well and piss off so many people that you came up with a book called Boats Down There.
It's going to be a book, and
down there.
They're going to be about 2.5 feet by 3.5 foot photographs. Heavy, thick construction paper photographs.
And just fuck over your own fan base, like you said. And you don't tell them how big the book is. You kind of blew it already until they get to the book signing. And now they have to carry this giant book home.
There's 3 pictures in it. It's very heavy. $179.
$179.
And I'll sign it for $20.
They can't even get it in a cab on the way home. You're just bothering everybody. With
Boats down there.
With your giant book called
The title
Boats Down There.
stinks.
You think so?
Boats down there. What does that even mean? I don't boats down there.
Don't talk about it much, but when you have a kid and you see these, fucking kid books, I wouldn't be surprised if there's one out there called Boats Down There.
I'm sure there is.
I'll come in with the titles of some of the books my kid has. It's ridiculous. And it goes back to that Brian Regan bit.
Yeah.
Where they're all making a bloody
clock.
fortune off books that have nothing in them.
Tick-tock.
Nothing of substance.
No. You know, I hate to be a complainer, but...
what happened?
God, I asked for that soup a long time ago.
You did?
Who
I know we're short-handed and everything, but I asked for that had to be over an hour ago.
It was. No one listens to you anymore.
I don't
and it bothers me.
Do.
Well, you know what? The company
hot soup.
The company thinks that it's perfectly fine not to.
To have no interns
for
because
a high-profile radio show.
Yeah.
They punish us for something that might have
happened.
Get it? Why punish us? We had nothing to do with it.
I don't know.
The fucking logic.
I gotta sit here and
whatever. Hey,
Anthony gets the soup. Yeah. Anthony gets his soup. Don't make a fucking maniac out of me.
Did they forget?
I don't know.
Was the soup thing forgotten?
We'll find out.
Kenny?
What's the story with the soup, Kenny?
Well, I'm sorry to report that now that the weather's warming up a little, they're not having the soup ready as early as they used to.
Oh, it's not an issue on this end.
The fuck is that about?
That's stupid. Soup's delicious no matter how warm it is.
What else
outside.
do they have?
By the way, that's a great title for a bumper sticker.
Yeah.
Soup's delicious no matter how warm it is outside.
Perfect. Let's get those made too.
Nobody would want that on their car.
We'll hand them
Not
out.
even soup people.
We'll hand them out for free at your book signing for books down there.
Yeah, maybe the soup Nazi will come. Hey, how about that chain? Fucking temperamental dickhead.
And then the cunt would give us one soup that we had to share every day.
He sucked.
He was so stingy with his soup. We're like,
I know.
We're your big advertisers. Get us some soup.
And he'd give us the shittiest soup too.
The one that wasn't selling, like the broccoli.
Yeah, broccoli and cheese.
Or whatever it was.
It's like, fuck that. Where's the turkey
I'm
chili,
so glad
bitch?
we can finally talk about this asshole.
I don't want the toenail armpit sweat soup with fucking little hair follicles in it.
It was the soup guy from Seinfeld, obviously.
Soup Nazi.
Soup Nazi. He opens up a bunch of chains. Most of them have gone under.
Yes, they
you
have.
see one every once in a while if you travel. And we're like, hey, guy, we're doing the live reads, but we don't know how your soup tastes. So could you bring some samples for us every day? And he got really mad, and he would only give us like one soup,
and shitty.
Lousy
it was always the
choices.
shitty soup.
He's lousy.
It wasn't the turkey chili that we wanted, remember? Every day we're like, could you just give us some fucking turkey chili soup?
Chili. They don't have turkey chili down there?
They do sometimes. See, I'm not allowed to leave. I have to stay at my post.
Sure.
Yeah.
But if I was allowed to go down there, I would give them a nice gratuity.
Yeah, right.
By the way, he says that to people. Do you understand we're getting out of a cab? And Kenny goes, hold on a second. I want to give you a nice gratuity. he always tells people he's going to give them a nice gratuity.
And it's only 10%.
Oh, it's never a
on
good
a $7
gratuity.
fare.
No, I got to give them the celebrity tip because Jimmy's there.
Celebrity tip.
Yeah.
That's right.
Nice.
That's 11%.
Yeah.
I like
and
it.
at my new CD. Here's Despicable. Whatever fucking tongue you're babbling in. Here's Despicable. You can eat it.
Jimmy's not stingy. He likes to spread it around.
That's right. By it, I mean my cum. I just spread it around like butter.
Brian in North Carolina, what do you got on the kid book thing?
Opie, my kid has a 35-page book that takes me about 4.5 minutes to read, and it leaves me about 25 minutes to figure out what else to do before I have to put him to bed.
Oh, yeah, at least your kid, pays attention. My kid pays attention for 1 or 2 pages and then decides he needs to eat the book.
And that's it?
Yeah, then he has to eat it.
Eat it. I eat that shit.
And he decided yesterday that shampoo tastes good. That was exciting.
He's probably not wrong.
Is it Johnson's baby shampoo?
No,
that is delicious.
We had a lot of visitors at our house the last few days, and somebody, I'm just going to throw it out there.
Yeah.
We had a big shampoo and a big conditioner in the bathtub for their usage.
Yeah.
And it has a pump. So someone that we had in our house in the last 3 or 4 days, it wasn't smart enough to use the pump. So what did? They unscrewed the top. So I'm watching my kid for literally seconds. I turn my head and I turn back, and he's basically has the pump part out, and he puts it in his mouth. The fuck?
Kids just don't know what they're doing.
But see, that's your job as a parent. You go into it understanding that. But what you learn is fucking adults don't know what they're doing.
No.
Look, we have a kid in the house. Figure it out. Keep everything tight for us. Sorry.
Oh, God.
I saw your nephew at F.H. Riley's, though.
Little Warren.
Kid's getting big.
He's getting big, yeah. He's yapping a lot, too.
I don't even think his parents knew I was there. I saw them from afar, and I couldn't get to him to say hi. Yeah.
Oh.
But
Donnie and Patrick.
Oh, this is where we're going, because that's all nonsense, obviously. Were you in when we had Snoop on the air?
I was
from
not.
The Wire?
Snoop.
I'm crying. I missed that.
From The Wire.
You weren't here.
She got arrested.
It was me and Ann.
Yeah.
She gave us a great interview, man, and we even talked about how you're not acting. You're a tough broad from the streets. And
So mad I missed that.
And she got swept up in a drug raid, man.
Yep.
Snoop from The Wire.
Felicia Pearson, her name is.
Is shocked to be facing charges of conspiring to sell heroin. Her attorney said Friday. She's a little bit dismayed at being in position that she didn't place herself in. I don't know what that means.
She's maybe it had nothing to do with her, and she was there in the wrong place. She might have been wrong place, wrong time.
One of 64 people charged.
Yeah.
So she got arrested.
64.
So,
where? Baltimore?
Yeah, Baltimore.
Yeah. There's some shit going on in Baltimore.
Yeah. So I guess she's saying, look, man, I have nothing to do with this. But of course, that's what you would say, right?
That's the I ain't did nothing.
I ain't did nothing.
I ain't did nothing.
Is that different than the...
Gives me that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then there's Medickin.
What is that one?
Medickin is what happens. That's like rape or incest, shit like that. Is Medickin. And then there's, I can't say it, but when someone freaks out, like whenever you see that the camera inside a Burger King or a McDonald's, and someone's freaking out. Some woman order didn't get right, and she weighs like 400 pounds, and she's freaking out. That's called something, too.
Oh, boy.
Freaking out, is it called?
Well, it's got out in it. It's got out in it, but it's called something else. Yes, a lot of people that I'm reading here seem to know exactly what it's
course
called.
they do.
And there's TNB.
What's that?
It's a gossip website. It's typical, yeah. It's typical, and then the N-word behavior. So people call it TNB, and then they give an example. These are all on racist websites. That me being I like
racist.
No, I like looking at what's going on in the world. I like knowing who's getting along and who's not, and why they are. And I'm a student of society, and they come up with a lot of different terminology for black people and what they do and things as such, and the black people do also. They come up with things about white people that are pretty hysterical. I watched those black Jew guys.
Black Israelites.
Black Israelites.
Black Jew guys.
Black Jew guys.
Jesus.
The black Jew guy.
Hey, Jew broad prejudice against the black Israelites.
His day and age. And they really are inciting out there on the sidewalk. And when white people come up and start yelling back at them, they try to get the black people that are in the crowd around watching them to perpetrate violence on the white person. Because they won't do it themselves, but they're like, why don't you take care of this man? Why don't you take care of him? You see what he's doing to... so they try to incite. If I went up in Times Square and started some kind of anti-black babble, I would be arrested in a second.
I wish I had the guts to do this. I would love to see footage of somebody standing in front of them laughing like they were watching a comedy show. Like, just fucking howling it. Like,
you probably could find that.
But not angrily.
Right.
But, like, genuinely enjoying it. Like, clapping and laughing. And, like, this guy's the best.
You lean out to the guy next to you. Did you hear what he said?
The original man.
We got cameras. Let's go do it.
That would be really funny.
Let's fucking do it. That's one that we should do.
I don't care about
It's got to be the over-the-top De Niro laugh from Cape Fear.
Their dumb prison anger. I don't give a fuck. They're just dopes.
Yeah, it really is stupid. Look at them.
Preach!
Shut up. And the one guy will read passages from the Bible, and the other guy will try to tell you what they meant. And completely twist it around.
They look like clowns.
Are they black wizards?
They are. They're dressed like wizards.
Do they have wizardry?
They're practicing wizardry.
But nobody takes them seriously. It's like they're allowed to do it, but they're just making clowns out of themselves.
And the fact that they're allowed to do it, though, is one-sided.
Klan could do it.
The Klan could not stand in Times Square and do that. No fucking way could they do that.
Maybe because the violence against them would be too bad.
Well, how about the violence against these people? How come we got to look at them calling you a devil, calling white people the devil, pointing out white people and saying how they're the devil? If you go up, I saw a video of one guy, he had a Bible, white guy, walked right up to them and started reading scripture back to them and telling them what it meant. And they were just yelling at him and shit. It's inciting a riot is what it's doing.
The reason people probably don't attack them is, A, nobody takes them seriously. The Klan has a history of violence.
Oh, and black men don't?
Oh, no, black men do. But I'm saying this group, the Black Israelites, don't have a history. The Klan's history is just, to me, they're fairly harmless now. They're just a bunch of racists.
Right. Yeah.
But it's like the Nazis. It's like, you can't be a part of that and not expect... The same thing that would give people reason to listen to you is the same thing that's going to cause people to want to throw bricks at you. And I would like to see bricks thrown at Klansmen more than these guys. Because these guys annoy me more because I'm white.
I know, they just annoy me.
But to me, these guys, they haven't been such cowards where they're hiding... At least they're not hiding their faces.
Well, you
3
know
o'clock
why?
in the morning fucking burning crosses on people's lawns.
But here's why. they know they can do this with impunity. No one's going to hit them. No one's going to fucking take any action. The cops aren't going to stop them because, God forbid, you do anything to the black community that's trying to preach and better themselves by preaching hate and racism is what they do out in public, which, like I said, I am all about First Amendment.
Right.
Say whatever the fuck you want. But right down the street in Times Square, I'd love to see a fucking gathering of National Socialists
But I'm saying
preaching their fucking ideology.
The Klan hid their faces because there would have been no repercussions for them in the 50s in Mississippi in the 40s. They could have done whatever they did do whatever they wanted. But there was such a cowardice to it because they were doing wrong shit. These guys, I don't like these guys. I think they're laughable. They're irritating. I would love to have the balls to stand there and laugh, or just stand there and keep yawning. And how boring they are. You know, there's so many things, or fucking breakdance in front of them. I wish I had the balls to pop lock in front of them, like fucking 1985, because that would annoy them. They're used to being yelled at.
We should write something up and go do it. They ain't gonna touch us.
I'm not worried about them touching us. No, they're just clowns.
Let's go have some fun, man. They are clowns.
But they have no history. This group, I don't think that they have a history of actually doing shit to people other than being enragingly annoying. And they are enraging. I would love to you'd love to just attack them with a flamethrower.
Yeah,
they're not doing anything other than just talking shit.
Well, then let other people do the same thing in Times Square. Do you think they're getting a permit? Do you think they have a permit every day to go out there?
They might. Because
they have a permit every day.
Because they were in front of the MTV building a long time ago when I used to do stuff there. And let me tell you something. The reason that the Klan and the National Socialists wouldn't do it is they wouldn't have the balls to stand out there without police protection every day. Most of them would, it's like the fucking Westboro Church. Like, the Klan...
Why do they need police protection? Because they're white people preaching against, let's say, black people, and they know that black people would come up and clock them in the fucking face.
Absolutely.
And these guys know that scaredy shit douchebag white people aren't going to lay a hand on them. They know it.
Well, you are right,
we
but again...
suck as a race, white people.
No.
White people suck.
Hold on, there's a couple things going on, because Times Square has a lot of cops, so they're protected every day.
Yeah.
They're certainly protected every day. And I want to ask Ant really quickly, when I walk by that, and I think when Jimmy walks by that, I see how comical that is. But it seems like it enrages you.
Oh, it enrages me because it's a double standard.
Have you walked by those guys in Times Square?
It's not so much. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not so much. I could give a shit what they're saying.
They look like clowns.
I know.
They look like fools.
I know. I think my point's being kind of missed here.
Well, that's why I want to ask you.
I'm not talking about what they're saying. That isn't enraging me. It's like it is infuriating what they're saying, but that isn't the gist of it. What I hate is the complete double standard. The fact that they can do it and stand there and preach fucking hatred, bigotry, and racism.
Right.
Which, by the way, black people apparently can't really do because they don't have the power. They've tried to brainwash everyone to think you can't be black and racist.
Right.
Which is complete bullshit.
It's nonsense.
But then there's the white people that can't do it. Legally, they can't. They have permits for everything.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
So they have permits to stand there. So if National Socialists wanted to go out there every day and preach anti-Semitism and racism, they would be allowed to do it just as readily as these people?
Here's the difference. This is why you think, believe me, white people... It's not like white people are a race of cowards who have never confronted blacks. It is literally...
Not in the modern age.
But when you look at historically, the Klan has a long history of violently and cowardly attacking civilians. The Nazis have a history of fucking barbaric abuse. These are not just opinions. These are people who are basing their identity in a group with a history. And it's almost like people are attacking that history. It's like... These guys, they're just fucking clowns. They have no history themselves.
How about I bring up the recent history of the totally disproportionate number of violent crimes committed by black men? How about that history?
Right. What they're talking about there, though, is a dumb religious is the thing. I know
the dumb religious thing includes white people.
I know.
Being the devil.
I know.
Literally the devil, and them preaching how white people should be wiped from the face of the earth, and how they will eventually. How they come from queens and kings and princes and flying pyramids and all that happy horse shit. And no one can confront him on it. You can't fucking smack him in the face. You can't get so outraged that you would commit violence against him, because white people don't do that for the most part in these situations. But guaranteed, you get somebody up there preaching racism against blacks, they'd get either shot or a punch in the fucking face.
Let me go to a cop that worked that beat in Times Square.
I'm a cop, you idiot.
Eric could give us a little more info on this. Eric in Staten Island, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, man.
I just want to let Anthony know I worked there a few times with them. They do get the sound permits for that speaker. But on the other point of you saying where the white guy doesn't go up to him, I haven't physically locked someone up, but you get the tourists from Middle America who do actually go up and hit these guys, and we have to lock them up, and vice versa, where they get into it, and we have to lock them up too. So
that's nice.
Yeah, they do roll with the
So they're getting arrested.
Yeah, exactly. It's the tourists who go after them, though. It's not so much in New York.
Yeah, I can see some guy from the Midwest like, hey, what the hell are you talking about, boy?
Well, because I think New Yorkers, I hate to say this, but we're immune to a lot of this shit. You see this crap when you're walking around, and it really is comical on the surface.
These guys are no threat other than they're annoying. That's all they really are. And I know what you mean about a history of
they are a threat. They are inciting violence against white people. That is dangerous. It's the same thing. You want to look back at any movement, the Klan, you want to look back at National Socialism, and I'm not saying that's where this is headed, right? But it did start with guys just bullshitting on the street like that. People do take this shit to heart and think if Whitey's the devil, I could perpetrate crimes against them. They're inciting.
You're inciting right now. People are very upset with you.
Fuck them.
Hold on. Chris on Long Island, really fast.
Exactly, Anthony, you are inciting. Listen, you're real close to Times Square. Go down there and punch the guy in the face yourself instead of calling us a bunch of pussies.
No, because we're pussies. Because I, first of all, don't want to get jumped in on by 20 guys, because you'll never see a fair fight. I'll get sucker punched on the side of the fucking head and then kicked and stomped in the skull. Because that's common practice with fighting. And I'm not going to do that because, you know what? Silly me, don't want to get locked up. Don't want to go to jail.
No, you're right. That's exactly it. We're not a bunch of pussies. We have too much to lose.
I said we're pussies not for punching them in the face, my friend. We're pussies for not going on the other side of the street and preaching hatred against these people.
Does that make you better to lower yourself to their standards?
It just makes it, it exposes the double standard. The fact that they would be standing out there long after you're chased away by the cops for some rule that the mayor would come up with for inciting a riot and speaking hate speech.
Nobody
takes
them seriously.
That's hate speech.
Like all of their anger and their rage, it is of no value. They're standing there on crates, but they're really getting nothing done.
Well, then racists against black people should be able to spew the same hate and ugliness and nastiness on the other side of the street with impunity.
Where are all of those brave National Socialists and brave Klansmen? Not even in their uniforms. Where are all these brave white people to just go as citizens and stand there?
Guaranteed they would have such problem getting a permit and even being able to stand there.
No permit. Why not as a bunch of citizens? Where are all those brave souls?
Because you'd be arrested.
Stand there in front of them and listen, and then yell back.
You'd be arrested.
You can stand there and yell back.
Oh, you can yell back at them?
Sure.
Oh, I've seen that. But by the way, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen it. But I'm talking about an organized group that every day goes into Times Square and preaches their hate and their want of violence against a certain group of people. Where is that?
We should get one of these guys on the air.
Oh, God.
Would you not think that is just as ugly as what these guys are doing?
Of course it is. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm not rah-rahing for the other side, dude. You're missing my point. I'm saying that there's no balance there because the law will not allow a balance there.
This is also these guys are not a reflection on white weakness. Them existing and doing that is not a direct reflection of white people being cowards or afraid of them. Individually, yeah, 15 black guys on the street, you don't want to. But if you also notice these brave souls, they're not standing in Bensonhurst. They know where they are, too. These guys are no different than any other group. They're not dummies.
They also know there's police. Yeah, there's police protection around them. Yeah.
Do you think they would stand there comfortably in Bensonhurst? Of course they wouldn't. There'd be fucking 200 people throwing rocks at them.
Hey, we got BJ from Memphis. He wants to ask you a question. He's a black guy, which is important for the discussion. What's up, BJ?
What's up, fellas? Anthony, I would just like to know where you get your fear of black people from.
I have no fear of black people, sir. I have no fear of black people.
Aren't you Sicilian?
He said he's not afraid of black people,
Yeah,
but I think
I'm
you're right.
Sicilian. You know, the Moors. They did a lot of fucking. My great-great-great-great-grandmother. I have no fear. No fear at all. I walked out of the mall the other day with my fucking MacBook in my hand, being followed by 5 young African American gentlemen into a darkly lit parking garage, as they were eyeballing the shit out of me. By the way.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And no problem.
You didn't tell us this.
Nary a fucking problem. I got right in my Escalade, gave them a look. They looked back at me. Everything is fine. Fine and dandy.
Did you?
I didn't do anything. I just walked.
I'm just saying,
I just walked. I just walked. People have a sixth sense about those things, I think. I have no problems. I love black people.
This was a real thing that went on with you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Walking out, getting the eyeball. Getting the fucking eyeball. I hate that fucking eye. Don't fucking look at me like that. I'm not a mark. I'm not a victim. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Hey, things have happened. You ever see that guy lose his fingers as he got that bag ripped out of his fucking hand at the mall? Holy shit.
You know how hard it is to get my eyes to get this big? Got tiny little squinty eyes, man, but they're as big as that guy in the fucking rowboat from Caddyshack right now. Damn.
All right. My truck was very close to where I left.
Between the lines.
No, let me just say my truck
didn't
was.
Say anything or
No, I'm not saying anything.
Sure.
My truck was very close to the door, so when I walked out, I didn't have to walk very far to get to my truck. I honestly think, and this is from someone whose head is on a swivel, not a paranoid person, somebody who would back away from a gathering or a situation I see rather than let guilt put me in a dangerous situation, which people have been guilty of in the past. But I think if my car wasn't that close and I wasn't getting into it, there might have been some type of situation.
Maybe, sure.
Because they were absolutely looking. I'm walking out with what amounts to, a $2,500 computer in my hand. No bag. You could see it. It's just a little Apple carrying case. So I think if I didn't, because when I got into my truck, I was being fucking eyeballed like a motherfucker.
They were just following you out?
Followed me out. And I got into my truck. They were backed off me a little bit. And I think they thought I was going to continue walking further down the parking lot, into the garage, into the dark parking garage. And I got right into my vehicle, and they kind of stopped and just looked at me.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Like,
I'm sure you were right.
This isn't paranoia.
Nope. And then I backed out, and I could have taken one exit one way, but I came back around just so I could drive right past them and give them a little smile on the way out.
That's good. You made it worse for this white guy.
I gave him a little smile on the way out. Yeah, I probably did, but hey, fuck that.
We should get one of these guys. I would love to interview one of these fucking black Israelites.
Why not?
If they would come in the studio.
We should do what Kevin Smith does and embrace these people.
Yeah, right?
Isn't he having the Westboro people on stage at one of his premieres?
Is he really? Is he doing that?
That's what I'm hearing.
Smart move.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. We should get him on the phone maybe to talk about that for a couple minutes. But
dude, these guys are hateable guys.
Making pornography featuring excrement. Right, and I don't want to watch that before I eat lasagna.
That's tough. We
Some guy was making fun of the guy.
Yeah, we should get some clips of that maybe for
Oh, we really should, because they're just yelling. It's almost like a bunch of children who have a little place in the backyard where they can yell and make noise, and mom and dad let them. Go ahead, yell all your dirty words.
We're going to the clubhouse.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's
Clubhouse.
why, on a giant level, they're not dangerous or a threat to anything.
Yeah, let's get them on the phone. We should do that because we talk about this.
I'd rather
a
have
lot.
one of the guys in studio.
We bring this up a lot, so we should maybe talk to them. See
Or
what
a
they're
couple
all about.
guys in here. I'd love to have a couple
no
in
problem.
here.
Hey, by the way, you got the iPad too. What's the difference? I think I'm holding out.
What's the difference?
Because you went and got that as well as the computer, right?
Yeah, it's got a camera. Processors are faster.
FaceTime.
Yeah, you get FaceTime
That
on
FaceTime
there.
is pretty amazing.
Comes with iMovie.
So you could edit some shit.
Yeah. Shit like that.
I want to get it.
It's smaller, it's lighter, looks cool.
Is the
and
screen
it's
smaller?
No.
I'm sorry, I mean no.
No, it's I think it's just new, so it's cool. It smells good when you take it out of the package.
I love that. I want to go to the Apple store today, but I don't know if I know anybody.
Oh,
I know people.
Oh,
I knew somebody in the Apple store.
I know. What are you doing?
But I'm saying I was called him, and that's what I'm getting, that message.
Oh, really?
The number you dialed is no good, so you probably changed it knowing the kid would be calling.
The kid.
He knew the kid would be on the phone soon.
I don't understand that I saw people on a line that was 3 to 4 hours long.
Oh, dude,
wow.
to
get the iPad, too?
Man, I saw that video you posted. It was the Apple store in New York City, and it went completely around an entire city block and further.
It made because a lot of people are asking. It made an S shape from the door, if that makes sense. So S shape around the one block was half the S, and then loop back around. So it was 3/4 of one block, and then made the top part of the S. Wait, or would it be about?
Was it a flying W?
I guess it would be a backwards.
They did it smart,
right?
though, by the way. The way they had the Apple is smart. The way they had the people out there keeping the line split.
It was almost 2 complete blocks, is what I'm getting at.
Massive.
Almost. And I filmed the video, and you know what? I saw that line all day. By the time I finally said I got to do something with this, the line was actually shorter for the people that did check out that video, if you could believe that.
Really?
The line was actually shorter than what I showed in that video. And I had to run just to get to the end of the line. It took 4 minutes. It's a 4-minute video of going from the front of the line to the back of the line. 4 minutes on video is an eternity.
Yeah, I liked when it's like, oh, so this is the end of the line. I get in here. It's like, and everybody panics. No, further you go.
But how mad? How bad do you need it on the first day? I don't understand that. Is that just a tech thing? Tech heads just need it first?
You want to. It's like anything else where people wait online.
Now, I would understand.
I would never wait online. Though.
I should have interviewed some of those people because I'm wondering if they waited online to get the iPad 2 to turn around and make a profit off it.
A few people.
But most people just needed it that day.
Yeah, I think people just like because it's out there and you want to be the person that's playing around with it.
But why?
I don't know necessarily either. But I'm willing. I want them the first day badly. I'm just not willing to do that.
Right.
But I understand the want of it because I want it as bad as they do. They're just more willing to do something I'm not.
But there was a weird excitement in the air. So maybe people get caught up in that, like they want to be part of something. Because even like the Apple employees were like rah-rahing everybody.
They did the same thing at the mall I was at.
You see a little bit of that in my video, but in general they're rah-rahing and there's cheers going on.
Ooh,
and
yeah, they're high-fiving everybody that's coming in.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what is this? Cult. Fucking cult is
Apple
what it is.
has an amazing... There's something about the smell of those fucking stores.
I know.
And the packages. I don't know what they do.
Great.
There's fucking heroin in the fucking vents at Apple.
Right.
I don't know what gets you so hooked.
I don't get it.
You have to have the new thing. Dude, I'm an Apple jizzbag fanboy.
Yeah.
Hey, I
hate
love
myself.
Me too.
I definitely love a lot of their stuff. I blew off the iPhone when Atrix. I'm digging my Atrix, by the way. But I love the Apple
isolate
stuff.
that. Because this will eventually be replayed when you said I'm digging my Atrix. Eventually it's going to be iPhone.
We'll see.
I think everyone's going to go in that direction.
I was happy to go Atrix. And
is it
so
all
far,
touch?
So good. Yeah,
like it's all glass?
Yeah, it's nice. I definitely like it so far. But I don't understand why you would wait online that long for anything. I'm trying to think what I would wait online that long for.
Nice piece of pussy.
Yeah. Well, despicable.
Despicable.
Well, the black lady's like, what is everyone waiting for? And I go, well, it's free blowjobs for the guys. She was outraged.
Outraged.
She was outraged.
She wanted to be there giving them.
She was so outraged. I was running, and I don't think the video picked it up, but she was mad that I said that to her.
Really pissed.
And I actually had to say, "Oh, I'm sorry about that," but I couldn't help it. I'm sorry that you're the victim here today, but that video's up on the Facebook page, Opie and Anthony, if you want to check it out for yourself.
Heather Height twittered. She goes, "You fuckers, that's my Black Israelites bit idea, but I want to bring snacks and a chair and clap and laugh."
Oh, that's good. Yeah, you just sit down. With snacks,
a little
and you
launch, like a movie.
But
woo, cheer them on.
Yeah. But to Heather and the rest of the people that haven't, it's just an idea until you do it. So go and do it. If it comes out well, I'll retweet that shit
is a
for
good
you,
one.
Heather.
Go 3D
That's
glasses?
it.
Yeah, that'd be funny, yeah.
3D glasses.
That would be...
Wow, it looks like they're right here.
Yeah. It looks like the re-release of an Do I Want to Name a Movie?
Yeah.
Those guys suck.
Hey, did we, speaking of videos, did we post Anthony's sitcom video?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's on our Facebook page.
It's our Facebook page. We can do whatever the fuck we want, man.
Yes.
This is a bit... Did you see it?
I certainly did not, Gregory.
Oh, boy.
My sitcom opening. It's a tribute to the 80s sitcom.
Can I... I just got to ask you one thing.
Okay.
Did not see that.
And it's not the other thing that people are talking about.
All right. Let's see.
Can I mention this?
Oh, yeah.
Because it bothered me so much.
I know. That was my mistake.
When you go to the Facebook page, and hopefully you see my iPad video, but also see Live from the Compound sitcom opening is up there, that Ant did with his girl. It's a great take on sitcoms and how they opened up in what,
Play
the
a little
80s.
music.
Oh, who did the song?
I don't know. I found it.
Oh, you just found
Yeah,
it? See, it's more of a visual.
Yeah.
But,
like, if anybody could identify this.
it's a sitcom opening where the characters don't realize they're being filmed, so they turn toward the camera and smile, all happy and stuff.
And look what book she's got.
Oh, I Hate Your Guts.
Yes, I Hate Your Guts book.
You have to replace that with Boats Down There.
And then this entry.
Anthony comes home with his laundry bag. Hey,
I
hi.
know.
It's always the nodding head.
Yeah. And there's a laundry bag full of fucking white supremacist literature.
And look, there's a mismatched sock. One's black, one's white. You
Yeah, she
gotta
throws
go,
the black one out because she's in your house.
And then it starts getting a little weird. She's suffocating me.
I want to
with
go
the
back. I'm amazed you guys knew where the laundry room was in that place. Did you have to ask someone where it was so you could film it for this?
How come all the white sheets don't have eye holes in them?
Yeah. And now it's getting more and more violent.
Anthony punched her in the face.
I felt her in the
Knocks her out.
face.
But then she gets you back. You're on the
she
couch
gets me
with
with
the
the
computer. Hits you with the shovel.
That's great.
The shovel. And then, well, she pays.
And then Ant's hacking her apart in her tub. But there's a film flub.
Yep.
The fake blood is on the side of the tub.
Right, in a bowl.
You forgot to move that. Not that it takes
that's hilarious. Oh, you boo. Boo.
I'm like, Ed, it's a perfect video, but you fucking left the bowl of
There's a bowl of blood there
on the side of the tub.
You know what? Everything was covered in it so much that I didn't even notice until it was done, and I was like, "Oh shit!
Yeah,
can't do that over again."
No, that you should though. That's the way you should do it. Just leave the fake blood right out there.
I know it kind of ruins the whole illusion.
I told Ann it looks
thought-
like it could be a candle.
No, I said
That's just
it's the bowl that I was using to cut her heart out and put her heart in there.
All right, so there you go. It still
there.
It still
No?
works.
Ain't working.
No, no. I like when I see a plane in the green screen. I like when they pan back and I can just see the crew around.
Yeah,
I pointed that out because I'm a film flub douchebag.
That's on my OPANT XM YouTube. It's also on, I think, it is on Funny or Die. Also,
it's on Facebook though.
And
that's the easiest place.
Facebook,
We linked to everything through our Facebook page. Opie and Anthony. So
I mean that.
Yeah, very good. That's very good. So
yeah, I like doing little videos like that. A lot of fun.
All right,
Something good to do on a little Saturday afternoon.
We'll break here.
We have John Jones call again. I was hoping to get him in studio, but he's fighting for the light heavyweight championship.
And there's a Strike Force thing happening. We'll talk about it after the break.
Yes, and he fights on Saturday. We're going to that.
No, I can't.
Why? Why?
Actually, no, I can actually.
I'm going to that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No, because I was thinking of going to Boston with you.
Boston.
I might
got
be
a Boston gig this weekend.
Yes,
right?
I do. And I'm doing the Wilbur Theater 2 shows, and then I come back late that night and go to UFC the next night in Prudential Center in Jersey.
Yeah, my thing was to go to Boston with you, and then because you creeps like drive home in the middle of the night, and then I would stay the night.
You creeps.
They're creeps.
I know.
They go to these places that could be cool.
They flee the town,
and then they're done with the gig at 2 in the morning or whatever, and then they drive home. Like, why not fucking have a nice hotel room, sleep in, maybe check out the city a little bit, then go home?
Because honestly,
these creeps leave in the middle of the night always.
I travel so much that the travel becomes it's a big part. It's almost like I've sat in so much traffic. I'm like, why would I spend hours doing this when I could be home and just sleep?
So I blew off the idea of going to Boston with you because, like I said, you guys will leave. And
we'll leave
I'll just be there
2 in the morning,
wondering what to do. So now I'm going to go UFC on Saturday. Where is it?
It's Prudential Center in Jersey. It's John Jones against Shogun Rua.
Nice.
And Uriah Faber's fighting.
Faber's fighting again.
Yeah, he's
nice.
Really?
All right. Well, we're gonna have him on the phone. Not Faber. We're gonna have John Jones on, right?
Yeah, he's a black fighter. He's the longest reach in the UFC. He's very fucking good, man.
See, I don't know half these guys.
No,
just when I think I know a lot of them, I realize I barely know any of these
Me
guys.
and Bobby got a photo with him when we were at UFC, but I didn't know who he was at the time. Bob was like, this guy's fucking... Bob knows a lot about UFC. He's like, this guy's is great.
Very
and
cool.
Rashad Evans got hurt, so now this guy's taking his place in the fight.
All right, cool.
You, by the way...
What?
Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on 2 seconds.
Oh, no.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Is this good news for me?
It's no, of course it's
Why not?
What happened?
I want good news. I want the iPad too.
Exactly. That's this.
I'll pay for it.
Speaker. And we'll play this. Hold on.
You're in traffic, you dumb fucking cunt.
Bob.
Hey, Anthony. Kelly, you got a fucking iPad? God damn it. My fucking connection failed miserably. I'm so fucking annoyed right now. Just failed. Oh, God. I love you, but I despise you right now that you have it in your fucking hand. You just walked in. God damn it. This business sucks.
His business sucks.
And you know him. He is one of those guys
that
needs this shit when it comes out.
He was losing his mind. And all we were doing was texting him pictures of all of us, because we all went back to my house after our iPad shopping spree that we did. And we were just texting Bobby pictures of us with our iPads.
That's hilarious.
And he was getting really mad.
I should have fucking... Please, if anybody has a connection in New York, there's 2 stores, 67th and... Just to burn Bob Kelly.
Yes.
I want an iPad, too. And I will just take pictures of it, and I want to do nothing but annoy that fucking idiot.
I got a guy at ours. I got the magic card right
Oh,
here.
you do? I had one, but I lost. His number's no good anymore.
I got a guy. His card says expert.
Expert?
That's all it says.
At what?
I got a guy.
Okay.
He's an Apple expert?
It just says expert.
Maybe he sells fruit or something. Apples. Expert.
We can go after the show. Let's go talk to my guy.
Yeah, I need to go.
After the show.
I didn't need an iPad 2 that badly, so I didn't go
I
with
really
my
do
guy.
want one.
I like this one. It's only 2 months old. I'm good for now.
I don't need one either.
I'm good for now.
And then I had to buy a new fucking MacBook, too.
Why?
Because my other one is 2 months old, and they came out with the quad processor and the fucking Thunderbolt interface.
2 months later?
Yeah.
Besides
Where's all the old stuff go?
Yeah.
Well, I'm using both of them now. I render on one, and then I can work on the other while the other project's rendering.
Well, what did you do with the one? Like the one, obviously, we know what kind of porn is on that one. So,
Right.
After you wipe it clean.
Shit. No, I use both of them. Like a Emerson, Lake and Palmer. I'm working 2 keyboards and shit. It's good. You could fucking...
That's cool.
You get some shit done.
All right, why don't we break? Oh, by the way, those blue things are for fishing, someone told me.
What?
Because it's a fishing city there, a fishing town.
You gotta do a lot of fishing.
That's a lot of fucking fish, then.
Yes.
Because, my God.
I forgot. Someone told me what it was, and now I'm way past
What's happening to this guy?
It has something to do with fishing.
What's happening to that gentleman?
I think he got shot or something. He's fallen down a hill. Or he got
Is this
down.
Iran? Or well, who knows? Everyone's not even paying attention to the outrage that Gaddafi is, like, kind of winning.
How did he figure that shit out?
He's fucking...
I thought he was dead in the water.
They said, and this was classic, they said that the rebels just don't know what the fuck they're doing, and if they just dig trenches and get in holes when bombs fall, that they'd be much better off. But they're so unorganized that they don't even know to dig a hole and get in the fucking thing when planes and artillery are hitting you.
I'm amazed he's surviving that.
I think he's going to pull this one off.
Just
to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
They're kind of crushing the rebellion.
Tips on how to talk to your kids about the tsunami. The news is just ridiculous.
But I want to know how to talk about my kids.
Can we?
Yes.
No way.
I mean, it's universal. It's everywhere. Look at
well,
as we're speaking.
Dick, when I say censor, I'm saying look at the information first, as far as the websites that you choose to share with your kids, because you want to use information that's much more age appropriate instead of just putting in Tsunami and then seeing whatever comes up and sharing.
You lie to your kids.
So
that's what it's saying.
Preview it first and then share the information.
Catastrophe coming, kids!
To get them
Run
into
for
the
your
mind
lives!
Of looking
I'll tell you how to talk to them.
Oh no!
Yeah, you give them another example of tsunami with fluid coming out.
The emotion of it only.
That's what I
because they are
Paul.
going to be
That's
scared.
terrible.
There's no way to avoid that, but you can help to manage some of that
fear. I
fear.
think a lot of these kids think it's so far away.
Yeah,
I really have to say.
It is.
You know, I was watching with my son, granted he's 16 years old.
No one
talking
gives a
about
fuck.
it with my nieces and stuff.
He's embarrassed right now.
Maybe it's different.
He's a tent in his pants.
They don't
Stupid
feel
mom's
concerned
big
about
tits are right there.
Well, they feel it's so far away.
I think some adults are more concerned. But you know what? They should be a little bit more concerned about it because they do have Japanese American friends. They do have children who whose parents perhaps have come from Hawaii.
Well, that part I can understand, but they don't feel immediate concern for themselves.
Well, here's what's going to happen when they go to school. This sort of thing is going to start being talked about. The teachers are going to talk about. How many people know what a tsunami? Where did the word tsunami come from? It's a Japanese word. That means
Nami did something bad and was taken to court and litigated against.
No. It was a Nami.
Oh.
This is something that is happening in the world.
Oh, Chip.
Yes, it's far away.
Shut up. Kids know way more than parents in general.
Yeah, don't worry
black
about it.
nerd is really annoying me. I don't like black nerds. That should be a white person thing. Black nerds just look unnatural. They're like fucking white breakdancers or white rappers. They're creepy.
Silly.
Just think Urkel, right?
It's creepy.
You always think Urkel. Look at him.
He kind of has an Urkel look to him.
That is an Urkel.
Do you understand the white newscasters are looking at him like, shut up, you fag?
Nah, the guy on the left is a complete nerd, asshole.
A nerd.
I study these fucking people, and that one I saw walking into a yoga fucking studio all the weekend.
I was over in Japan when the quake hit, by the way.
Yeah, what happened there?
I was tsunami was how it was saving people. They were like, Chip, help us out.
Yeah.
Wow. Really? How many people did you save?
75, something. There was stuff blowing by. I'm like, what are all these blue things? I was throwing them.
How'd you stay away from the water?
I was riding the waves and stuff. I was on top of a car just surfing and grabbing people out of trees. Helping them.
Surfing?
On top of the car.
Because a lot of stuff, but a lot of the debris would have hurt you.
Nah, I was like, whatever. Saving people.
Lying Chip is the worst.
I was just saying, helping them out. I'll help you, but give me some money.
Oh, you charged them to help you? Or for you to help them?
Yeah.
How much you make?
$400,000.
These numbers ridiculous.
I actually want to talk to Ted today desperately because I remember when Heath Ledger died. That someone's reminded me, and I appreciate that. Neon Taster, Israel checking in.
Mm-hmm.
He said that Ted talked to the children about how to handle the Heath Ledger situation. So I'm just wondering, maybe after the break, if Ted's around today, he could help us out on how we discuss the tsunami in Japan to our children. And also, I want to find out if he set up some kind of emporium to make a little money off the disaster over there in Japan. I know. I'm just saying.
I'd like to find those. I'd like to find those things out as well because I have no idea if Ted's been thinking of that stuff.
Well, that's why I figured maybe in an 8-minute break that maybe.
Yes, Ted may have an idea.
Ted might have something. He might not. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, I wouldn't hold our breath for Ted's in ideas.
Yeah, it's a little too soon.
Oh no,
for Ted's emporium.
Oh, not at all. Ted would fire out some ideas if he had them. Sure he would.
The fuck was your tweet on the tsunami? Were you Galoshes guy?
Oh yeah,
you were Galoshes guy. Right?
I said
it was fucking hilarious.
Something about
Galoshes.
He was Galoshes guy.
That word.
I don't remember. Something about bad news.
He was talking about the tsunami, man.
Yeah, I tired of him with
Galoshes.
Galoshes is a funny word.
It certainly is.
I just don't remember what I
whatever
I said. But I like to read my own.
I think it's painfully obvious we need a break.
I'm tired.
Where's E-Rock today?
Yeah, where is that?
Did he make it into work?
Yeah, Eric's cutting up some stuff to play tackle.
Oh, okay.
Cutting up some fucking pizza.
Yeah, cutting up a rug. He's dancing in a room by himself.
Cutting up a rug.
Yeah, and the music from fucking Escape from New York. I want to see Eric dancing to fucking Ernest Borgnine's tape and Escape from New York.
Can we do that for our amusement?
I really want to see him dancing on a small throw rug.
Oh, God.
After the break, only bring this up up because way too many people tweeted about this one as well. Because a lot of times we were like, but this one, I don't know. SNL, did they rip us off?
I am going with a yes on this one.
You are.
And I'm one of the most... I'm always like, the other shit is funny. You think about things, and one guy has one bit, one guy's got another. It doesn't necessarily mean that. This one is so out there and just came out of nowhere.
I feel like we're on the radar as far as SNL goes. Certainly Jimmy Fallon, because Jimmy is, he's a friend of the show. I'm not saying he's ever ripped us off, by the way. Funny or Die. I feel like we're on the radars. Family Guy, maybe South Park. And sometimes it's very suspicious when you see some of this stuff in other places. But this SNL thing is pretty much our Billy the Bass Man.
It was Billy the Bass Man bit. It was definitely Billy the Bass Man.
Making fun of Larry the Cable Guy.
And there really wasn't nothing happened recently that would, spark that.
No, this thing...
Except for the bit.
This thing came out of nowhere during SNL over the weekend. And
I'm not going to say a rip-off. I'll say, an homage. It was an idea.
All we're saying is that maybe someone that is a writer or works for one of the writers at SNL just happens to listen to our show and might have brought an idea to them because it's like, what?
Yeah, you could listen to this show and then go like, that would make a good bit.
Right. The bit was called King of...
the original Kings of Catchphrase Comedy. And it's...
and we only did this a week ago.
It's a bunch of comics and they have lame... Yeah, turn it up. Let's give it a listen.
Let's do it now. Fuck it.
Boom, boom, boom.
This is the network.
Oh, Christ. How long is this commercial?
I hate the ones that are really long.
Yeah.
5-second ones.
Fine. I can handle 15 even. 15 I'm fine with. Just stop right there.
The 30s are really starting to they're getting a lot of 30s in there now.
Makes you itchy, right?
Oh, boy.
There's a lot of videos I decide not to check out.
Bail out.
Because the commercial hits me. I'm like, you know what? It wasn't that important to me. Sorry, you just lost me.
You
and the world work. Rethink possible.
I ain't giving you fucking... All right, here we go.
You ready to laugh?
It's the original Kings of Catchphrase comedy tour. The 4 Kings of Catchphrase are back, and they're going absolutely crazy with David Beef Jelly Winfield.
So my buddy Jimmy said, "Say man, you want to go to the Waffle House?" And I looked at him and was like, "Man, I ain't going to no house made from no waffles. Beef jelly."
Croatian import, Goran Funky Boy Bogdan.
I go to your Sonic restaurant, I order a plate of Dobrozeki. They tell me the washroom is that way. Ooh, Funky Boy!
Slappy Pappy!
Oh man, if a Dracula is chasing you, turn around and trip the mix. Slappy Pappy, wait.
And Pete Airhorn Schultz. Kings are back.
I heard Zach was hilarious on SNL, but
that was Zach. All right.
I feel like he decided he didn't want to write anything for this bit. Huh? Said I'll just fucking go out there with an air horn.
I'm just going to be the air horn guy.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
What do you think, Jimmy? That's part of it. We'll play the rest of it in a second here. I mean, obviously...
It's extraordinarily close, and the timing of it is...
The problem we have is the timing of it, because it came out of nowhere literally 2 weeks after we pretty much did this bit with Bob Kelly. Bob Kelly did a brilliant Billy the Bass Man with his catchphrase, "Where are we going?"
Yeah. Where are we going?
It was all about the catchphrase. It wasn't even about the material.
No, that's exactly what they're doing here, is just the catchphrase that doesn't even fit.
Right.
It has no reason to be in there.
If this was a year later, whatever. Yeah. It's an obvious one that certainly if you're into writing comedy, you would go with.
If there was a big tour going on where, those guys were touring and...
Right. No, this is a filler bit for SNL.
Yeah.
Because SNL tries to go with what's happening in the world. This has nothing to do with anything current, really. It's just something that has been going on in comedy for a while.
Well, there is that. I know there's one writer that does listen to the show. B.C. Dudley is a writer for SNL who likes.
Did you see us all get our hopes up? Like, really, someone from SNL?
All you got to do is listen to the names he uses.
I know. Let's continue with the bit, because then it gets really obvious with other comedians. They pop in.
They're dusting off all your old favorite bits, like eating dookie.
You ever come home and catch your wife eating dookie? Talking about, who put this dookie in my hand? You did, you nasty ass bitch. Beef jelly.
Kicked in the Johnson.
I tell you, I'm no luck with American women. I offered them a Grishecki. They kicked me straight in my Johnson. Ooh, funky boy.
McDonald's breakfast.
I can't get an Eggy McMuffin because it's 10:35. Flappy, flappy, wait.
And New York versus L.A. Praise the Lord! The Kings are back, and this time they brought friends. Barry the Plumbing Gentleman.
Not in my bait shop.
Mike, insert joke here, Henry.
Idaho, insert joke here.
Chip, I'm single, Fenny.
You know what? Yeah, I'm single.
Boston Powers.
Do I make you horny, baby?
Dr. Velociraptor. Addie Newsflash Sweeney.
Newsflash, I'm crazy.
White Bernie Mac.
Y'all bunch of some of my bitches. Some of my bitch.
And of course, Fur Coat Rhonda.
Of course I can afford gas.
Fur Coat Rhonda. If you know their
and
names,
the audience
you
yells.
know their catchphrases.
Slappy, tappy, wait.
The original Kings of Catchphrase Tour. Phrase the roof.
Wow.
Coming soon to bootleg DVD.
The problem, obviously, I mean, the timing. I mean, we literally did that.
Yeah.
Just a little while ago. You know what's sad about comedy and probably, well, let's get Jimmy's take on this. They can now take those characters on the road and sell out everywhere. I'm serious. There's enough idiots.
That's how that shit is.
There's enough idiots that actually would go, oh, fuck yeah, let's see the SNL catchphrase comedians that you know.
I will say, if I ever see a guy close to Chip or Ted,
oh, I know, yeah,
Uncle Paul on there, I am going to go fucking bananas. Yeah,
the original characters, man.
Oh,
but the one that foreign comic, whoever played that guy, if he hit the road, he would sell out now.
Yeah,
people would see that and actually enjoy it. So you're saying it's too close, huh?
Yeah. I'm saying definitely that is
because you're a good one with this stuff because you really like.
Yeah, I really kind of I give the benefit of the doubt all the time.
Right, but not on this one.
Not on this one.
And officially saying not on this one.
That's why you're known as the BOTD kid. The BOTD kid is calling.
Do we have Billy the Bass Man for
Why
break?
am I totally wrong on that? I'm sorry, but that wasn't a ripoff. Anthony is totally wrong on this one. Really? Why would I be totally wrong on this one? It's very similar to Billy the Bass Man and Where Are We Going? Any answer there? No? Well, because it's not even remotely close, dude.
Well,
he just wrote because it's not even remotely close, dude.
All right, that's what you think, and that's fine.
It's the same bit.
But see, when you get one person tweeting saying, I think they ripped you off, and then you don't see any others, you're like, nah, that guy just did not see it. But I'm telling you, a lot of people tweet about this one. A lot.
The whole gist of our bit is the fact that he has a catchphrase.
And that's why.
That doesn't make any sense in any context with his material. And then he blurts it out at the end of the joke.
Right.
And that was the exact same thing they were doing.
Right.
And it started with just a goof on fucking Larry the Cable Guy.
Get her done. So we said, look, man, you know, if you're a comedian, if you just get a catchphrase, you'll do much better because Larry the Cable Guy was a regular comedian before he came up with the character and the catchphrase, and then that's what led to Billy the Bass Man and Where Are We Going? And now SNL is doing catchphrase comedy. It's the same fucking thing, asshole.
As long as I don't take my stupid catchphrase, that's all. I go nuts.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Don't say it then, Jimmy. Don't do it.
But
Don't
say
it. Don't say it. Don't say your catchphrase.
Cut the mustard.
But how would you use that?
Ba-da-da, couldn't cut the mustard!
You have to go ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
My girlfriend got so mad at me one time we were arguing, and I kept saying somebody couldn't cut the mustard, and I didn't realize it was an old man expression that was.
Oh, it really is.
But she told me after, she wanted to choke me.
You didn't use it as a goof?
No, I was angry. Somebody couldn't cut the mustard. I'm an older gentleman.
You used it as it's supposed to be used.
Oh, yeah. Cut the mustard, cunt.
Why you?
I get people mad at me on Twitter because I'm using old man phrases as a goof. But they think, oh, what an old man that you're using that. I'm like, no, you idiot. That's the goof. Only an old guy would say broad. I was fucking goofing, you idiot.
Oh, to bring up. Oh, jeez, that was a nice one.
I called Kim Kardashian a dodo bird. And they're like, that's an old phrase. I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm using it.
You dodo bird.
No one wants to be called a dodo bird.
I don't like that type of language. It's hurtful.
One more thing about the little
the
80s
SNL thing.
No, the 80s sitcom.
Oh, the 80s sitcom thing.
Somebody actually wrote, "Dude, funny, but you got a little carried away with the transitions." It's like,
that's the.
Do you get the point? The point is that those old shows had the horrid, bad transitions. Like some people just they're retarded.
You don't think he was saying that like to be obvious, like a goof?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Like you could tell when somebody got the joke, and but that one was like, really, you think that I got a little crazy on the transitions? Oh God,
I have to tinkle.
Joke.
Yeah, they need Twitter's got to hire Twitter police that just yanks accounts for stupidity.
Good luck.
No, I know.
They'd be out there yanking and yanking. Jay Moore got all fucking pissed off.
Jay Moore's.
He got in a tizzy.
Why?
Had a private conversation with Jay Moore about it. I don't know if he
Jay Moore's.
He made a lot of sense.
Jay Moore's made a lot of sense.
Twitter police.
He made a lot of sense. He's saying he's done with Twitter.
Yeah. What happened?
Yeah, let him.
Okay, they censored one of my Twitter photos, which they shouldn't have.
Who did?
It's Twitter, because I had a picture of a strap-on lady or something. Like it's a movie at my house, and I twittered a photo of it, and they're like, it violates.
They usually remove the photo. What do you mean?
They did remove it.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
But it didn't violate anything.
Oh really?
You got to find another site. I forget which one is good with that stuff. You just got to find another site for those special pictures you want to tweet. Got to have a couple different places you go with your stuff.
Oh yeah, I don't Twitter.
You got to stay one step ahead of them.
Yeah.
Let's break. We don't have time to play Billy the Bass Man now. 10 o'clock hour. We're really starting to produce the 10 o'clock hour. And the 10 o'clock hour today, you'll hear the original Billy the Bass Man bit. Cut down, by the way, because we did it all morning.
Oh, yeah. We went on and on.
I think we got a 10-minute version for everybody in the 10 o'clock hour. And then you could decide for yourself if it's exactly what SNL ripped off.
Yes,
please. Okay.
Sirius XM, the Opie and Anthony Show. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hey man, we got to go right to the phones. We got John Jones on the line. UFC 128, right?
Yes.
Oh, the press conference is Wednesday at Radio City Music Hall at 12:30. Free and open to the public. I didn't know that. Broadcast live on UFC.com. So let's say hi to John Jones.
John is the main event.
Yes, of course he is. Hey, Mr. Jones, how are you, sir? Welcome to the show.
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Are you in New York yet?
Yes, I am. I'm actually in New Jersey.
Oh, okay. We should have had you come in. Where part? Are you close to the city?
Yeah, I am close to the city. I'm not sure my exact location, though.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You're probably in town. When did you come in?
I got in yesterday morning.
So what are you going to do? I know you got to train all week, or are you done with training now?
No, I'm going to train all week. I got this interview with you guys, and then you got to get fitted for a suit, and then I'm going to go work out at a Crewfield Nurses Gym called the Watt Academy over by Soho. And then I'm going to work out later on tonight. Around the time I'll be fighting at the hotel, probably do a little cardio blast.
Oh, okay.
John, you're fighting in 5 days. So why do you still have to work out? What could you possibly learn in 5 days, sir?
I'm not going to try to learn anything new. All that stuff is already done. I'm just trying to get my lungs adjusted to having, being in great cardio at sea level.
Oh. All right, there you answer the question. Because I'm thinking 5 days out, you guys just want to just completely chill and just, wait for the fight.
Nope. No, I train at high altitude in Albuquerque, and I'm trying to push myself to different limits.
Gotcha.
Do you hate to impress, like, week of the fight? Because, I mean, you got to be very, very focused on just fighting.
No, I don't mind doing press. Fighting is who I am. It's a part of my being, and it's like second nature to me now. So, despite anything I do before the fight, once that cage closes, whatever I've trained will just come to pass. So.
How much? And you're fighting for the belt. How much time have you had to get ready for this fight? Because I know it was not supposed to be you fighting.
Yeah, not too much time. I got to train for 5 weeks for this fight. I just competed not too long ago against Ryan Bader. So
Yeah, and how long would you train for?
normally I will put in about 8 weeks.
So Rashad Evans got hurt. He hurt his knee. And then all of a sudden they just tell you that you're fighting Shogun.
Yep, just like that.
And did you have the option? Did they offer this to Rampage and he said no, there's not enough time, or was that a rumor?
No, that's totally true. I think Rampage weighs about 250 right now, and I think he would have spent the whole 5 weeks trying to lose, 10 pounds a week. So that's just wouldn't be possible for him.
Wait, why would you go up to 250 if you're an active fighter? I don't get that. I understand after fights you want to chill out and live your life a little bit, but to gain that much weight sounds a little crazy.
Hello?
Much of a trainer in his off time.
John, we couldn't hear you. Your phone cut out a little bit.
No, I'm sorry. I said
We heard you.
No, I didn't.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I love that commercial.
And can you hear me now?
Yes.
And I love that commercial.
That's it. Perfect.
Can you hear us?
I was saying the key word was an active fighter, and I don't really think Rampage is very active on his downtime.
Oh, okay. He just kind of sits around and eats.
Yeah.
That's funny. Rampage just gets fat in between fights. If he was here right now, I would never be laughing at that. I'd be like, come on, man. That's bullshit.
No, not at all.
Have you fought him or no? Even in amateur or no?
No, I haven't, but I've been watching him since I was a young kid, and, I'd be honored to fight Rampage.
How do you feel that UFC kind of gobbling up Strikeforce?
I think that's interesting. Strikeforce was a good leverage for a lot of fighters to have a little more negotiation power. And now that the UFC officially owns the whole game of MMA, I guess what Dana says totally goes now, which is cool with me because I'm on his good side.
Thank you. You just said what we think. We help take down regular radio, and then guess what? There's no competition. So then the company that you help make bigger, they just kind of screw you on the low end.
Yeah.
Of course, these guys aren't excited that they're coming together. We love Dana White, and we think he does take care of his people more than most or whatever. But you can't negotiate with anyone else now.
Right, and Dana White definitely takes great care of me, and he does so much behind the scenes that people don't realize between charity events. He's paid for fighters' personal health things. He's loaned money to fighters. He really is the king of MMA, and I appreciate the role that he plays.
Yeah, I think he'll, in the end, take care of you guys. But, from a fan standpoint, to see some of these guys in the UFC now, that's really exciting.
But isn't it better, too, because you have, one NFL, you have one NBA, even though you have different teams and stuff, isn't it kind of better to all be under one umbrella so it doesn't all get splintered? And you know what I mean? It's kind of easier to focus on the sport when there's just one league.
Absolutely. And, I know Strikeforce in the past has had some issues with professionalism. So I think that Dana taking over, it can only be a good thing. Look what he's done with the UFC, the WEC. He's very business savvy, and I'm sure this will only be good for the sport in a lot of ways.
Are you nervous that you haven't had enough time to train? Is there any part of you that says, hey, I'm glad I'm doing this. I got, lucky by the numbers that, Rampage couldn't do it and Evans got hurt. But is there any part of you that's a little nervous about not having enough time?
No, not at all, man. Ali said a quote that said, "Don't count the days, make the days count," and that's what I've done. There's 24 hours in a day, and I really, really take advantage of every hour by studying on my free time, eating healthy, training, working fast switch muscles, working everything, and I feel totally prepared.
And you're going to be at the press conference, which is Wednesday at 12:30 at Radio City here in New York. And it's, again, like Ope said, UFC.com, and it's free and open to the public. And they said that the fans who come to the press conference, you're going to get a free UFC T-shirt while supplies last. So if you guys want to go to the press conference, if you get there on time, you will get a shirt if they have them. If they don't, you get nothing.
Yeah, this is going to be really sweet.
Nothing.
Yeah, you get to see if you could lift Rampage up.
I talked to Dana about the press conference, and he's got 7 shirts, so that's very, very good news. Get there early, though. We're going to go fast. 7 shirts for everybody.
No, there's more than 7 shirts.
Oh, sorry.
He's probably got fucking Pinkberry spilled on all of them, too. Has Dana made you eat Pinkberry yet? Are you guys kind of tired of Dana and his Pinkberry obsession?
I haven't heard of this.
Oh, it's all he tweets about. Every pair of gloves he gives away is behind a Pinkberry somewhere. It's really this creepy relationship with this delicious food he has.
It's funny. funny. Yeah, hey, on top of that press conference, my manager called the Everlast company, and I'm going to be signing tons of gloves and MMA gloves and boxing gloves and just MMA apparel and handing that out also. So, guys, make sure you're there because you don't want to miss that opportunity.
I've only met you one time very briefly backstage, and you seem like you're pretty fan-friendly. Most of you guys are pretty cool with the fans.
Yeah, I love the fans. I realize that it's a spectator sport, and without fans watching it, I mean, who will we be really?
Now, you're in a relationship. How hard is it to how hard is it to avoid the women? I mean, it's got, you're a fighter. Women love fighters.
Oh, yeah, and sexy, tall, chocolate one, too.
Yeah. I don't want to phrase it like that, but it's kind of what I was thinking.
You know you think I'm hot. No, I'm joking. No, I actually have a girlfriend that I'll be marrying within the next year or so, girls aren't too much of a problem for me.
How far before a fight? Is it a big myth that fighters don't have sex before they fight? Like, how long do you give your body without it because you want to keep your energy? Is that true or is that bullshit?
No way, man. I just masturbated last night. So
that's great. I don't know. I guess I could be a fighter then. All right.
That's a myth.
So yeah, you don't have to be like a month before. It doesn't mean anything to you. Hello.
Testing. He's gone.
Uh-oh.
I was done with him.
What happened?
No, that wasn't me this time, I swear.
No one hung up on him.
No.
Tsunami.
Hello?
Something happened. Hello?
Hello?
Ding dong.
Hello?
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 I remember that.
Of course you do.
I had 3 questions left.
Hello? Anyone else in here?
Hello?
Hey, who's
Ding
this?
dong.
What happened to John Jones?
Ding dong. Hello?
Hello?
John?
Hold on.
Hello? Hey, what's up, guys? Are you there?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Anyone in here?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hey, John, we're back.
Are you on an iPhone?
Yeah, what phone are you on? Because we don't want that phone.
Yeah, we got cut off. What phone are you on?
I'm on a Crackberry.
Oh, all right.
I just threw mine in the garbage. Do the same.
What service?
And I was the biggest fan of those guys.
TNT.
AT&T, of course. How did we know?
Exactly.
It was lousy AT&T. He's across the river, and we can't hear him half. I thought you said you masturbated and hung up. I'm like, what a great outline that is. I'd like to end every conversation like that.
Yeah, I don't know where we were, John. I'm sorry.
Just a couple more questions.
Yeah.
The press conferences again. The fight is. Let me promote the fight. It is Saturday night. You're fighting for the light heavyweight championship against Shogun. Uriah Faber's on the bill. Eddie Wineland, and I never know how to say this guy's name. Yoshihiro Akiyama?
That's right.
Oh, I actually got it right. Okay. And the press conference, you get a free shirt while supplies last if you go Radio City 1230. Can you act at all? Because like all these guys are doing movies. Can you act?
Yeah, I think I can act pretty well. Definitely.
Have you ever taken an acting class, or you just kind of think you could just wing it?
I haven't, but I was like a singer in high school and stuff like that, and I was around the same field of things, I think.
And this is the last question I have for you, because what is the closest to fight time you've ever had to go to the bathroom? I'm upset. I pee constantly. And I'm thinking, like, besides the fact that I get the shit beat out of me, having to go into a ring, what do you do if you go into the ring and you got to go to the bathroom?
You know what? It was funny because you have to have the commission to watch you tape your hands and watch you tape the gloves onto your hands.
Oh, my God. His phone went again. This is not me.
No, we're not doing
People get confused.
Hello?
I know what he's... Are you there, John?
He's here.
I'm here.
Okay.
So we heard up to the point where obviously the commissioner or somebody has to watch you get your hands taped and stuff, so there's no funny business going on. I already know what you're going to say. So now you're all wrapped up, and now you have to take a leak, so someone has to pull your wiener out, right?
No, not exactly. I was so nervous for the Stephan Bonner fight, I actually had to poop. I had to... my MMA gloves on, and then I had to wipe with my MMA gloves on. It was just so awkward. It was just
shit. Did you? Let's be honest with each other. We're men. Did you leave a little on the gloves to make it hurt a little more?
I got a little spur in the front of the gloves. I think that's why.
How long before fight time did you actually take a dump?
Is it on again? This is too good. This is good shit.
His phones.
I'm just really glad Stephanie didn't get pink eye.
Oh, no, you cut out, and it obviously had a great line.
Yeah, this AT&T is just horrendous.
I think what we missed, Jimmy said how How
long before the fight was that?
Yeah.
How long before you went into the ring?
I said I pooped about 15 minutes before the fight, and I'm really glad Stephen didn't get pink eye.
But how great would that be if you just got shit in his eye and got disqualified for that? God. You'd be an MMA legend.
That's horrible.
John Jones, we just became big fans of yours.
Yeah, you know what? Next time I'll have to come into the studio and do it in person.
Yeah, we would like that because it's much easier. All right, we'll promote the fight. It's Saturday night.
A lot of us are going, so we can't wait.
Yeah, UFC 128, and it's going to be the press conference is on UFC.com, 12:30. Now, is this fight being shown? This is a pay-per-view, or is this being shown for free? It is pay-per-view. Okay. What a dumb question. Is it for free? What a naive child's question that was.
Is it for free?
Mister, is it for free?
All right, I'm sorry, John, go ahead.
No, it's definitely not free, buddy.
All right. And it's at Prudential Center in Newark. I'm not sure if tickets are available.
Can I ask one last hack question? I love asking you guys this. Worst injury you had? Because it just amazes me what kind of punishment you guys could take.
Yeah, worst injury that I've had? Actually, I haven't had any injuries yet. I think probably what happened the most that really hurt was I twisted my wrist a few camps back, and I had to continue training with a really sore wrist.
Oh, okay, that's not that bad.
Yeah.
Compared to other things.
Yeah.
Injury free.
All right.
Well, good luck Saturday, John, and I really hope you beat him. I would like to see you be the next light heavyweight champion.
All right, man. I appreciate it big time. Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll see you Saturday.
Thank you, John. John Jones, everyone, from the UFC. Yeah, we'll see him Saturday.
AT&T is just so...
fucked up our interview.
What an embarrassingly bad service. He's right over in Jersey, and we can't hear him.
But it goes up into space.
I was at my brother's restaurant yesterday and wanted to tweet some shit, and
no signal.
I couldn't get a signal.
Couldn't get a signal?
My own restaurant.
It's fucking horrible.
It's so fucking infuriating.
I'm looking forward to that fight, actually.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
I like to clap and yell, yay.
A lot of yays?
Yeah. I like to act like a retard in events.
We're gonna have fun.
You need to show me. I have to tape something after this, so you have to show me your card, who you know at the thing, so I could look.
Nope.
I might know them.
That was a tease. You can't have the expert.
Is their name Steve J.O.? I don't want to say his name.
Wait a minute. You know the same expert?
Better get him quick.
How do you know this guy?
Somebody slid him under my door. He's skinny.
How do you know this guy?
Oh, I know. I was just joking. I was saying Steve Jobs. I was kidding.
Well, it is a Steve.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I can't help you.
I have no idea where they are.
Everything you use it for, though, will have my logo on it.
I have the iPod. I sit on it. I put it in my man purse.
Our pal, Dr. Michio Kaku, and I hope we get him back on the show soon. He's very busy with the rest of the media. He'll get to us eventually again, I'm sure. He was on our show April 19th, 2010. So almost a year ago.
A year ago.
About 11 months ago, okay? Give or take. And this is what he said 11 months ago on our show. Now, obviously, 2012 BS. What's the one thing we got to worry about as humans? What's the next big thing? You told us last time an earthquake taking out a city, a major city.
Tsunami.
A tsunami.
Like that, right?
Yeah, well, if you take a look at disasters now, okay, volcanic eruptions take place on a scale of centuries. But earthquakes, we are overdue for a big one in California and Tokyo. And so in our lifetime, we'll probably see one or more of these great cities reduced to near rubble. And we're just going to have to prepare for that fact.
He said Tokyo. He was pretty damn close.
Yeah, close.
It was off the coast of
Tokyo,
Japan and sort of off the coast of Tokyo.
Yeah, I know.
So that's pretty good, man. 11 months ago he said that. We're due.
I know, he just took a guess 2 places. I bet you in another interview he said, someplace New Jersey.
Yeah, that's all he does.
Or Chechnya.
He just names every place.
Or I guess you're right. I mean, if you're playing the odds in Vegas and you would pick California and fucking
Japan. Ring of Fire.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
What was Dr.
Was
Steve's
no
fucking rebuttal? It was going to be a meteor strike.
Yeah. Well, you know, predicting an earthquake. Yeah, it's really good science. Just saying maybe it'll happen.
That's exactly
everybody knows that earthquakes happen, so... Oh, I guess he's Nostradamus, and you can just call him when you need your Valtrex refilled, as opposed to me or somebody in my profession.
Oh, shit. That's great.
We can predict these things with a certain amount of accuracy, but he just hates Kaku.
Oh, he really does.
If Kaku said Cleveland, Ohio, and some other weird, obscure place, then it would be impressive.
Yeah.
I'm backing off that prediction. You're right. California and Japan. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be number 1 and number 2 for the big earthquake, right?
Yeah.
I have a system for predicting earthquakes, Gregory.
Oh. What is it?
I take a nickel and I stand it on its end right by the end of the table, and if it falls over, you better duck.
What would ducking do?
I don't know, because then the things won't fall on you, I guess. I haven't been in one yet. I don't know what to do. But one time the nickel fell over and I got under the table. But then I realized my uncle had just knocked it off. And he went, why are you down there, Teddy? Get over here. He fooled me.
Your uncle?
Yes. My Uncle Paul fooled me. I thought there was an earthquake. He said, quick, breathe through this. My mother was picking a meatloaf up off the floor. Her lover had gotten angry and thrown it at her. A full meatloaf.
Did she deserve it?
I don't know. She was just talking about hamburgers. And her lover said, bitch, because he was an African-American gentleman.
Oh, okay.
He said, bitch, shut up about motherfucking hamburgers. And he threw a meatloaf at her. The meatloaf slammed into the side of her head and gave her stitches.
She had to get stitches?
She had to get stitches. I was just terrorized. I said, oh, mother, be careful. I thought the earthquake got her. I'm like, meatloafs are falling from the sky. There's black feet by my face. Why are there African-American Tootsies by my face?
Shit.
Oh, I forgot your special friend is over. My mother and I lay there on the floor for hours waiting for the tsunami.
Did it ever come?
I thought it did, but apparently her lover had thrown his wine at her. But I thought the tsunami had come.
It's just wine thrown in
It
her
was
face?
just wine. Because I was wondering, how come when the tsunami is purple and there's a glass after it? I didn't understand what happened. I was young.
Fuck.
Why would she stay with such a guy?
I don't know. Apparently he put it to her good. At least that's what he told me. He said, whenever I'm with that bitch, my meat don't loaf. And I laughed like I got the joke, but I didn't. I'm like, mother, this is one odd darky. What is he doing here?
Fucking
It's not Jimmy. That's Ted.
Well, whoever it is.
You put a nickel up right by the edge of the table,
Right.
and if it falls off, there's an earthquake coming.
That's
I
Theodore.
don't think there's any scientific fact to
There
it.
certainly is. Have you ever seen a nickel stand up through an earthquake? Earthquake case! I'll sue you for defamation.
I better look out then.
Certainly better. Help, there's an earthquake! Get over here. Breathe through this, Teddy.
I don't understand the breathing.
I didn't either, but I did it.
For a tsunami,
I
probably.
didn't know, but I just did what I was told. It was very confusing. My head kept hitting the back of the table. He was wearing slacks.
Slacks?
Yes. They had meatloaf sauce on them. He loved Mother's meatloaf. Beverly Sheckler was known for her meatloaf.
Beverly Sheckler.
Up and down the block, they would rave about Mother's meatloaf, except her African-American friend. He said it tasted like shit, and he threw it at her. He said, bitch, the motherfucking meatloaf cold.
And she had to get stitches.
She had to get stitches. She had to go to the hospital. I thought she was injured in the earthquake. I dragged her by her bosom under the table with me. I grabbed her breasts and I pulled her to safety. And then I got meatloaf and ate it, but it had fur on it from the floor.
Hamburgers. Awful
She would
story.
talk about hamburgers a lot. She would say, well, today on Socks we had, and she would describe whatever incident had occurred. Not the most exciting stuff.
No, it doesn't
Do you
sound
know one time a pair of socks was missing? We heard about it for a month.
Oh, God. That doesn't sound exciting.
It certainly doesn't. Especially when Mother's drinking and telling you. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in my room, telling me about it.
Oh, she hits the bottle?
Yes, she did.
What do the neighbors that talk about the meatloaf think about her mail company that she keeps?
I don't think they care for her very much.
No?
No. I think they think she lives by the river because they kept yelling river lover.
Oh, maybe you're hearing wrong.
Yes.
But...
Or maybe they thought that he was taller because they thought that she was a bigger lover. I didn't understand what they were saying.
Oh, yeah, again, you're probably something in your ear.
Yes.
Maybe a piece of meatloaf.
I don't know what it was. Or they were yelling, go figure, mother. Something like that. Go figure, mother.
Fucking drools.
Yeah, Ted's got meatloaf all over the house. Looks like it was should be called a meatloaf emporium.
Emporium?
Does Ted have an emporium for Japan?
I certainly don't, Gregory.
Okay, just
Ted went off on a tangent.
He sure did.
Holy shit.
That's called limping to the finish line.
Nah, man. 2.5 minutes. Let's go.
Just
we could do
beat.
this. We could do this. 2.5 minutes. We could do this.
You don't want 2.5 minutes because you ain't going to get Ted no more.
Oh, well, why don't we end the show early then? Where's Jimmy going to be?
Jim will be in Boston doing the Wilbur the Pig Theater. It's like I don't know, something. And then it's called Despicable, the CD or something. And I don't know what you do. You get it in stores.
You get it in stores.
Something.
Or something.
Boo.
Boo.
You know what? I'll go to E-Rock. E-Rock, what's going on in the 10 o'clock hour?
Rolling.
What?
What's
going on in
Does
there?
he even listen to our show?
We're listening. Roland just wouldn't stop talking.
Oh, no.
All right, we get it.
Me love food. I love when he yells, me love food.
E-Rock, be honest. You didn't even know we were going to.
No, I did. I was sitting right here looking at you. But Roland kept yapping to
Looking
whoever
at
else
you.
was in the room here. 10 o'clock, we got Billy the Bass Man. We're going to highlight Snoop's last appearance from The Wire on our show.
Only appearance.
And
Only appearance,
Carrie Byron from MythBusters. We're going to feature some highlights from that.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
And it's the anniversary of that Pamela girl who sang The Sign on the show.
What?
Oh, she was great.
I saw the sign.
saw the signs.
Opens up my eyes, all this love is demanding.
Well, why can't I play it?
I saw the swines. And it opened. She was so bad.
I don't know where it is. I want to play it. You guys will play it?
Love that.
Yeah, we're going to play. We made her come in and perform it live in front of an audience in studio.
Are you going to play the original, though, too?
We could do both if you want.
Of course. Say it started with this, and then we had her come in and do it live. That's what you do.
I would start E-Rock. You play them both. I got to go soon because apparently I got to talk to Sammy on the way out the door. Gonna rush to the elevator, talk to Sammy.
I heard you do that. That was hilarious. We want the illusion that we're just still doing show as we go to the elevator.
The illusion.
But Jimmy decided to tear down one of the walls.
No. I got to talk to Sammy on the way to the elevator.
Jim, you got a second on the way out?
Yeah, I'm a rush. Let's get to the on the way out, but I'm getting my coat or something.
Okay.
We'll rush out of here.
All right,
Before
why
you
don't
get
we-
the elevator.
Why don't we get the fuck out of here? Thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Jimmy, you going to be here tomorrow?
I am till 8:30, and then I have to go. I'm shooting for the Tonight Show this week.
All right, so we get a little Jimmy time this week. That's nice. All right, stick around for the 10 o'clock hour. It's so worth sticking around now that we finally decided to produce that hour. So, all right.
Sirius XM, the virus. This is the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show. The virus. Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
It's After Opie and Anthony Live. I'm Sam Roberts. Opie and Anthony are gone because it's after 10, but the rest of us are still here. Me, Danny, Travis, D-Boy, E-Rock, Troy.
Hello.
We're all still hanging out. The Ron and Fez people are about to make their way down here. Actually, Jim Norton is still here for some reason. He just spent the entire break from where the show ended talking to management in the hallway. I don't know what that was all about. But we're celebrating here today on After Opie and Anthony Live because, as E-Rock mentioned at the close of the show, today is a very special day in Opie and Anthony history. Today is the 1-year anniversary of the day that we met Pamela. No, not the. It couldn't be the 1 year.
No.
How many years?
4 years ago.
4?
On this date, March 14th, 2007.
4 years ago. It's been a long time.
This is when we met her, not when we received.
No, of course
entry.
not. When we received her entry, we were doing MacBook Karaoke, and I can't believe that was 4 years ago. I was going through email after email after email of karaoke entrants. People were entering, trying to win a MacBook, and all they had to do was send bad karaoke. And I'll never forget the day I opened this. The day I opened this email wasn't March 14th, but I'll never forget the day that I opened this email anyway. And we'll start with that. This is the recording that she sent in, the recorded version of I Saw the Sign by MacBook Karaoke All-Star Pamela.
I got a new life, you would hardly recognize me. I'm so glad I'm a new person, lying with you. I didn't bother when you're not the one for me. Is enough? I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign, life is demanding without understanding. I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. No one's gonna drag you up to get into the light where you belong. But where do you belong?
I can't believe that was 4 years ago. If that isn't award-winning karaoke, I don't know what is. Of course, that was Pamela singing I Saw the Sign by Ace of Base. 4 years ago today, that young lady entered the Opie and Anthony studios in an attempt to win this contest. And while she was in, we got her to perform live. We've had a lot of great musical talents on the Opie and Anthony show over the last 4 years and longer. But I would say that this is probably the best one. Even better than Homeless Mustard. This is 4 years ago today. Karaoke Pamela. I don't think we ever gave her a formal nickname.
I think we just had it Pamela from Deer Park.
I guess so, Deer Park. Singing I Saw the Sign right here on After Opie and Anthony Live.
After O&A Live.
Just getting into it.
Yeah.
Opie.
I got a new life. You would hardly recognize me. I'm so glad. How could a person like me for you? I when you're not the one for me. Enough. I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. Life is demanding without understanding. I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. No one's gonna drag you up to get into the light where you belong. But where do you belong? Oh, yeah. Jimmy, this is for you.
Oh, I'm digging it.
Under the clean moon, for so many years I've wondered who you are. How could a person like you bring me joy? Under the pale moon, where I see a lot of stars. Ooh, is enough? I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. Life is demanding without understanding. I saw the sign, and it opened up my No one's gonna drag you up to get into the lights where you belong. But where do you belong? Oh. Yeah. You like that?
It stinks.
Yeah.
Nice. Into it.
I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes, and I am happy not living without you. I left you. I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. No one's gonna drag you up to get into the light where you belong. I saw the sign. 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 And it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. Sign.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Look how many people are in here.
Everyone wanted to see her. She
You're
was
a star.
Awesome.
And everyone wanted to see it live. Pamela from Deer Park doing I saw the sign.
After O&A live.
It's after Opie and Anthony live. Don't you wish that you could let your guard down to that extent? That was 4 years ago today, and that was Pamela singing I Saw the Sign as part of MacBook Karaoke. I mean, the thing about her is that she was taking herself as seriously as anyone ever has. The Ron and Fez intern just walked in. Ron and Fez intern. You were listening to that, right?
Yeah, it sounded pretty good, actually.
I mean, you're a college student, right? Have you been to karaoke bars?
Yeah, I've been to a couple.
How do you think something like that would be perceived at a karaoke bar?
Well, if I was drunk, that'd be hysterical. She put a lot of heart into it, so.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. E-Rock, you remember, you were there that day. She was completely 100% into it. She wasn't doing a joke.
Oh, yeah, she wanted that MacBook so bad to take with her to college.
And she was actually not bad looking.
No, typical Long Island girl, I guess.
Okay, well, that's not a compliment. It doesn't sound very complimentary. E-Rock, today was a big day on the show because another instance of a possible O&A ripoff. Now, some people argued it, so we'll play it a little bit here on After O&A. This, of course, SNL over the weekend was hosted by Zach Galifianakis, and they did a skit called Kings of Catchphrase Comedy. It was a little too close to something we had just done on the show. In fact, we just did it like a week ago. We did it again at Car Crash Comedy, which of course was what Billy the Bass Man. This is a clip, just a quick clip from the SNL skit. And if you're familiar with the bit, you tell me if it sounds familiar to you.
The four kings of Catchphrase are back, and they're going absolutely crazy with David Beef Jelly Winfield.
So my buddy Jimmy said, "Say man, you want to go to the Waffle House?" And I looked at him and was like, "Man, I ain't going to no house made for no waffles. Beef jelly."
Croatian import, Goran Funky Boy Bogdan.
I go to your Sonic restaurant, I order a plate of dobrozeki. They tell me the washroom is that way. Ooh, funky boy!
Slappy Pappy!
Oh man, if a Dracula is chasing you, turn around and trip the mix. Slappy Pappy, wait.
And Pete Airhorn Schultz.
Now, look, nobody's saying that the Opie and Anthony show is the first to parody comedians who use catchphrases. But there's just something in the timing that SNL chose this week to do that when, I mean, you know, the Rednecks of Comedy, whatever the tour is called.
Blue Collar Comedy.
Blue Collar Comedy. I guess I shouldn't be getting that wrong. When the Blue
They
Collar...
have a channel here.
Apparently they do, but they haven't... There's nothing that's been in the news recently that would evoke that or make that specifically topical other than us doing it. For those of you who didn't realize that we did it or haven't heard this, you're in for a huge treat because Billy the Bass Man, a few weeks ago, made his debut on the Opie and Anthony show.
We originally did this bit on February 11th of this year.
So it was just about a month ago. Billy the Bass Man visited us again. It was a week ago on Friday when we did Car Crash Comedy. He was live in front of a crowd for the first time, which was very exciting. But this is the debut of Billy the Bass Man. The origin, yes. When he was created in front of all of our eyes, by Mr. Bob Kelly. I want you to listen to this. It happened just a month ago, and tell me that SNL wasn't that maybe there isn't one or two people writing for SNL that are big O&A fans. It's Billy the Bass Man on After Opie and Anthony Live.
After O&A Live.
Let's really get into this. You ready, Bobby? That was just practice.
Right now.
Yeah.
Here I am.
Reintroduce him, Anthony. You ready for some jokes, Billy?
Ladies and gentlemen, you may have seen our next comedian down there in Branford, Missouri. And also he was performing in Nashville, Tennessee. Here he is, very funny comedian. It's Billy the Bass Man.
All right, huh? All right, everybody settle down. Come on now. All right, sit down now. How are y'all doing tonight? Yo, you look like a mighty fine.
Yeah, Billy the Bass Man.
Where
are we going?
Where are we going? Well, I'll
The
tell
audience
you.
has to yell out the catchphrase.
Yeah. Where are we going?
Tell you where we're going.
They're all wearing their "Where We're Going" T-shirts.
Where are we going?
Where are we going?
All right, shut the fuck up and let me do it. You guys keep cutting me off. You guys are into this more than me.
No, we're working on this. We're developing this right in front of your eyes.
Yeah.
Because when you hit the stage, that's the catchphrase is so good. Everyone's like, "Where are we going?
Like, where are we going? Billy, where are we going?
We're ready, Billy. Where are we going?"
And you point at it and we go, yeah, where are we going?
Where are we going?
I just got to point out that we're all in our 40s. This is we made the right career choices. We're fucking playing pretend right now.
No, we're not, man. This is something you got to take out on the road.
You could do this.
You have to do this
You could
one
do
time.
All right, here we go.
You got to go to the Stress Factory, get with Vinny, and go, "Look, Vinny, I'm not going in there as Bob Kelly."
Billy
Because
the
we're
Bass
going to develop
Man.
this to the point where our listeners want to see Billy the Bass Man. Would you do this one time?
Where are we going?
Would you do this one time, Bob?
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right, we got the music. Hold on. Are we
Reintroduction problem.
okay.
Introduce, yeah.
You like your
Perfect.
music?
Yeah, perfect.
Chattahoochee.
All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, we're going to bring on your headliner right now. You may have seen him at Yakov Smirnoff's place there in Branford, Missouri. And he was just playing at the Jiggle Hut down there in Memphis, Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Billy the Bass Man.
All right, now. All right, now settle down. I'll tell you where we're going to go to Funnyland. Come on now, settle down. Now I'm here. It's all right. Yeah, it's good to be here.
Where are we going, Billy?
We're going right now. We're going right now. I'm going to tell you where we're going. Where we're going is right.
There we go.
Yeah. All right, now I just opened my grandmother's house now. Over here, she lives over here in Tennessee. You know, thank you very much for taking care of my grandmother the way you do over here. And she was. It's a funny thing with my grandmother though. She was born with 2 thumbs and 1 hand.
Oh,
yeah. 2 thumbs. I took her to see a movie. She gave it 2 thumbs up. She liked it a lot. Where we going? Yeah, she worked for the Catholic Church on Ash Wednesday. She did 2 people at a time. Where we going? Yeah. All right, now, you know, I got a couple questions for you here. Sometimes I like to ask my audience a little questions and give them a little information you don't know now. All right.
Where we going?
Where we going? I'll tell you where we're going right now. We're going right into this joke.
Yeah, Billy.
What do termites eat for breakfast?
Oh, what, Billy?
Oatmeal. Where we going? Oatmeal.
Goddamn.
Yeah, goddamn is right. Now, don't use the lowest name in vain. Get us both in trouble.
Yeah.
Where we going?
That's right, Billy. Hey, fuck the... Right, Billy.
Hey.
I hate the fucking... just like you do, Billy. Yeah, where they going? To rob my house.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking...
All right, now, settle down now, Anthony Cumia. Oh, he's a good friend of mine. Listen.
Where they going? Hopefully back to...
All right, now, okay. All right. He's from New York City there. That's why he's getting a little uppity. Let me ask you another question here. I like to ask my audience some questions, and I like to supply you with the answers. Yeah, all right. Why was the chicken happy?
Why?
Everything was excellent. Where we go? All right, now let me ask you another one. Now let me ask you another one. Let me ask you another question here.
Go ahead, Billy. We love you, Billy. We love you.
We love you, Billy.
I love you too. Goddamn no.
You come out of my boat anytime, me and you would go bass fishing.
Let me ask you a question there, sir. Who's yelling out here now? What do a massage therapist eat for dinner?
What's that, Billy?
Spaghetti. Where we go? Oh, gosh dang.
Billy, don't you hate the Jews?
Well, I don't know about that. You know, sometimes those people pay my checks.
Where we go? I get it. Money lenders, I get it, Billy.
Not going to the old steam rooms over in Germany. You know what I'm saying? That's where we going?
Oh, Billy.
All right, where we going?
Where we going? That's a great catchphrase. Give us one more joke.
All right, now let me tell you this. You know, I like those Chinese people over there. I hear communism's no way to go.
Goddamn.
I hate the. I'm sure you're saying kooks. Now they're kooky, but I don't know now. Anthony Kumi, getting a good friend of mine from New York City.
Billy's got to keep it together.
All right, now.
Billy the bad man.
You know, I tell you this though? Yeah, I'll tell you this. Let me tell you this, son. I'm going to tell you right now. Did you hear about the lookalike competition in China?
No?
Yeah, everybody won. Yeah, they do. They do.
Where we going?
Same haircut over and over. Where we going? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Where we going? I don't know, but it's going to be funny. That's what I say. That's where we're going. Oh, someone brought their wife into the audience. Where we going? Oh, look at that. Where we going? Huh? Someone get a newspaper and clean up after that woman. Where are we going? All right. All right. Now, let's slow down. Now, let's get back into some jokes here. What do you say now?
Come on, Billy.
All right, now. What do flies wear on their feet?
Where we going?
I'll say it again now. I want you to pay attention. What do flies wear on their feet? Shoes. Where we going? Where we going? Shoes. That's shoe fly. Shoe fly. Shoe fly.
You ever see those films where flies are flying all around the little fair heads?
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, God, that's when they're hungry and they send them over there. And the flies are flying around the little heads.
Where we going?
Where are we going, Billy?
All right, now, guys. All right, what's Mary short for?
I don't know. Where we going?
She got no legs. Where we going now? Where we going? Now, guys, thank you very much for coming out and seeing me. Tennessee, you are my favorite place in the world. Let me hear you. Where we going? All right. What
that was Billy the Bass Man. We'll be back tomorrow night.
After O&A Live.
Where we going indeed. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. That was Bob Kelly portraying Billy the Bass Man. Some people may say parallel thinking. Some people may say that there's some Opie and Anthony fans writing for SNL this week. But irregardless, I know people love that word. We'll never know, I suppose, because if somebody did rip us off, it's not like they're ever going to admit it. Selena Gomez was here today. Mark Zito, you saw Selena Gomez. You just walked in.
She's very attractive.
I saw her when she first got in, because we have stars and celebrities all the time here at Sirius. Selena Gomez walked in here with like 10 people easily.
Yeah, there were a ton of people in her entourage.
And I didn't realize you had a crush on her.
I do. I didn't realize it either until I saw her, and then I was like...
I heard you got a picture with her.
I did.
Very, very...
I was walking by, and they were taking a bunch of photos. So.
E-Rock, you became famous for your Selena Gomez photo.
Yes, it made a lot of celebrity blogs because, unbeknownst at the time, her shirt was see-through.
Oh, Jesus. E-Rock, very classy of you. Mark Zito, is there any
I don't think
see-through shirt going on in your photo? Now, I've heard you on the Ron and Fez show before, and I thought you were gay. That's what I heard on the Ron and Fez show.
That's what you heard there? No,
yeah.
I'm not gay, Sam. I'm a proud heterosexual.
And E-Rock had a question that he whispered in my ear, but I'll ask it, E-Rock. He wanted to know, how did you end up meeting Selena Gomez when she was just doing the morning mashup?
She was actually in the lobby.
Of course, on Friday, Roland accused you of hanging out with the morning
That's
matchup
true,
all
he
the time.
did. But
it doesn't look good for you.
Well, you know what? I gotta be honest. They're friends of mine, and I'm not gonna ditch my friends just because I work for another show.
Good for you, Mark Zito. Good for you. That's what I've always appreciated about you. You're not the only one with a crush. Danny Ross, who works here for the Opie and Anthony show, you all know Danny. He has a crush on Carrie Byron from the MythBusters. And he was getting all worked up because over the weekend Jim was in San Francisco, and he had tweeted pictures of him with Carrie Byron in the MythBusters headquarters. Whoa. Danny not only has a crush on this woman, but he's a huge MythBusters fan, so that's his dream come true. I talked to Norton after the show, as this clip will obviously prove, about whether or not he just simply went on the MythBusters trip to make Danny jealous, because he said on the air he didn't even know anything about the MythBusters. Jim, you were at the MythBusters compound. You're not a MythBusters fan. Did you only go to make Danny jealous?
I did, yeah. But it was a nice invitation, and hold on, let me just get my jacket on. And I felt, I felt that it was, it was nice to go because they invited me, and I really wanted to hold the elevator. I really wanted to go. Sorry, I was getting out of here at 10.
Thanks, Jim. Sure. Yes, 10. I talked to him right after the show. I promise it wasn't during a commercial break. But we also talked to Danny about this because it was obvious that Jim had no intention of going, and apparently he texted Danny just to rub it in his face. Danny didn't get a chance to tell his side of the story on the air. So this is Danny explaining his feelings that were very complicated for Carrie Byron.
I farted. That smells bad.
Danny, Jim just told a story about being in San Francisco. Not only did Carrie Byron tweet him and invite him, she actually emailed him and went to his show. How does this all make you feel?
I should feel worse, and I was very jealous when Jimmy texted me the picture of him and Carrie. And the fact that she did remember me in her initial contact to Jim really did soften the blow.
Did it make you feel good that she remembered your name?
Yes, it actually did. I actually thought that Jimmy was just kind of fucking with me. But being that he just read it on the air was kind of confirmation. So I was like, well, you know what? That's kind of cool. That she knows me by name and remembers that? That's pretty sweet.
What is it about Carrie Byron that makes your heart go pitter-patter the way it does?
I don't know, she's just hot, sexy, fucking, smart, just enough nerdiness where it's sexy, but not enough where it's like you don't want to fuck her anymore.
Plus, you want to hang out with your friends, the MythBusters.
Hell yeah! Grant and Tori and Adam and Jamie. Oh, we would have the best time.
So today, are you sad that Jim got to experience something that is your dream and that she's a fan of Jim? Or are you happy that Carrie remembers your name?
Both. I'm happy that Jim had his nice, sweet time out in San Francisco, and I'm also happy that they went to Jim's show and had a great time, and I know that when I am out in San Francisco, I will definitely be visiting Carrie and the MythBusters. No problem.
Are you going to make a trip just for that?
Yes. It's worth it to me. I would like to go to San Francisco anyway, but being there, going to see MythBusters, getting a whole tour of the facility, I think that would be an awesome time.
Do you think you have a shot?
Never. Never.
You have to love the passion that he has for these MythBusters, and for Carrie Byron especially, that he's willing to travel all the way to San Francisco, is Danny, just to get a tour of the MythBusters compound. But it is a special treat. Not many people get to do that. We were able to get a relationship going with Carrie Byron after her first appearance right here on the Opie and Anthony show. She came in, she sat in studio for a long time, she had a great time, and she was able to meet Danny. That's how she remembered his name. She actually emailed Jim and said, hey, you should come down to the compound, to the MythBusters compound. It would really make Danny jealous, which is the only thing that made the entire experience okay for Danny. He wasn't as jealous because he found out that she remembers his name. So we're going to play Carrie Byron's appearance on Opie and Anthony show, just to remind you all, if you haven't heard, or if you have heard, or if you haven't heard, to tell you all exactly how Danny feels about her and what it was like, because this is the first time that Danny got to see this woman in person, the woman of his dreams. We had to edit it down quite a bit because, as we said, she was in here for like an hour and a half. She had a great time, but we're condensing it for you so we have a little time to do things like this, play some clips, go inside, go a little in-depth. That's what we do for you. It's Carrie Byron from the MythBusters on After Opie and Anthony Live.
After O&A Live.
And walking down the hall, Danny's favorite.
Yes.
Danny's losing his mind. He's been losing his mind for the last couple of days.
I know, my heart rate just shot up like double, I think.
Carrie Byron from MythBusters. Danny is losing his mind.
Poor Danny.
She is his favorite
It's going to be
of all
embarrassing
time.
for Danny.
Look at you.
I'm already hot and sweaty.
Hi, Carrie.
How are you?
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony show.
Hi.
He's very. Hi. You might want to watch out on your right there. He's very.
I'm trying not
nervous.
to look. If I look, it's going to be over.
He is your biggest fan by far.
Smitten.
Carrie,
Can't look at her.
He's losing his mind.
Are you kidding me?
This is not a joke.
Oh, my God.
This is not a joke. He's losing his mind.
Nice to meet you. I'm Jim. Oh, she has such a nice handshake, Danny.
He really is losing his mind.
Yeah, Danny has a crush on you.
I promise he doesn't bite. Can you at least hug him and get it out of the way? Just hug him. Hug him, and then we can do a real interview. Oh, my God. He's
See, I told you she smelled good. I told you.
Showered and everything.
He absolutely. We all love you, but he really loves you.
He's crazy.
Like in a creepy way. He's all right. He's all right.
Already making me feel very comfortable.
I've already made sure to just hide in my little corner so I don't get too close or
Why?
no sharp movements or
Look
anything.
how ready he's getting.
Yeah.
I could feel it.
He very rarely likes girls who are over 18. It's kind of nice to see. An actual adult.
Well, why don't we ask Danny, why do you like her so much?
Well, I'm a
Look at her. Eh?
I'm a big fan of the show in the first place. I love MythBusters. I've seen, I think, probably every one 1,000 times.
Yeah, I love the show.
But it's just it's the whole package, It's the beauty, it's the brains, it's the whole thing right there.
Aww.
Look at this.
I'm turning red. Okay.
Now she's turning red.
If I could probably really creep her out because I know you did some event in D.C. at the mall over there over the weekend, and I was crazy enough because I didn't know we were getting you in studio at that point. I had considered driving into D.C. just to go.
Jesus, that's great.
Danny, 7 hours there and back.
Danny, why don't you just pull out a piece of her hair from your pocket?
If she's willing to part with some, I'll definitely
If
keep
Lee
it in my
Malvo
wallet.
and John Muhammad showed up at her D.C. event, she would have been less freaked out.
You are really a ghoul.
Well, I didn't know we were going to get her in. And I was just
know.
Yeah, I knew you were in D.C. and you were staying at the Radisson, so I was tempted to go and knock on your door and invite you to the show. He's usually not this creepy.
Yeah, he really is. I've never seen him like
keeps
this.
himself
very
any guest.
shy.
Yeah.
With
You
any
guys
guest.
really love him and
Very
you
hot and
torture him
sweaty.
like this.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just getting started.
Yeah.
Do you get that a lot? I mean, you must. I mean, being a very beautiful woman on what is typically just a couple of guys, you must get this all the time.
No, not really. We're very insular. I mean, we have just the few of us working, very skeleton crew, and I'm kind of a sister to them now. They don't look at me like that.
Yeah, but I think the fans, though, because you are getting some geeky guys that like watching the show, although the show does cross over many people. But you do
mean the
get
non-geeky people? Is that like...
some geeky, non-geeky people, but you get a lot of geeky people, and you are like queen of the geeky people.
Well, I'll
People
take
love
it. That's
you.
a compliment. I love that.
Because I won't put it as mushy as Danny put it, but it is very good to see a woman such as yourself doing things that are kind of cool and mechanical and geeky and fun.
Kind of cool?
Kind of cool.
I shoot
No, they're very, very cool.
50 caliber gun.
I
One
know.
day, the next day I go to the bomb range. I have the coolest job
I own
ever.
that rifle.
Over.
I own a Barrett 50 cal.
Yeah.
I
Really?
take it out to Calverton. Don't they like hurt your head to shoot?
I wear earplugs.
Yeah, no, but I mean, the concussion makes me feel like you've been punched in the face. Like it's such a. Maybe I'm just a pussy.
You are because
I like it. I like that feeling. It's a strange feeling
it's
you
a
can't
concussion.
explain.
Yeah, like things move around you. If you have stuff on tables like 3 feet away, it just flies off the
You
table.
two get along very well. I like this.
Carrie's chopped down a tree with a minigun. What have you done? How many trees have you took out?
Not many, but I did blow up a watermelon with
Gallagher's camera.
Some guy was holding it. You weren't aiming at the fruit.
No, a Desert Eagle, 50 cal Desert Eagle.
That's
fun
pretty
to shoot,
impressive.
too. You guys have gotten into shooting. You've gotten to shoot some fun guns. I know Jamie does a lot of the shooting when you were doing the ballistics into the pool, which was very surprising.
Yeah,
I
I know,
thought the
wasn't
higher
that a great
caliber
one?
was going to go deeper than the smaller caliber. But
So now you
go
know.
figure that out.
When you're
I know.
being chased by villains or
Yeah.
good guys, in some cases.
Yeah.
Die.
Were you now? What was the initial thing? Because years ago when the show first started, it was just Adam and Jamie, two knock around guys, just building stuff and blowing things up and everything. What was the basic idea behind bringing you on board and the other people that came on after that?
Well, I've kind of been there since day one because I took an internship with MythBusters. Well, actually, with Jamie as a special effects artist. On my first day as an intern was the first day of filming. So you can kind of see in some of the early episodes when they pan across, I'll be like laughing in the background and that kind of stuff.
Never noticed that.
And then, I mean, it was really just kind of a small show on a cable channel. You know, I didn't think anybody was watching, and they happened to need a woman's backside for one of their...
Yes, the famous...
That was for the plane toilet myth.
Yes,
yes.
And that was
Can
the
you get
first, that was the
stuck
first
on the
thing she
plane
did.
toilet?
Yeah, so, you know, hey, I was the only girl at the shop. They
Did you
didn't
have
want
any
Adam's butt.
reservations about that?
No, I really thought nobody would really see it. I didn't think it'd be the first thing that would come up when you Google my name.
I know, now it just comes up.
It really is how do you say this? A terrific photo.
There had to be, but I mean, come on. There had to be shenanigans going on that day. Like it's your first day doing stuff, and like, oh, what can we have her do? Oh, I know what we need.
Yeah,
Let's
there's
put her
a
in
myth.
skin tight spandex.
No,
and
more-
move her ass.
No one has ever brought up this myth before. Shut up! Get her in the pants.
Yeah. Jamie's like, oh, I know what we can do today.
Yes, there's a myth that a man can hold his breath with an ass on his face.
You're naughty.
Jimmy
you are
is
naughty.
bad. Isn't he bad?
But I'm just saying that's, you know...
Jimmy.
Sorry. Do you think that kids are getting more into science these days as opposed to maybe 10 years ago because of the popularity of channels like Discovery and the Science Channel and History and shows like MythBusters and things like that?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Exactly. I have a big impact on the world.
Changing the face of the
I mean,
nation.
look, you know, I was a terrible student, and I certainly wasn't interested in science. I mean, I like science. I wasn't interested in it up until, I mean, you put on Discovery Channel 24 hours a day.
I know.
I wasn't interested in science until I heard you were in D.C. and I had to get a telescope.
Rose is just mad because he got bumped out off the big boy table.
I don't like it. I'm back here
That's
like
right.
a fucking dog.
Have your macaroni and cheese back there.
He was sitting in that seat. And we made him get out of the big boy seat.
You're in his
Sandy made me move.
I feel bad.
This is how I know Danny's nervous, because I've
sitting next to
interviewed people
DeRosa.
that I was very nervous interviewing, but I know Danny's like, he's never like this. Is that he's asking questions and they're not moving? So, do you think science was always popular? And then he just stops.
I knew he was nervous when he said shenanigans.
Yeah, pardon my French.
Not really.
not at all.
You've never watched an episode of MythBusters?
Yes, I have.
I'm turning you in right now.
They did a great one about pulling a fucking two phone books apart.
Oh, yeah,
It
phone
was
book friction.
amazing.
Wait, you can
Friction
swear
between
here?
Yeah.
We're on Sirius, huh?
Satellite radio.
So
What do you want to
Satellite.
say?
It's the best.
So that's why you can be on the radio.
Yes, I'm very dirty. I don't curse that much, though.
I actually...
He's behaving, actually.
I'm a fan of yours.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know you're naughty, so...
Thank you very much.
But you've seen him before?
Well, you know, I saw you on the Louis show, and...
Thank you.
seen some stand-up.
Now I want to kill Jim.
Now we hate when people come in here and know Jimmy.
Why not? Why?
We just don't like it.
Can't Carrie and I just get along and have a couple people that kind of get to know each other? What's wrong with that?
Shut up. Yeah. What'd you call it, Karen?
Carrie. Carrie.
Oh, okay.
I said, can't Carrie and I get along?
So you saw the trailer for one of the shows where they put the phone book together with the pages, and now you've seen every episode?
No, Tanks had actually
I'm
took to
so
pull it
trying to
apart.
undermine this.
Oh, no, but Tanks had took to pull it apart. That was actually very interesting.
Ooh, Jimmy.
We got a lot of fans checking in. I just want to take one from Bill and Philly.
I don't want to talk to the
Hello,
fans
Bill.
right now.
Hello,
Not
Bill.
you.
Oh.
Listen, Danny.
What's that?
Danny?
Yes, sir.
Jimmy's doing better than you, Harry.
What are you going to do?
Well, and Ant's trying real hard, too.
I'm
So,
not
Danny, you're
trying
really
anything.
out.
Danny's
so
asking
out.
very...
I know she's a lovely girl.
You're kinda
She's
cock-blocking
married, has
Danny a little
kid.
bit.
She's
I'm just-
beautiful, but I appreciate
I'm being very-
that she came
Let
here.
Danny ask
I'm
a
not trying
question.
any
Yeah.
Danny,
shenanigans.
it's your turn.
I'm being very childish. Danny's
I,
asking good
let me
questions.
see.
You go ahead.
Can I?
You
can
ever
I-
cheat?
Can I have something from your purse, from your personal belongings? No.
Yeah.
Couple of your
I don't know.
I might have a bottle of Purell you can have.
I'll have it.
Oh, there you go.
Just let me use some of it
After
before I
she
leave.
uses it, exactly.
Yeah, but then it'll be worth more to him if you use it before you give it to him. So that makes
Those are
sense.
great boots, by the way. She has on the sexiest boots. They're like leg high, like middle of the, higher than the knee boots.
Yeah, describe them. We didn't see them when she came in. Yeah.
You didn't, but a lot of people out there listening didn't.
Screw the audience.
I'm trying to
the
paint a
radio
picture.
I'm a
landless
big
about them.
fan of leather boots. I love the lace-up ones that go up to your knees.
Oh.
They
Yeah.
protect you. They're the best. You know.
I bet you Danny knows more about MythBusters than Carrie.
Oh, yeah.
We should do a little quiz
I
real
guarantee it. I don't even want
Really?
to do a quiz because some of those things. Like, think about it. I did it 7 years ago, and
Yeah,
he
yeah.
probably
You might
watched
have
the
just
episode
watched it.
5 times. I just did it.
And they
what were
rerun it
you
all day
doing
long.
7 years ago on a Monday in January? You know, like that's.
I was watching you on television.
Hey, by the way, Joe was right.
About what?
I hate to say it, about the ball thing.
Yeah, it happens.
It was the beginning of the
natural.
movie, supposedly.
Oh, who cares? I never watched it.
Exactly.
But we beat the shit out of you for no reason. And you took it and just
I wanted you to
was
doubt
really
yourself.
quiet.
What a surprise that I got tossed under the bus.
For something that was true.
So how has the internet changed your job? Because it seems like you can check facts right away. Is it totally different than when you started?
It made us seem a lot smarter than we are because people ask questions and you could just punch it up.
We could Google.
And then there's things like this, like video conferencing things.
Yeah.
Are you
and
video
stuff.
conferencing while you're talking to me?
Yeah, like people. Well, I'm not when I'm talking to you, but some guests, I never even look them in the face. I just sit here and type how bad the guest was.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
None of the guests that are listening. It wasn't you.
I'm gonna have to check with my fans what you're doing right now.
Oh, believe me, there's not a you could check everything. There's not a peep on here. Usually, though, I'm like, oh my God, could we please wrap this up? This guest sucks. God, yeah, no, his name's DeRosa.
What did I do? That I'm getting this shellacking all of a
You're
sudden.
not a cute redhead.
Exactly.
After O&A live.
After Opie and Anthony live. Opie and Anthony are long gone at this point, but all the rest of us are still here. I'm Sam Roberts, of course. Roland's still here. Danny, Travis, E-Rock. Now, we just put up, by the way, before that you heard Billy the Bass Man, Bob Kelly's character. Coke Logic made a fantastic animation of Billy the Bass Man. We just reposted it on Facebook, so you can get to that at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. The best part about hearing that Carrie Byron clip was not only could you hear Danny's infatuation with her, but you could hear that Jim doesn't know a thing about the show and only went to make people jealous. Of course, Joe DeRosa was in studio that day, too.
I'm here, Sam. I'm Joe DeRosa.
No, Roland's in here. I don't know why. He's doing impressions. Roland,
I'm Joe DeRosa, yes.
we got any big guests coming up this week? Because I know we talked to Mark Zito a minute ago, and Selena Gomez was here today.
Yes.
He got all excited about that.
Oh, he went ranty to take a picture with her.
He did. You saw him.
Yeah, because here's what I witnessed. They go, after they took a picture with everybody who did the interview, and they go, I think we're done. And Mark Zito goes, no, you're not. One more.
Really?
Like, he was the quarterback of this whole thing, saying, no, wait a minute.
And who was she doing an interview with?
I forgot which channel is up, but they were doing press pictures, and they go, I think we're done. The morning matchup.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well,
I talked to him, Sam. Is the mic on?
Yeah, it is. We're live.
The morning mashup.
Oh, jeez. What do we have coming up? Because we didn't get. How come we didn't get Selena Gomez?
Really?
Yeah, I know. You're right. It's. Yeah.
Well, there's some things.
We've got a reputation.
Yeah, some things in the works, but Joe Rogan, our good friend, stopping by on Friday
in studio.
In studio, and he's bringing one of his friends, Chuck Liddell.
Roland, Chuck Liddell, and Joe Rogan in studio at the same time.
And then next week is Barack.
Is Barack Obama? That's incredible. Roland, can we get? Is he doing pictures?
Only for Mark Zito.
Oh man, is there any chance of us getting Kathy Lee and Hoda?
Actually, there is a possibility.
How about once they hear this?
First of all, for some reason, I bring a big on the plane. I wonder what that is. And it's not too big because it fits if you just jam it. It fits. You have to jam everybody else's. I've seen you in action. I politely say, whose is this? And then they say mine. And I said, would you mind terribly if I just moved it from to? They look at you like venom. It's first come, first serve. Okay, wait. You're the last one on. So when you get on, there's no room to put your and you have a too, and mine's hefty. Needs room. Here's the thing. You learn a little discipline in life, and you get rid of the that's in your I need all the things in there.
Do we still get him?
Was that Jimmy Kimmel?
Oh, Roland. You think that was a ripoff?
Oh, no. Oh, I thought we were playing stuff from Kimmel.
No, Roland. That's from the Opie and Anthony show.
Oh.
I mean,
possibly then. Possibly. Yeah.
Besides, who doesn't?
They do like cock.
Who's that?
Hoda. She's single. She's out in the bars on the Upper West Side.
Roland, I don't think you know this for sure.
It is true.
No, I don't know that it's true. This is just Roland saying
it's factual.
I don't know that it's factual at all. Sometimes Roland shoots off at the mouth. We had John Jones on today. How do you think? I mean, his phone kept cutting off.
I know, it's AT&T. What can you do?
Do you panic when stuff like that happens because you're afraid Opie's hanging up on people?
I would at this point, but I had to run to the restroom pretty bad. So I
You
didn't
did.
hear
You
it
were in
yet.
the bathroom.
I was, yeah.
That's a big surprise. Any parties in the future?
There is one in the works now. Other people are excited about parties, so we're all coming together to throw a bigger one.
Somebody on Twitter reached out to me and asked maybe an ice cream social in the future.
That's rude. They know I'm lactose intolerant.
I'm sorry about that, Roland. Now, there was some Twitter controversy. Hey, grab Mikey Piff.
Okay.
See if we can get Mikey Piff. Mikey Piff. Mikey Piff. Piff. Come here. Come here, Mikey Piff. Mikey Piff. He works for
Hi, guys. I'm Mikey Piff.
You're
How
not.
are you?
Roland's doing impressions again.
How are you, my
Mikey Piff, come on. You're on the air, Mikey Piff.
Hi, how are
He
you?
works for Hits One. He works with the Morning Mashup.
And Mark Zito.
Mikey Piff, you, first of all, Selena Gomez had 10 people here with her today.
I don't know about 10. I'm trying to.
It was a lot of people.
I think it was like 5.
It was more than 5. It was definitely more than
the
5.
The rest were waiting for autographs and pictures.
No, in here?
No, out there.
Oh. What, did she need that many people? Do they all serve? Tell me this. Do they all serve a function?
Yes. The thing is, you know what it is? It's 2 separate things. It's like half are like record people,
yeah,
and then the other half are like her personal people that handle like film or TV stuff or anything else she's got going on. So.
And second question for you. Roland has accused Mark Zito of spending all his free time with the Morning Mashup, and then he came in today and said he was getting pictures with Selena Gomez. Does Mark Zito spend all his free time with the Mashup?
I'm not there during the show, so I can't speak for during the show, but I see him like once a day.
Okay.
I thought he was part of the matchup because in your office it says all your names, then the bottom says Mark Zito.
I don't think that's true, Roland. Thank you, Mikey Piff. Very diplomatic of you, but we still got to the bottom of it.
Oh,
there was some.
Mikey,
Hang on.
Does Hoda like cock?
You don't know that.
Is
There
who?
was some.
Hoda
Don't worry about it, Mikey Piff. Don't even acknowledge. Don't give him the time of day.
You
Sometimes.
should plug your Twitter at least for coming on.
Wait, what did you say?
Plug your Twitter since you came on.
At Mikey Piff.
Yes.
MikeyPiff.
If you can't find him, just go Mark Zito.
Don't stop talking about Mark. I'm done talking about
No,
Mark
it's
Zito.
not Roland.
There was.
Thank you, Roland, for the pizza party, by the way.
Thank you,
you're
Piff and
welcome.
Roland. There was
Anytime.
some Twitter controversy over this clip. A clip that Opie posted with Joe DeRosa. I believe it was on Friday, but this was the
one.
This was the clip.
We got the very funny Joe DeRosa today.
What's that?
And Joe was at the taping of the Donald Trump roast. That's going to be on Comedy Central very soon.
Yes.
And there's a lot of rumors. It's not even a rumor anymore because it made the paper that... Seriously?
Now, that seriously was directed toward Joe DeRosa as he turned and looked at the ass of one of the employees of SiriusXM. The girl who he was looking at saw the video and started angrily tweeting Opie over the weekend, talking about how great her ass was. The great Ron Bennington has entered the studio. Did you see this video in question?
Well, oddly enough, I saw the one where Opie called Michelle Rodriguez Avatar. And that
was
Avatar.
That was the same video. Michelle Rodriguez didn't take offense, but this girl did. So
I didn't notice that a girl got upset about it.
yeah, because he was looking at her ass, and Opie responded with, "Come on."
Like it's not a.
Well, that's I guess how she took it. So Opie wanted to make sure that he was on the record with this comment. Opie, I hear there's some controversy in the Twitter world.
I'm so glad that you caught me before I got out of here today, Sam. On Friday, I made a video with Joe DeRosa after the show, and we were talking about the situation bombing at the Donald Trump roast. So I wanted to get his take on the whole thing. And as I'm videotaping, I'm making a quick video. He's so distracted by a girl walking by. So I turn the camera, and you see the girl walking away from the camera, so obviously you see her butt. Got to be very careful here because of human resources. So then I turned back to Joe, and I went, seriously, Joe? What I meant by that, not that the ass was bad. What I meant was you can't focus on a lousy 2-3 minute video. You have to look at this girl's ass. Like his ADD was completely out of control. That girl got a hold of me through the YouTube page and was really mad. So I want to make it perfectly clear. I wasn't saying seriously, Joe, meaning that's a bad ass. I was saying seriously, Joe, you can't focus because your ADD is so bad.
Can you comment on the ass, or will HR not allow that?
I can't comment on that. I've never had to sit down with human resources in all my years of doing radio, and I'm not going to start now, Sam.
It's not pleasant.
What?
Sitting down with HR.
Oh, you scared me. I thought you meant the ass. I'm like, what's wrong with you?
So that was Opie clearing his name.
Well, I while you're doing that, I went over and looked at what she wrote to him.
Yeah.
Did you see?
What was it?
She wrote, "Fuck you, Ginger. My ass is amazing."
And
I think now he's got the level if he goes back into human resources.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you can't call somebody Ginger, right?
Yes.
Sam, she just tweeted again, is Mark Zito part of the morning mashup? Question mark.
Roland was hoping to rat. That's why he's still sitting here. He wanted to rat out Zito because the morning mashup got to interview Selena Gomez today, and Mark Zito weaseled his way into a picture with Selena.
There was actually, as I came in today, some young girl sitting out there, and Zito was watching her pictures being taken place, and I said to him, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
And he says, "Oh, I'm waiting to get Spencer's thing. He's got a DVD for you, but it's got to be watermarked." And I go, "Where's Spencer? He's not even
in
Go
the
down
lobby.
and do your fucking work, and stop wearing your generic serious." He's not dedicated to the Ron and Fez show.
No.
He's dedicated to a corporation. I've never met anyone like that.
Well, he's trying to actually avoid being on the air because he wants to spend a little more time with management.
Exactly.
It's crazy for us. It's crazy because it's completely.
What DVD was it?
I don't
have it.
I don't know what it is.
I call that a lie.
Now you know that he also his thing is to run errands, right?
No.
Yes, part of his thing twice a week is drop off these tickets, go to for any of the bosses.
Oh my God!
So if there's a thing of
that's what that Liam mentioned that used to be kind of they made Liam do it.
Yeah.
And so Zito kind of did he volunteer for it?
Yes,
How's that?
Yes, he did. But like we'll be having an after show meeting, and he'll be like, "Hey, I got to get out of here. Somebody from programming needs shirts."
Do you tell him like, what do you do? Where do you work?
I go, this is not what you get into this business for.
No, I mean it's like I have to leave. This is my job, but I have to go because I think it would help me get ahead.
See, the thing is, he's like the secret of my success, where he's changing clothes on the elevator so he can fit in with the suits. And I'm like that guy, never trust a suit. Right?
Yeah, but except Zito's being blatantly obvious about everything.
Yeah,
and he's not getting all those hot girls.
Well,
so I'm glad that you rat him out on this morning mashup thing too.
Roland loves to rat out Zito. It's his favorite pastime.
It's got to be done, and Rob Cross is always asking me like, "Hey, doesn't he fit in with you guys? It seems like blah blah blah." And I go, well, "Why did you get him?" He goes, "Because he wears a wire."
I believe it. Well, we'll let you have your show.
Fuck you, Ginger. My ass is amazing.
You can see Opie's video at our Facebook page, Facebook/Opie and Anthony, or I think he'll be retweeting it at Opie Radio.
About you on here too.
Where? No.
You ramble. People are telling him that you ramble.
I ramble.
Jesus Christ, could not Sam ramble on anymore during the 10 a.m. show?
I'm trying to talk to Ron Bennington.
That's actually Mark Zito's Twitter.
Well, Jesus Christ.
Came in before I got here.
Oh, damn it. Well, then let's let Ron and Fez start. This is it for After Opie and Anthony Live. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay tuned for Ron and Fez.
Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next. On The Virus.